Minister, Honorable John Briceño, Honorable Shine Barrow, Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, Honorable Valerie Woods, all members of this honorable House, guests, the media personnel, and indeed Belize, a pleasant good morning. I, Marjorie Shaw, deem it a sacred pleasure to be here in the capacity in which I stand before you this morning, in which we ask our Heavenly Father's blessing on this House, that His divine favor and wisdom will cause this House to lead this country objectively. And so we pray the national prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of wisdom, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union, and that in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. We reconvene with the presentation on the budget debate today. As established practice, I'd like to direct your attention to our standing orders, especially Standing Order 38. That deals with contents of speeches, but more specifically with Standing Order 38.4, 5, and 6. Which reminds us of how we use language of not imputing improper motives of members and referring to each member by their electoral area and not by their name. I'd also like to draw your attention once again to Standing Order 42, which speaks to the issue of allowing other members to speak. So we need to allow members to speak by remaining silent. Please refrain from naming members in the general public, as they are not here at the Parliament to defend themselves. But most importantly, I'd like to remind you that the reason we are here is to debate the budget, which means that members should confine their comments to the bill at hand, which means members should refer to the economic and financial situation of the country, as well as the government, policies, and administration. While we do appreciate references to past events, activities, members are reminded to link and reference the budget bill at hand. And of course, finally, we should always keep in mind Standing Order 91, which refers to the general authority of the Speaker. Thank you very much, members. We will now proceed with the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023. I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, and colleagues. Madam Speaker, before I begin my remarks, I humbly request that you leave me to express my deepest sympathies and condolences to our colleague, the Honorable Member for Kaya South, who has recently experienced the profound loss of his beloved mother. In times like these, Madam Speaker, it is important that we come together, transcending the boundaries of our political affiliations, to offer support and solace to our fellow member as he navigates the very difficult period of grief. May Almighty God's blessings be with him and his loved ones. Madam Speaker, I rise to address this Honorable House on the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2023-2024. Let me begin by saying, Madam Speaker, that I'm grateful for the opportunity to express my concerns and give my suggestions, and to ensure that the well-being and the prosperity of our citizens will come. The government, Madam Speaker, has proudly highlighted an impressive annual growth rate. It has proudly highlighted employment figures, and it has proudly trumpeted reduction in poverty levels. While these statistics may paint a rosy picture, Madam Speaker, on paper, I must caution this House that the reality on the streets speaks a different truth. The annual growth rate, for example, Madam Speaker, does not provide a complete understanding of our nation's economic situation. It is crucial, Madam Speaker, for us to dissect figures to reveal the underlying disparities in wealth distribution, regional development, and sectoral growth. A focus on the headline figures may mislead us into complacency, while many of our fellow citizens continue to face economic hardship. In other words, Madam Speaker, context is everything. The Prime Minister, every chance he gets, refers to what he found when he came into office. And of course, he blames everything on the former Prime Minister and the United Democratic Party. What he almost, Madam Speaker, never does is concede that the atmosphere and the environment that existed when the UDP left office was special circumstances. Such circumstances, Madam Speaker, include natural disasters, but most of all, the dreaded COVID-19 in the height of what was a very real scare. It's not like COVID today. The annual GDP growth in Belize, Madam Speaker, during the third quarter, we are awaiting fourth quarter figures, was indeed impressive, but the experts will tell us that it was mainly attributed to COVID-19, to the rebound after COVID-19. The transportation, the retail and hospitality sectors had strong showings during this quarter, primarily again, Madam Speaker, because of a recovery in tourist arrivals and a diminishing impact of the pandemic. It's no magic. It's no special talent or skill that the Prime Minister, he likes the word talent. No special talent on the part of the Prime Minister and his government. In the fourth quarter, Madam Speaker, it is expected that there will be some slowdown. And despite some improvements in the tourism sector, tourist arrivals growth waned. I listened to my friend, the member from Pixar, talk about the growth in tourism. Well, the figures show, my friend, that compared to pre-COVID period, in the third quarter, it is 32% below what it was before the pandemic. Additionally, annual growth in export revenue is expected to soften in the fourth quarter compared to the third quarter, further indicating, Madam Speaker, that the economy was not performing as strongly as it was in the previous quarter. These factors, Madam Speaker, suggest that while the economy showed some signs of recovery, the growth enjoyed was mainly because of a COVID-19 rebound and not because of some magic done by the Prime Minister and his government. I listened as my friend from Dangriga supported the Prime Minister and the SIB to speak about their new way of calculating unemployment. The exact words the Prime Minister used, Madam Speaker, was that 95% of those who seek employment are working. The government boasts rising employment levels, but we must not overlook the quality of the jobs being created. We must not overlook the prevalence of underemployment, job security. The low wages is also a matter of grave concern. Our people deserve not just jobs, but decent work opportunities and providing with fair wages, stability, and prospects for personal and professional growth. By their description, I go back to this line, Madam Speaker. 95% of those who seek employment are working. So, in other words, if you're not out there actively, and the situation is, Madam Speaker, that some people get very frustrated. After you try and try and try, you apply for a job over and over and over again. So, by their calculations, these people aren't unemployed anymore. If the argument is that there is a growing number of persons who don't have jobs but are not looking for work, then, Madam Speaker, we have a different type of problem, and this country might be further up the proverbial creek, and we don't want to admit it. Then he went on, Madam Speaker, in his presentation, the Prime Minister, to speak about the government's claim of reducing poverty. This, Madam Speaker, warrants some deep investigation. The Prime Minister announced that 68,000 persons have escaped poverty, which is an extraordinary achievement for our nation. If this is true, Madam Speaker, and apparently the SIB has claimed the same, I believe that's your source, if I'm not mistaken, Prime Minister. They have said, again, that poverty has miraculously gone down from 52% when the UDP was in power to 39.5%, just miraculously. And this is why I cautioned, Madam Speaker, from the start of my presentation that what you all present in terms of the numbers on paper is a pretty picture, but the reality out there is different. The people out there struggle every day, as you have heard my colleagues on this side, but even some of the colleagues on that side tell you. Poverty reduction, Madam Speaker, is a complex issue. It cannot just disappear because of a single policy or a few initiatives. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is essential for us to investigate the government's actions and the government's interventions that have led, if it is true, to this kind of decrease or improvement, if you will, in poverty levels. The Prime Minister claimed in his budget presentation, Madam Speaker, that there are three things that are primarily responsible for this whopping development in getting out of poverty. He claims the first thing is land. Then he also makes the claim about education and housing. Well, the truth is, Madam Speaker, that nothing really new is happening in education, that's a fact. I would argue, in fact, that less is happening now than what was happening under the UDP administration. If we look at the other elements he has talked about, housing, he confessed in his presentation that they have only materialized 260 houses of the promise of Plan Belize for what was it, 10,000 houses? And then they paint a pretty picture of what is to come. I heard the Deputy Prime Minister and the member for Lepai talk about what is to come in terms of land. Well, Madam Speaker, this promise of land is still lurking in the halls of the yet to come. And so it's indeed miraculous that these things are the things that the Prime Minister is referring to as the cause for the decrease in the poverty level. You sell land, but you don't start to give out the land how you want yet. You sell house, but only 260 out of the 10,000 don't build. You say education, but none really knew they happened in education when it happened before. So how, pray tell? Tell me how 68,000 people just miraculously got up out of poverty. Is it not a clear sign, Madam Speaker, that things that the government side boasts are just fictitious, made up? They accuse this side of making up things. Where there's 68,000 people there? How can you just drop from 52% to 39.5% just like that overnight? And your explanation just sucks because it does not explain. If we banked on those things, they are not even materialized yet. As I said, Madam Speaker, poverty reduction is a complex issue and it cannot be attributed to just one single policy or a few initiatives. But what is concerning me here is not so much that the Prime Minister is saying this, because we all know that, I'm not going as far as to say all politicians, I know of the politicians on that side especially. In fact, one time, for the benefit of those members who are fairly new and weren't here back in those times, one of your own members accused your administration of cooking the books. You remember? You see that the budgets that you present, and I will get into the details of that in a minute, to show that these pretty figures that you come here with are bogus. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, what concerns me more? Could I have some water, please? What concerns me more is the fact that the SIB is saying that poverty has dropped. I don't know if there was behind the scenes some instruction as to change the way we calculate poverty. It is? Okay, well, there you go. There you go. That is the point that I make about you fellas on the other side. And by fellas, I mean men, male and female, or let me keep it professional, Madam Speaker, and say the members, and that's the problem we have with you. Because the things that you say cannot really be trusted, cannot really be counted on. We must ensure, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister and the SIB are accurate and that they are reliable. This, of course, includes verifying the methodology used, and I am pleased to learn that at least that is not being hidden. There is a new method of calculating the poverty levels. But we must ensure that we understand how these calculations take place, and we must make sure that the data is consistent over time. It is crucial, Madam Speaker, to determine whether the reported decline in poverty is an actual, sustainable improvement or a temporary fluctuation due to short-term interventions, even though, to be honest, we have not heard any real concrete measures being taken by this government to cut poverty. It is essential to consider the distribution of this so-called already poverty reduction. But if it is to come, Madam Speaker, we must ensure that it does not cross various regions, that it does so across various regions, socioeconomic groups and sectors of our society. We must ensure, Madam Speaker, that the benefits of poverty reduction are felt not by only some Belizeans, but by all Belizeans, regardless of their geographic location, gender, or ethnicity. We must look beyond the numbers, Madam Speaker, and understand the struggles faced by our citizens, particularly the vulnerable and the marginalized sections of our society. The reality out here, Madam Speaker, is that people are living paycheck to paycheck, and they are struggling to afford the basic necessities, and they are slipping through the safety nets. There aren't any safety nets any longer. This government has taken them all down, and their people are being ignored. Madam Speaker, let me tell a little story. So I went, my family, from time to time, we buy Chinese food. But the way we buy Chinese food, it is shown not really. By the Deputy Prime Minister may tell me at a time that stress make your gainly girt around the waist. So I will chalk it up to that, the stress of studying, not the stress of anything else, Madam Speaker. It's a doctorate degree, a real one. So, Madam Speaker, I went Anyway, Madam Speaker, so when as a family we buy Chinese food, we try to buy a little of everything and then you eat. Like if you go to a Chinese restaurant, they have the lazy Susan, you put the food in the middle and everybody shares. Put in a plug here for my buddy Lee Mark and Chansan restaurant, the best Chinese food. But I went to one of my other Chinese restaurants, not Lee Mark, and I asked for one of the fried chickens that come with both the leg and the breast in there, because there are some people in the family who like leg and some people who like breast, and they're special. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, a few months ago when we used to buy the fried chicken like that, it cost $9 for the fried chicken. A little while back, maybe 2 months ago, just before Christmas, we bought some, and it was $11. And yesterday, as I come in off of the plane, Madam Speaker, I stopped in there and got one of the $13. And I said to the Chinese lady, sorry for no discriminatory intent here, but the owner of the restaurant, the lady said to me that your government, blame your government. I said, my government? And I concede insofar as this is, we are all a part of this government that we will take the blame, but it cannot be, Madam Speaker. The feeling in the streets out there is different. So the Prime Minister can tell us poverty is being reduced. He can tell us that 68,000 people less are in the poverty bracket now. He can paint all of this fancy picture about 5% of the people who are seeking work are not working, and the other 95 are working. But the reality on the streets of Belize is much different. And if you don't know, you better ask somebody. The Prime Minister in his budget speech, Madam Speaker, moving on, spoke about the external conditions. The Prime Minister drew attention to global issues, such as rising inflation in the world market, increasing interest rates. He went to great lengths to paint the picture of what is happening in the United States. And he also blamed, as an external factor, Madam Speaker, I shouldn't say blame because it's real, the ongoing pandemic, which can undoubtedly have significant consequences for our economy. However, Madam Speaker, merely pointing out these external factors without offering any kind of concrete solutions, that's what he does. If you look at this presentation, yeah, he said this, he said that, all kind of things that happen outside. Merely pointing out these external factors without offering concrete solutions or steps to address them raises concerns about the government's preparedness to tackle such challenges head on. They're not serious, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister didn't tell us what will happen because of these high interest rates that the US Fed has now put in place in order to deal with their inflation. The Prime Minister has not told us how we are going to counter anything that is to come further with COVID-19. The Prime Minister has not told us how it is we are going to do anything if we are living in this part of the world where we are threatened by natural disasters. How is it that we are going to, in fact, one of the weakest areas of this budget is on climate change. I wasn't here to hear the presentation from my colleague, the minister, but from what I saw, it's weak. No mention of how we are going to fix these things. It is not sufficient, Madam Speaker, for the Prime Minister to say, all right, these are the things out there that are affecting us externally, and you just have to deal with that. You just have to accept it. No, a responsible government, one that really wishes to fix things and change things around, will prepare our economy for those external shocks that can come and that we know will come because we don't have any kind of control. I'm not saying that the Prime Minister could stop hurricanes, Not saying that the Prime Minister could go to the Fed or go to the Secretary Blinken and Mr. Biden and anybody else who has the clout in the United States and say, hey, back off of those interest rates. Not saying that. What I am saying is that we must do what we can do within our own means to make sure that we can mitigate the effects that are sure to come from one of these kind of external factors or the other. The Prime Minister's stance appears to fall short in this regard, and in our responsibility as elected representatives to work together, it is our duty, to work together to find innovative and sustainable solutions that will secure the future of our nation. Then, Madam Speaker, moving on to another section of the Prime Minister's budget presentation, he speaks about, man, we talk about everything, man. I will talk about other things too, you see. Anyway, he spoke about the performance, Madam Speaker, of our economy over the 2020-2023 period. In his address, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister provided us with highlights of the performance. He highlighted several projected revenues, expenditures, and financing sources. While certain aspects, Madam Speaker, of the budget seem to show positive trends, it is crucial to critically examine the presented figures and assess the potential implications of these numbers. Total revenues and grants, Prime Minister projects, or he and his team projects, will reach 1.3 or 1.4 billion, with a majority of this attributed to what? Tax revenue. And then he tells you, outright, that this figure exceeds the original budgeted amount by 6.9%. And so he is jumping up for joy. In his corner, Chris Cowie too is jumping up for joy because this means more money. This means the monies that they can use to do all the things, all the magic that they claim they can make happen. But, Madam Speaker, we must consider the factors contributing to this kind of increase, such as the pain that it causes the Belizean people. What this is saying, Madam Speaker, is that we did not only collect what we thought we would collect, we collected more. I'm talking about the taxes and surpassing the goals. So, Madam Speaker, when it is that the Belizean people are out there crying for some relief, because he does not, and apparently nobody on that side sees it. They don't see the plight of the poor people out there. All they see is these pretty figures, growth and development, so much percentage this and percentage that. All the people, 68,000 are out of poverty now. Unemployment is so low. Where are you living? On the expenditure side, Madam Speaker, the total spending, he said, is expected to be 1.4 billion, which is 71 more than the original estimate. While it is essential to invest in capital projects and public services, Madam Speaker, it is necessary to scrutinize the nature of these expenditures and assess whether they have been efficiently allocated to promote long-term economic growth and social well-being. So they spend, and they spend more. We've seen this, because, Madam Speaker, we've seen where supplementary allocations are brought to this House very regularly. So you spend more, and we don't necessarily, we don't necessarily have a problem with this, but you hear my caution. We want to make sure that these monies are efficiently allocated to promote long-term economic growth and social well-being for our people. And then regarding the financing, Madam Speaker, the budget is really funded by heavy international borrowing. I think it was my colleague who keeps on telling you about your borrowing. Yes, it's every year, but we should try to do something differently. But hold on. Let me divert from what I have on the script there, Madam Speaker, to share with you, because you see, and I'm going to get into the debt in a minute, but they behave like it is only the UDP administration that borrowed. I always remember this thing. It stands out in my mind. 1998, the manifesto of the People's United Party, Madam Speaker, was entitled Set Belize Free. If you have an old copy, I encourage you to go and look it up. Set Belize Free. When you open the Set Belize Free manifesto, the very first paragraph on the page says that the UDP has the country in debt to the tune of, it says that the exact words it used, Madam Speaker, is that staggering $500 million. $500 million. $500 million. That's what they call staggering back in 1998. And they said to the people, set Belize free from the arms of the United Democratic Party. Well, Madam Speaker, these folks have been in office for 2 years, two and a half, let's say. And they have borrowed easily what they determined to be back then in 1998, a staggering $500 million. They have borrowed that. And in case you think it is not true, because they like to say, all right, the facts are there, let's look at it. On Friday, February 4th, they came to this honorable house and they borrowed $36 million. They claim it was for IDB strengthening, from the IDB for strengthening public administration. On Tuesday, March the 15th of 2022, they came and they borrowed $16 million. They claim, again, it was a second tranche of the IDB monies to strengthen public administration. On Friday, March 13th, 2022, they came to this honorable house and borrowed $52.4 million. They claim it was for responding to the COVID-19 pandemic issues. On that same day, they also borrowed another $50 million. And they claim that this was for climate resiliency and sustainable agriculture. On Friday, June the 13th, 2022, they came and they borrowed $48 million. They asked the House for permission to borrow $48 million for expansion and rehabilitation of the PGIA highway, the Philip Golson Highway. On Friday, June the 3rd, the same day, they borrowed another $12.4 million for COVID relief. On Friday, July 15, 2022, they borrowed $150 million as a part of the bilateral cooperation program from Taiwan. On Friday, December 12, 2022, they borrowed $12 million, Madam Speaker, financing for tertiary education in Belize. That same day, Madam Speaker, they also borrowed another $10 million for sustainability for the MSMEs in Belize. And Friday, February 3rd, they borrowed another $16 million trade and investment trade facilitation program. That same day, Madam Speaker, they borrowed $20 million in addition for a program for sustainable and inclusive Belize. On that very same day, they borrowed yet again another $30 million, making the total for that day, what? 30 and 20 to 50 and 16, $66 million in one day. They claim that that one was for digital innovation to boost economic development. I'm not criticizing these loans necessarily for their content, Madam Speaker, the actual things which they were borrowed to use them for, But the fact of the matter is, you see that saying debt to GDP ratio that you boast that you have taken down? You see how you boast that you have managed the debt so well because you have done, and I'll get into that in a minute, as I said, Madam Speaker, but you are borrowing too, and you must concede that that is going to land us back in the very same problems that you claim that we were in, and in fact, I'll concede that we were in. But not caused by the UDP alone. But to finish it off, Madam Speaker, March 10th, $10 million Belize Resilience Program. March 10th, again, $2.52 million Social Investment Fund 3, an additional loan. And all of that, Madam Speaker, totals a whopping $232.7 million US dollars, or 465.3 million Belize dollars. This government, Madam Speaker, I searched to try to find the right terminology to describe them, or to describe the issues that they are juggling and they use to hoodwink the Belizean people. And I've come up with this term, Madam Speaker, masterful masquerade. It is a masterful masquerade that they are carrying out on this nation. The truth, Madam Speaker, is concealed under layers of artful deception. It is our duty, Madam Speaker, as elected representatives, all of us on both sides of this house, but especially those on this side, Madam Speaker, to uncover the instances where this deception is happening and to protect the interests of the Belizean people. While the Prime Minister's address on the reduction of the public debt seems to paint a rosy picture, as I've said, it is crucial to examine the situation more closely, as again it appears to be a masterful masquerade. Although the Prime Minister highlights the achievements of reducing the public debt from 133% of the old GDP to 64.1% of the new GDP, he neglects to mention the crucial role played by, yes, the United Democratic Party administration in initiating the Debt for Nature Blue Bond initiative. This omission on the part of the Prime Minister and the government, and they are steadfast, Madam Speaker, they are obstinate. They insist, even when the lady abroad showed the Prime Minister, when he went to sign the agreement, or he went to do something abroad, and the lady was in a press conference with him, and the lady sitting right beside him, and the lady was talking in the meeting, and it's recorded, and the lady asked her, how long have we been working on this, Prime Minister? You just stayed in office 6 months. And the lady turned around, how long have we been working with the government of Belize on this to get this achieved, Prime Minister? And he said, 2 years, 2 years. You remember that? You don't remember, but it's out there, factual. The government of Belize, I'm sorry sometimes that your Minister of State, who is really the brainchild behind what happens in the financial ministry, is not here, because he would tell you that the negotiations for what you painted blue was started by the UDP. Anybody who you talk to in the Nature Conservancy, anybody who you talk to, why I refer to your Minister of State is because he was consulted when the UDP was in power, because the Nature Conservancy people wanted to make sure that should there be a change of government, that there would be continuity. We don't need to stop telling lies. need to call a spade a spade. You need to give credit where credit is due. It is only when you do that that the Belizean people will start to believe you. Why do you try to hoodwink? You're gone and you get one big can of blue paint and you're gone, and the UDP wouldn't ever have done that. Would never have. The mentality, Madam Speaker, of the People's United Party is sick, It's sick. You look at the Digicel logo. Look at the Digicel logo. The thing got from purple to, I don't know what you mean there, but the blue now. When you look at Channel 5 logo, Madam Speaker, the logo gone slowly, gone in blue. The $100 bill in this country is blue. It's by design. George Price, I listened to my friend from Pickstock, and I know it is relative, and no disrespect to the father of the nation. I listened to him yesterday talk about some quotation from George Price that he wrote in some newspaper talking about making sure everybody benefit, when we know that he was king of making sure only his family and a select few benefit. That is the truth. That is why you are sitting. Anyway, let me leave that alone. That is the truth. I say, for Judge, the way I say, oh, sorry, my brother, sorry, my apologies. I'm not talking. You know what the beautiful thing is, and I don't take away anything from the leader. Sorry, the father of independence, father of the nation, if you want. I believe in most of the times, Madam Speaker, playing up our national heroes because they were human beings and they erred, But the truth is, we have to have people who we try by and large to emulate, but you don't need to wake up and smell the coffee too. As you go around this country, all government rural primary schools, what color are the uniform? Blue. What color the government license plate? Blue. Those things were not by mistake, It's like brainwashing. Anyway, this is exactly what happened. They were so excited. I never see somebody's eyes open up so big yet, Madam Speaker. They were excited when they landed in government and realized that they were in so much trouble. And somebody pinched them and tell them, hey, that debt for nature thing is there. Who had by that time betrayed Dean Barrow and gone back to try to mess you up in Albert, my good friend. Somebody pinched them, Madam Speaker, pinched the government and said, you know what, this thing today, it don't need the pipeline. So if you want to be credible, you have to learn to tell the truth. Now, and Belizeans know this. How you think the Nature Conservancy people look power now? And remember, we were in the negotiation, the people consulted with us. That's the truth.
Members,
The people told us, sorry, Madam Speaker. The people told us, the people from the Conservancy told us.
Members, please, members.
Your mission, Madam Speaker.
42B, please.
I'm not paying them any mind, man. Speaker, I've been here long enough to know not to pay attention to them. And I've been on this side before too, so nothing that you throw at me phases me. But the omission, Madam Speaker, of giving the UDP its just due creates a distorted image of the true source of that reduction in the public debt. Give the UDP what it is due. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister fails to acknowledge that much of the debt was acquired during his party's time in government. I am amazed. These guys, they would have you believe that they were not the ones who brokered the super bond. They would have you believe that they had nothing to do with mortgage securitization and getting all of these commercial loans from the International Bank of Miami and the Royal Bank of Trinidad. What was the name? I can't remember all the places where they gone and borrow when they had the economy in shambles. They were the ones. I need to remind him, Madam Speaker, that once they deposed him as Deputy Prime Minister because he sided with the rogue group who had said to the Prime Minister then, no more of your nonsense, when they had about 4 ministers of state. Yeah, there was a G7, but what the G7 jacked up the Prime Minister and told him, you have to have 4 ministers of state to watch you. The mess of the super bun, which they claim that they rescued, was caused by them. Prime Minister does not ever concede that. Dishonest. Not him, Madam Speaker, but the actions of the government to try to whitewash, or in this case, blue wash things. Tell the truth. Maybe you will get some respect. Maybe people will see, well, man, the government is really fair. I did not ever hear, I have never heard the Prime Minister get up in this honorable house and said, you know what, it was because of the recklessness of the past PUP administration, even if you want to blame the UDP. I have never heard him say that. He does not take any credit for the $100+ million that Bear Stearns said went missing. 250, thank you. He does not ever take credit for the Intelco failed programs, for the $30 million gone missing to the Novelos Bus Company. I see some kind of action happening there again that has us very worried when they start to talk bus and transportation. I'm worried. Got 30 million gone. It was under their watch that 3.34 million went missing from the Social Security. It was under their watch that they came back into the government and said, we don't want to collect it, even when the courts ruled that they should have paid the money back. They forget all of these things, Madam Speaker. Then the Prime Minister comes and pontificates. Wow, we are doing this and we are rescuing the economy. You were the ones who created it. You talk about Petrocarib, but yet you hypocritically go around parading. So that's why I think it's a masterful masquerade. And they repeat the lies over and over and over and over and over. I think they start to believe their own lies, you know, Madam Speaker. They start to believe it. I watch how they catch up in at the Civic Center. Friday night, tonight, we are in the Civic Center, and then they watch the basketball games going on when they were the very ones. I see my good friend, the member from Pickstock and the member from Fort George at the last game. Catch right up in the Civic Center, they watch basketball in a good AC. I will talk about that in a minute. No, Madam Speaker? You will talk to him, Madam Speaker?
On his feet, thank you.
They criticize all of these initiatives, Madam Speaker. It was my friend from Caribbean Shores who vehemently got up here and he spoke about all of the roads and the construction, like the leader of the opposition was saying. He grind the government for all of that. And then no, the majority of this budget is on infrastructure. Masterful masquerade, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister his address appears to be an attempt to claim credit for the accomplishments achieved through the combined efforts of a very minimum both of the current and previous governments. And while it is essential to recognize the hard work and dedication of all parties involved, it is also vital to present an accurate, in other words, not tell no lie, and a comprehensive picture of the situation. To ensure a transparent and honest dialogue, Madam Speaker, we must acknowledge the significant role played by the UDP administration in masterminding the debt for nature swap, as well as to admit, we want them to admit to the origins of the debt under the current government. Only then, Madam Speaker, can we have a truthful discussion about the state of our nation's finances. In a constructive dialogue, Madam Speaker, we can address the challenges that lie ahead. Madam Speaker, it is crucial to acknowledge that during the early and challenging stages of COVID-19, the previous UDP administration faced the difficult task of maintaining the salaries of public servants without resorting to cut their pay. I watched them yesterday, all of them jumping up. Oh, we are going to give the teachers back their, last year they gave them back the salary. Now they're giving back the increments and they're jumping up, hip hip hooray, like they're. Madam Speaker, no, the UDP has on its record what we did, you know. No, not at all, sir. It is why you use the phrase very regularly, borrowing $1 million a day. It is why the Prime Minister is able to, in his description of the national debt, say that much of that borrowing, or I don't remember the exact figure now, I probably have it here somewhere, but that was domestic borrowing, because this was when the Prime Minister was borrowing to support the public servants so that we didn't fire them and we didn't cut their pay. But you don't acknowledge that at all. Whenever you listen to them, Madam Speaker, the UDP did this, you would think it was some kind of corruption. The UDP did the responsible thing. The UDP, and I'll tell you why I think it's responsible. Had the UDP administration fired public servants or implemented salary cuts during the height of the pandemic, I know the pandemic won't be not today, you know. The height of the pandemic, when people made it dead for real, when people were afraid to go out. That was what was going on. When we had mandatory lockdowns and shops had to close, businesses had to close, that was the picture that was there. This is why I said it is important that you paint the true picture, man. Tell the truth. It could have created, if we had gone that route of cutting salaries and firing people, Madam Speaker, it could have created an atmosphere of panic, and it could have severely undermined any hope of maintaining any semblance of economic stability. By ensuring the continuity of public servant salaries, the UDP government provided a degree of stability that later allowed this set, the current government, to build upon and achieve the successes that they talk about. All we want our lead credit. If back then, the Prime Minister Barrow does say, you know what, I have to chop the public service in half I want to go home. The Prime Minister did the responsible thing. You will never, maybe you can't comprehend, maybe you can't. What I am telling you, and our good friend, the economist sitting in the back there, Dr. Zab from Dangriga, member for Dangriga, sorry, can tell you the kind of economic horrors that kind of action could have caused. But rather than give the Prime Minister and the UDP kudos, you criticize and you tear it down, and that is the very foundation upon which you are able to do the kind of recovery that you are doing today. It is essential, Madam Speaker, to recognize that during a crisis such as the pandemic, maintaining stability and protecting the livelihood of public servants is of paramount importance. The actions of the UDP, despite their criticisms, contributed to the foundation from which the current government could take further steps to address the nation's economic challenges. Madam Speaker, it is crucial to take a balanced approach. That's what I'm saying to the Prime Minister. Balance your approach. When you're evaluating the strategies and the decisions of both the current and the previous governments, balance the approach. If you listen to them and then do everything, then they're the saviors. And all they're doing is a masterful masquerade, piggybacking on the things that the UDP did in its wisdom. We must recognize the achievements and the challenges faced by each administration and work together. You want us to work with you, but all you do, everything the UDP did was bad. The people don't think so, though. If you listen today, 13 years. Well, how in the world did the people vote for us 3 times consecutively? We must recognize these achievements, Madam Speaker, and we must find creative ways. If you give that mutual respect, then it's an obligation almost on us to make sure that we work with you to find innovative and sustainable solutions that will secure the future of this nation. Madam Speaker, it is common practice for governments to take credit for projects initiated by their predecessors. However, the extent to which this Prime Minister and his current government takes credit for things it didn't do is alarming. The Prime Minister's address cited several examples of ongoing and completed projects that were initiated by the UDP. The fact that the Prime Minister takes no shame, he don't got no shame. The Minister of Education don't got no shame. They gonna go cut ribbon for schools all over the place. They never got nothing to deal with. The man's, you're obliged to do that. All I'm saying, you're obliged to attend the ceremony. Give credit where credit is due. The Prime Minister takes no shame, Madam Speaker, in claiming them as his government's achievements, and this is disingenuous and it lacks integrity. The way I choose to describe it, Madam Speaker, is that they are brazenly snatching the fruits of others' labors. They embody the essence of creative parasites. They're not afraid for you. Outright. Watch the STEAM initiative. I could never believe them. You'd think that they conceive the way they speak about this STEAM initiative. The Prime Minister mentioned it in his, my goodness, I came to this honorable house years ago. The loan was approved years ago. Oh, come on. As if you do not understand how the IFIs work in terms of distribution. I watched as the member from Caribbean Shores paraded.
Members, please. No. Member for, please. Member for Orange Walk South, please, let's respect the standing order.
I watched as maybe it's not you, member for Caribbean Shores, maybe it is more the member for, but no, the police is included, you're a minister of the police, and the BDF minister as well, Madam Speaker. How they parade around and they talk about the monies that they got from Kabir to buy all of the equipment and so on. Please. That was something that the UDP administration mastermind. But let's look at some of the things that the Prime Minister claims in his presentation. Let's look at them. Upgrading of the Caracol Road. I wish somebody, and maybe we should do this as an opposition, we need to go back and see how much time that man who is now the Prime Minister was on this side of the house criticizing the Caracol project. And the member from Cairo South as well. They came here, not one time, Madam Speaker, not two times, they come and they quarrel vociferously against these projects. Now this man put this in a pipe and he smoke this all the way. The Philip Golson Highway, the Ramate bypass, brother, from your constituency. I'm not deign to that. All of these were UDP administration initiatives. Similarly, the upgrading of the Sartineja Road that the UDP administration negotiated. Don't want to do that. If you don't want to, because I have to practice what I preach, Madam Speaker. If you want me to give you credit, there was a move to pave the road from Orange Walk to San Esteban that went terribly wrong, and you point that out so eloquently, so I'll help you. And you have now done something to recover that because the people in San Esteban deserve that piece of road. In fact, you know that we have students attending Muffles College, the high school and the junior college. I don't know about Guinea Grass, that was a part of the country. Oh. And I know that that is something that you are doing, and I think that that is good. The people deserve that. But you all don't tell the truth. The upgrading of the Sartineja Road and the construction of a new bridge at Laguna Seca, I think that all of the colleagues there from the UDP, you could go back, you could look on Channel 5 and 7 News and see how they line across the road in a hard hat with the Taiwanese ambassador, they break ground for that road. I don't know, I come and say, oh, this is wonderful, we glowing achievements. Stop the lie. It makes you hard to believe when you do try to tell the truth. The Prime Minister also cited several programs and initiatives such as Natural Disaster Management Project, Climate and Vulnerability Reduction Program. The man take credit for the Social Investment Fund. That happened that as a matter of routine. The Caribbean Development Bank gives us money for the Social Investment Fund, but it's one of your big achievements. Nothing magical to go on here, no, Madam Speaker, nothing magical. The Sustainable Tourism Program. You know how much time Don Manuel go cut ribbon and then Mayan sites and Placencia Wharf and Kika, I think San Pedro and man, on a blatant man, tell the truth. Tell the truth. They claim credit for all of these programs, Madam Speaker, without acknowledging the previous administration's contributions. And this is dishonest, and it undermines the hard work and dedication of the previous government, and it eats away at our opportunity, if you will, Madam Speaker, for us to work together. Tell the truth, man. It also adds to your credibility when you can tell the truth. People will respect that. They will know that when you say something, it's what you mean. The Prime Minister has claimed the initiative of the new loan program of the DFC designed specifically for MSMEs, especially for women-led businesses. This is also misleading. The fact is that the DFC has been providing loans to the MSMEs, including women-led businesses, from time immemorial. But the current government came into power and they ride these things. They take credit for things that existed before their administration. And it is not only dishonest, Madam Speaker, I repeat again, it is a blatant attempt to mislead the public. But I promise you that I'll also divert and get into some other matters. And I will, I've been going for a bit now, so I will not get into all the details. I will use one ministry, Madam Speaker, to show you how this whole book, this big budget book of a lot of numbers, where the Prime Minister, what is it called? What is the term, the speech? Delivering on plan belief. And show how this full of nonsense. One major criticism, the overall structure of this budget, Madam Speaker, is that it lacks transparency and accountability when it comes to spending. While the budget presents detailed estimates, if you open the budget book of any ministry, Madam Speaker, what do you say? You will see, I really didn't lose it. You will see that they have the 2020, 2021 actuals. You will see that they have the 2021, 2022 actuals. Then they have the estimate for the budget for 2022, 2023. Then they have the revised estimate. I believe this is more or less what they spent with some projection of the fourth quarter included. And then they have estimates for 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025, and so on. The budget presents detailed estimates, actual figures for these previous fiscal years and the current fiscal year. And it also fails to accurately reflect the reality of the spending patterns, and I'll show that. For example, Madam Speaker, previous fiscal years consistently show that certain categories of funds were not fully spent. It would be expected that the estimates, let me break it down for you, Madam Speaker. I want the language to be clear so that my colleagues, but not so much then, the Belizean people need to understand. You see, Madam Speaker, the book tell you, this is how we're going on in 2021, this is how we're going on in 2022, this is for 2023, and then we are 2024, 2025, and I said we're going. If in 2021, you allocate, hypothetically, I can get down to the figures if you want me to, just to show you, and I will. But just so that you know where I'm going with it, Madam Speaker. If in 2021 you allocate, to make matters simple, $100,000, and then the actuals for that year, you spend $5,000. Well, let's make it a little bit more exciting. You spend $50,000. Remember now, you allocate 100 and you spend 50. Common sense will tell you that the next financial year, this is how the budget process works. As it was, I think, the member from Fort George, or maybe it was Pickstock, somebody who spoke yesterday, that spoke about the budget process of the PUP being one that it goes out and it consults and they lock in with the figures, and it's not a cut and paste budget. This is more than cut and paste. Because if you allocate something for one financial year, the actuals show you that you only spend half of it, and the next time you get a chance to make one budget, you still allocate the whopping 100,000 when you know you never spend the 100,000 and there are no special circumstances. But you want to give the impression that you're spending. You're spending so much on these initiatives. It is disingenuous and it is bogus. Let's look at the Ministry of Education. I'll pick one randomly. If you look at the first page under the Ministry of Education, this is the summary. Let's look at the summary. Personal emoluments. Well, let's look at travel and subsistence. So, in 2021, they allocated, well, what was actually spent was 82,193. In 2022, 175,000 was spent. The next year, they allocated 764,791. What was actually spent out of that 764? 269,000. But they estimate this year that they will put again another $703,000, you know, Madam Speaker. If you allocated 764,000 in 2022-2023, and the actuals only show 269,000, and you can't explain the way going on, why is it that you're going to allocate another 700,000? And it's not only for next financial, this new financial year that's coming up. You've allocated that. You estimate that in 2024, 2025, it will be 703,000. You estimate that in 2025, 2026, it will be another 703. You pick any ministry and you will see this happening in this book. Materials, again. Let me use operating costs. $9 million allocated. They only spend 7, but next year, the new financial year, 10 million, 10.6 million. Why? Contracts and consultancies, you allocated $4 million, only spend 175, but for next year, $2.3 million. It happens all over in every one of these ministries. They bloat what they're going to spend because they want to get up and grandstand. You listen to all of them, Madam Speaker, get up and grandstand and say, oh, my ministry has increased spending on this and it's spending on that. Nonsense. Be honest. Tell the people the truth. Do a genuine budget exercise. And you know why this bothers me, Madam Speaker? Because I remember this whole process. I remember having to go to the cabinet room. My friend from Albert will remember, and we had to literally find where part monies, they in their figures, and try to convince the Prime Minister, listen, give me a little more for this project, give me a little more from that. Most of the times I had to try to find it right from within my own ministry. Because I was very clear with my staff, if you don't spend that money, no come back or ask for it next year. But this crowd, Madam Speaker, they don't have any regards for that. And it is happening in every ministry. And then there are some glaring examples, apart from all of that, Madam Speaker, where they don't even allocate the things they need. Watch the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The member from Pickstock was just asking me about that. It's pathetic if you believe in the young people. And if you want to say it was pathetic on the UDP administration, I concede. That was my argument every chance that I got. That if we believe in the young people of this nation and we believe that they are not only the future, they are the present, and we need to spend more on them. But rather than have us face these challenges and take these things on, you all prefer, well, we do the same thing. And I want to hear worse. I don't want to hear. I really don't want to hear. Let us work together to fix these things. And just quickly off the top of my head, this whole program of education, bogus. Everything they listen, Madam Speaker, in 2019, the ministry developed a strategic plan for 5 years. When they said get in, they claim the strategic plan no good. So in 2021, they create for them one strategic plan. You know what they did? Copy everything going in the 2019 strategic plan after UDP administration. Everything they copy. Everything they copied. In fact, let me correct that. It's not everything that they copied because they, as I said in a previous point that I was making, less is happening now in the Ministry of Education than what was happening. I watched how they pontificate about free Southside. I listened to the member from Toledo West talk about education down south. Let me tell you what the UDP administration did for education down south and across this country. Because what you are putting forward now is pale. It's a joke. If it is, we are going to change things. If it is, we are going to manage this country differently. If it is, we are going to put all our eggs in the basket for our young people through education, because it is one of the 3 pillars to get us out of poverty, then you are playing dangerous games. Why is it that I could handle them and I'm young? Don't worry about it. Just turned 35, you over 60. I could handle. Need to hit the. So when I move from Belmont and I get on the ring road, you know. And the fried chicken right near. They boast now, Madam Speaker, about the South. When the UDP was in power, every child at Julian Shaw Technical received their school fees paid. The school fees only $300, Madam Speaker. The other school, Corazon Technical, was created by the United Democratic Party when Peter Eden Martinez came to see me as Minister of Education, and he said, Minister, we have to do something for them people who live south of Punta Gorda, because they have to wake up very early in the morning, no electricity, they have to come all the way to either Toledo Tech or Julian Shaw. Was the UDP who did that? The students and the protested that they become to neglect the students, and I am surprised that the member from Dangriga for not fighting more for the South. I listened to him yesterday talk about Lynham. But I know for no party, want to sell out Lynham, want to turn it into a prison. The 400 acres of land that was attached to Lynham, that Melvin House, God bless him, came to the cabinet and told us of what you were going to do. That is the record of the People's United Party in education. And listen, as you come and everything that line up. Then the IT vet, Stan Creek IT vet, Madam Speaker, the member also spoke about that. When the same Minister of Education now had the opportunity to build those IT vets, you know what he did to the people of the South? And you know, he built the IT vet in the middle of a sinkhole. Every time it rained, everything destroyed. What we call it? Hope Creek. You know, I come here and paint a pretty picture. And the one that they built in Toledo is worse. They find where the camp near Salamanca camp back at God knows where. Nobody goes to the IT vet in Toledo for those very same reasons. We tried to open a school in San Pablo, I think it is. No, Pueblo Viejo, sorry. Pueblo Viejo. I don't make up. You bring my boyfriend Toledo West. You know why I don't make up weeding? Sorry, remember for Fito? Because I have been there.
We call each other by member, right?
I caught that, sorry.
Speaker, that's the second time. So when
you object to that,
you can't call me no weeding at the house?
Yes, that's right.
It's corrected him on that,
That's
member.
the second time. You have to do it 2 times for you to respond.
Member. Have your seat.
Madam Speaker,
What?
I apologize. It was not intentional. I have known the member for Pickstock for many years. He and I went to university together, and that is what he's known as to me. I apologize. So I don't know why he didn't get all bent out of shape.
Well, the standing orders.
You are correct, Madam Speaker, and I beg your pardon, and I beg the pardon of my colleague, and I beg the pardon of this honorable house. I should not have done that. It was inadvertent.
And please, my conduct will not be questioned. I did not know my conduct will not be questioned, member.
That's right.
1 second, please. Member for Pixlock, yes, it's the people's house, but I'm the referee in this house, and one of the standing orders says my conduct will not be questioned. However, as I stated on day one, by all means you may disagree, and if indeed you are aggrieved, there is a procedure for it. That's all I ask. I did not hear the first time. You're saying it's the second. I called the member for Colette out on it. He has gone further and apologized. That's all. I did not hear that, member, but please, members, any member, you are entitled to stand on your point of orders. You really are. And I have acknowledged.
I apologize to you, my colleague. I don't want a beef with my friend, Madam Speaker. He's my friend. Outside of this honorable house, he's my friend. So I don't want a quarrel. That to me doesn't make any sense. So my apologies again to you, my brother. But I was saying, Madam Speaker, that in the South, when we talk about education and they boast, by the time the Prime Minister read the speech, there were all kinds of memes up with school children. One of them, one of my very own niece from Toledo, they're boasting about all the investments they are making in education. And as I said, Madam Speaker, it is nothing that has not already been happening. With school finance reform, Madam Speaker, every child was taken care of. I listened to them talk about $1 million in some rural education program, $1 million and 600 and odd children. Every child, and for those of you who don't know, Julian Cho Technical School alone has about 1,000 children. It is one of the largest, if not the largest secondary school in the country. All 1,000 of those children got the subsidy, Madam Speaker, that paid off their entire school fees for first and second farm. When we opened Corazon Creek, we did the same thing, all the first and second farmers, and because I had developed a relationship with the population there, Madam Speaker, the people of the communities, they asked me, they called me to a meeting, I went down there and they asked me, Minister, what about our children now? They need to go to third and fourth farm, and we gave all of them their payments, and I had to do the same thing for the 1,000 students at Julian Cho. Fact. I'm going to talk about free education. The record of the United Democratic Party is free education. The PUP has never given free education in their life. All they are doing is continuing what the UDP started. Remember, it was under Manuel Esquivel, the Prime Minister, that he wiped away, he tried to wipe away, but the system is such a confusion that, in fact, they undermined the whole concept of what the UDP wanted when it did that free education initiative. It was under the UDP that all the students in Stan Creek, in Toledo, in Corozal, because those are the 3 poorest districts, they received the subsidy automatic. All first and second farmers, it was under the UDP that we allowed for the program where they had to apply in even the central areas, Belize City and in Cayo and in Orange Walk. It was basically a giveaway. Once you applied, you got in. You got the support. It was only because of COVID, Madam Speaker, that we had to lower what was given to $200. I don't know what they do since then. I hear people complain. But the subsidy is dead as far as I know. I am amazed that they could boast about 11,000 students getting help. Where? And it was also the UDP who said that we will give you a scholarship to go to sixth form to pay for your credit hours if you took 6 CXCs and you passed them. There were certain conditions. And guess what, Madam Speaker? The government would pay for your CXCs. This crowd are killed that, you know. Talk about investment in education. Where is it allocated in this budget that you will continue to pay for CSEC exams for students? You don't do that. You did away with the program, which is why I'm saying, Madam Speaker.
Member, just let us take care of the procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think that. Thank you, Member for Colette.
I was saying, Madam Speaker, that the payment for CXC is no longer there. Once you pass those 6 CXCs or CSEC examinations, you could then get a tuition scholarship to go to 6th form, again started by the UDP. I don't hear nothing about that, no, you know. Nothing about that. And if you have it there, you're doing yourself a disservice by not claiming credit for it, because it seems to be your style. You should write that up in the book too. I said the PUP administration is now paying for tuition for tertiary level students. It must mean it's not happening. Indeed. They got one thing now where they call, Madam Speaker, Connect Ed a seat. And then they boast about how much megs the schools are getting. This is an whole initiative in your own homes. 5 years ago, you were okay with 512 megabytes and 1 gig internet and so on. No, when your house got 20 gigs, they laugh, my children laugh at me because I still got 20 gigs. They laugh at you. It is the same thing. BTL or Digi or whatever you want to term it as, now has upgraded its policy of what the amount of bandwidth that they give to schools across the country. And one new initiative, Connect Ed, please. What you should have done is continue with the initiative of the United Democratic Party, where we were distributing devices to students on kill the program, on kill the initiative during COVID-19 when children didn't have devices in their homes, and we made an emergency move to try to criticize it and talk about all kind of corruption whenever it happen, and I forget to know. But now, when we talk about bandwidth, we wanted to give schools, but the children in their homes don't have a device and can't connect. Then the member from Pixoc likes to talk about a cell phone being the same thing as a device. Nonsense. You ever try to tell a student you need to go type on a paper with 800 words from a cell phone? If we're serious, when the UDP left the Ministry of Education, there was a plan in train for the textbooks of secondary schools. The children, still the young people, they are not children, Madam Speaker. High schoolers don't like to be called children. They are young persons, young adults. They go to school, they say they thief them math book and they don't want to carry it, they stuff it under the desk. I was a high school teacher and vice principal. I know. There was an initiative in place that would have seen us buying the rights for the textbooks that could be loaded on devices for those children, and you kill that. If you are serious about moving with the times, those are the kinds of things that should be in this budget. If you are serious about investing in our children, these are the kinds of things that would be in our budget. But no, you're the boss about, oh, they give students $200. We don't even try, raise it, take it back to the $300. You know how many, you know what secondary school costs? Then you talk about Belize City Southside. You should be ashamed. That initiative was always there. It was, in fact, the Ministry of Education under the United Democratic Party that saved those government schools on the south side. And from the time we had to do that rescue mission, those secondary schools, Madam Speaker, received subventions from the government over and beyond what they needed to, so that students who just said, I need to go, Gwen Liz, Sadie Verdon, Maud Williams, Excelsior High School, no, come. Oh, all of these schools were undersubscribed. And now you come like, oh, we're doing the south side a big favor. Please. That was long ago there. I'm told that you're giving the students $3 for a meal. What part you could buy anything for eat for $3? You shut down the kitchen that was at Frank Lizama Center on Magazine Road that was providing 800 meals for Belizean children every day. Shame on you, member from Dangriga. You closed down good John Castillo, because of the UDP. They provide 200 meals for school children in Dangriga. You shut down the operation. You, sir, are the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, and your own Dangriga, you cut off your nose to spite your face. My goodness. John Berger could cook good, man. The children are happy. Going down there and see the operation myself, but because the man are UDP, you don't have to cut off the man. Give somebody else then. The clerk you know about all of that, because you're from Dangriga. Sorry. Yeah, it's pitiful, Madam Speaker. It's pitiful. Under the UDP tax, let me, in keeping with the South, every single school in the South, Gulisi, Georgetown Tech, when asked to Georgetown, Madam Speaker, and I give credit where credit is due. I promised the member from Stankwik I would never bring up this point again, but they had already secured the monies to build Georgetown Technical, the buildings, you know. Georgetown Technical, me there, through and Lee Road at Georgetown, in our hut, one and a touch roof. And the first visit that I made down south when I was Minister of Education, the principal, Mr. Casemiro, confined me way back there and said, Minister, what is going on with our plan? And the reason why the project was being held up was because there was a certain former minister who owned the land that the school was to be placed on. And they put down a whole foundation for he. Anyway, I promised the man and I'm going to talk no more about that. Georgetown is now one of the spanking state-of-the-art institutions in this country. Technical institution. Then you want to talk about teacher training in the South? Every single teacher received their training courtesy of the government. I believe 95% of their training was paid for. Where in this budget is that, Madam Speaker? You want to talk about some TI Institute where we want to put the teachers there and where they could ask some senior nonsense on a week. Independence High School. Again, all of those students receive assistance. Every school, you name it, in Dangriga, member from Dangriga, every school received buildings. Airport Methodist, the Adventist school. When Francis Humphreys and your good Mr. Sabal, well, those are two very good gentlemen, I will tell you, both excellent educators. It's a pity that they were on the opposite sides politically, because that created a havoc. One at the sixth form and one at the high school. Excellent. Dangriga and ecumenical rose to the top levels. As you miss me at ecumenical, every opportunity we're giving people scholarship on top of scholarship. That is the UDP's legacy in education in the South. The teachers needed to go to school. They used to have to catch the public transport. The government provided school buses for the teachers to ride on. That is the UDP's legacy in education in the South. In Orange Walk too, never got no school bus. Corozal never got no school bus. Everybody had to find their way to Corozal Community College. The UDP under this man right here came to me and said, we need something for the people in the rural, because they don't have no, well, most of the people in the north go to school at Escuela Mexico or at
Adventist College?
the Belize Adventist College or at Corozal Community College. And I see the member from Orange Walk, he's looking at me. Yes, in your constituency too, we put in school runs for the children. This is the record. Now I hear my friend from Toledo West, the sweat poor Alfonso Sanchez, so all these school buses are running our convention. But no, man, pathetic.
Member for College, please watch the
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, my apologies. This is the record of the UDP in education. I watched again as they big up special education. You know what I watched the CEO gone, not a word about the UDP administration. It looked like what the Prime Minister practices trickle to everybody. They actually gone and give speech, Madam Speaker. Our graduation ceremony where graduate must be 30 people with master's degree in a special education. When I went around and I found out that we needed training in special ed, this is one of the brainchilds of Patrick Faber and the UDP, but you think they mention anything? Don't mention Faber then, I am a public servant. But mention the UDP, tell the people the truth. Our listeners when they talk about polyclinic here, polyclinic there. And me and good brother Pablo broke the ground for that Belmopan clinic. But I want to take credit for that. I got the key car, I got broke ground as well. I want to crush all the initiatives that we got. What happened to the land for the high school at San Pedro? What happened to the monies from the CDB for the high school in San Pedro? What happened to the school that is to be in Omar Figueroa's former constituency, where the man still represent the constituency? Uno just crush all the programs there. All of those people they need a high school. The students in your area, remember from Kakayo Nartis, I'm surprised at him for not, have you spoken already? You did. I bet you didn't say anything about the hundreds of high school age children in your constituency who are not going to school. You know why they're not going to school? Because the parents believe that they make better farm hands than educated people. I am telling you, I know they ask you. No, we not take away the money. We did not ask the minister, no. Ask the man from Dangriga, you ask them where the money gone. All of this was diverted. There was to be a high school on Farmers Road. I promise me, good, Bishop, I will work with him. Put one Anglican high school for Farmers Road, gone to the water. Nobody in that area, everybody have to come all the way down to Belize City, or deep Belize City. This crowd, Madam Speaker, half of the thing, the budget. Anyway. Madam Speaker, I will be kind and I will move on to getting closer to the end. And I can promise my colleagues that the rest of what I have to say might be pleasurable to their ears, depending on how objective they are, you see? Because I really hope that we could get to that point where we can be objective. Madam Speaker, I stand before this Honorable House today to acknowledge the equitable distribution of the Constituency Development Fund to constituencies across our nation, including those led by opposition members. The decision, Madam Speaker, reflects the government's commitment to the democratic principles, the understanding that national development should be a collaborative effort, transcending political affiliations. The CDF, Madam Speaker, plays a crucial role in addressing the unique needs of each constituency and empowering local leaders to implement tailored development projects by ensuring an equitable, Madam Speaker, that word is a problem for some people, not equal, but equitable. As you may know, Madam Speaker, different constituency sizes get different kind of assistance. And there are some that get way too much, like my friend from Fort George, you get way too much for, some will argue, Madam Speaker, that it can never be too much. In fact, I can attest that no matter what is given, the needs of the people, this is how I know that no 68,000 get relief from poverty. This approach, Madam Speaker, by the government serves as a testament to the spirit of unity and cooperation that sometimes comes from the government for the progress of our country. It is heartening to see that despite our political differences, we can come together to make decisions that benefit the entire nation and contribute to the common good. And may I pause, Madam Speaker, to say thanks as well to my friend, a member from Freetown, who, of course, has afforded opposition constituencies assistance for education as well. It's not what we want it to be. And I know what they will say, boy, when the UDP was in, Well, when the PUP were in the first time, we never get no community votes neither. None. I don't even think we may get office votes. That's how bad it was. And as bad as Ralph Fonseca was, he was the one who looked out for the opposition from time to time, which is probably why we get rid of the man now. Moving forward, Madam Speaker, I encourage the government to continue promoting equitable policies that cater to the diverse needs of our constituencies and to foster collaboration and dialogue between all parties. By working together in the best interest of our citizens, we can build stronger and more prosperous and unified nation. And if you allow me, Madam Speaker, I want to speak about some of the initiatives that we are doing in our College constituency, supported by the funds from the Constituency Development Fund. One of the most noteworthy programs, Madam Speaker, is the introduction of a financial literacy program for all Standard 5 and Standard 6 students at Unity Presbyterian School. If you follow my Facebook page, Madam Speaker, you will see that we not only ran this initiative in the classrooms for these students, but we took them, and I didn't play any politics, my friend from Fort George. I took the students of Standard 5 and Standard 6 from Buckaway, Leland, and Bridge areas to Holy Redeemer Credit Union to open credit union accounts for all of them. And we put $50 in all of their accounts. And of course, the program teaches them, Madam Speaker, to save regularly. I was pleased to see that they also received a little piggy bank. And I never know they still make piggy bank. But they come in very colorful colors, and the students are encouraged to save. And Madam Speaker, we did this initiative not only for the students, we've encouraged the parents to be involved, we've encouraged the teachers to be involved as well. To bridge the digital divide, something that I believe strongly in, Madam Speaker, we have also embarked on an initiative to give laptop devices to students who are in need. And we are now up to 35 individual laptops. We have another distribution ceremony very shortly. And it is our hope that the students who receive these laptops don't only use it for their personal needs in school, but they go and they share it with their families as well. We have also, Madam Speaker, supported our hardworking teachers from the constituency by helping them with contributions to aid in the development of their classrooms, especially at the start of the school year. But in all honesty, at any given time, we have had burglaries in our schools, and I make a plea to citizens out there who are engaged in such burglary. The only thing worse you could do is go rob the church. In fact, I would be tempted to think that when you rob a school, it's worse than robbing the church. We also provide, Madam Speaker, assistance to our constituents who have medical issues, who have funeral situations. We also give assistance for education because, while I'm grateful to the Minister of Education, as I've said before, the assistance is simply not enough. We have helped with the infrastructure at both of the primary schools that are in our constituency, that is Grace Primary School, which has a part of its campus on Farbers Road. They have a building initiative, and I know that the Ministry of Education has helped in that initiative, and I thank you, Minister of State and Minister of Education, for support to that school for its building initiative. I want to thank as well Ms. Sandy Bradshaw, the General Manager of Grace Primary Schools. We're about to deliver on some computers for teachers even, Madam Speaker, at that school. But we've helped Unity Presbyterian as well with infrastructure for their fence, for landfill for their schoolyard. We've helped as well, Madam Speaker, those who are interested in opening their own small businesses. We have insisted when we give small business support to these persons, though, that they do some kind of training program in financial literacy. Like I know the Taiwanese with Peacework, Dr. Bob did a wonderful initiative. I congratulate all, I think it was 45 women, 50 women who completed that initiative to help them to be more productive. It's a wonderful initiative. In fact, I've asked Dr. Bob, and I know you might follow, Tracy, to do something specifically for the women in the Collet area. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we have extended our support to local artists who want to do little recordings or want to buy equipment, and we also support various sporting events. I mentioned last time Dion Pussy Flowers. He was always coming to ask for some support for his initiatives. Larry, I don't know, poor famous club, we support Larry. We support Dara, even though nothing really connected to our constituency, Dara Robinson. You know, we do things like this with the monies that are allotted to us, and while it's not a lot of money, it goes a long way. Madam Speaker, we will continue to work diligently for the betterment of our community and strive to create more opportunities for growth and development in the future. Before I go, Madam Speaker, it's when you don't stick to the script. There's one thing that I want to commend the government for, and maybe it's fitting that I put it here since it's me, I don't want to say Lord might be a very strong word, Madam Speaker, but giving credit where credit is due. The Prime Minister announced that they have reached some kind of understanding with the unions on a contributory pension plan. And I say to that, hip, hip, hooray. That burdensome onus on the public purse has always, in my view, been irresponsible and unfair. And I believe those are the words that the Prime Minister used as well. And with no disrespect to teachers and public servants, I think it is in fact something that will aid to make sure that there is something there for them when they retire. And so I think that's a good move. I congratulate the government. It is something that I had long advocated for as Minister of Education for so long. I wish you all luck with concluding the collective bargaining agreement that has been going on forever. I know that the member for Fort Judge, and is it you, or is it I know the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Education. Who else is on the team? Just those two. Well, they have the patience of Job, I'm sure. And they have put in the work, Madam Speaker, and I commend them. Finally, please allow me to thank some of the smartest people in this country, Madam Speaker, the people of the Collet constituency who continue to give me their unconditional love and support. They have been my... You make a one call your way. Left me alone, man. Left me alone. I really, really admire my people, Madam Speaker, and please know that they mean a lot to me, and I will continue to work for them. And lastly, I want to announce, Madam Speaker, before I sit down, that I am once again a father, and I have welcomed, in the time I was away, a new son, Felix John Farber, a bouncing baby boy with colored eyes. That probably that me they name one line. And of course, apart from being a proud representative, I've always maintained that I'm a proud father, and so I'm pleased to share that news today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corozal Bay.
Is it? I was going to say good morning, but it's good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I get into my contribution towards the budget 2023-2024, I sat listening to the representative from Collet, and I know that it must burn him as the former Minister of Education, what he could not do in 13 years, this government has done in just 2 years. We are rolling out free education to the most marginalized people because we know that is the way to get our people out of poverty. This is not lip service, this is action. I also heard him mentioning about, there's a term you used, member from Colette. I think it was masterful masquerade. I think he used it about 10 times, if I'm not mistaken. The representative from Colette mentioned about borrowing of money by the present government. What he failed to mention is that these loans were put to good use and not for the purchase of tacos. Money was rolling then and was being used for things that were not good for our people. When I speak, member of Colette, I speak with the facts. And I want to remind you something here today. Under your legacy, you keep speaking about the UDP legacy, under your watch, in 2015, the number of students attending school in pre-primary was 7,618 students. There was a drastic decline in 2020 with only 4,914 students. Where were you? We look at the primary school students. In 2015, 68,084 students. 2020, 61,914 students. Drastic decline as well. You spoke about ANRI. Under your watch, ANRI was totally abandoned with only 38 students. We are bringing back that school because we believe in education. The education performance in terms of CXC and PSC declined under your watch. So, if we're going to be speaking today about this budget and how it has nothing for our people, then I was really hoping that, being that you were in the education sector, that you would have been objective. However, that was not the case. Madam Speaker, a pleasant good morning to all our Belizean people, especially to the beautiful people of Corozal Bay, who granted me the privilege on March 2021 to represent them in this honorable house. Being that we are in Women's Month, I take this time to salute all our Belizean women for your immense contributions and for working towards breaking that invisible ceiling. We have gone a long way, but there is still much work to be done. It is of utmost importance, dear women, that we listen to the voice inside of us saying that we must not quit. Before getting into politics, I was discouraged by many not to get into politics because it's not a place for women. And I was told that it was difficult and I would not be able to handle it. If I had listened to this negative advice, I would not be here today. As women, we should support one another in this plight and not be in competition with each other. Madam Speaker, allow me to share my contributions to Budget 2023-2024. To whom much is given, much is expected. We, the PUP government, under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, are indeed blessed to have been given this opportunity by our people to take our country in the right direction. It is our moral responsibility to serve our constituents despite political affiliation, Today, I take this opportunity to commend Honorable Briceño for including the area reps of the opposition in the community fund. We are an inclusive government that does not look on political affiliation, but rather at the needs of our people. I am proud to be a part of this government, which is a proactive government, and not a government that just reacts to situations. Madam Speaker, allow me to give some brief remarks on the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. I will not go in detail as Minister Dolores Valderramos Garcia has been very explicit in her presentation, and I would not want to be repetitive. However, it is very important to emphasize that we are not a ministry responsible of solely giving grocery bags. It certainly goes beyond that. On Wednesday, I kept hearing the representative from Mesopotamia talking over and over about this year's budget in terms of the grocery bags. Where is he? Oh, he left already. Today, I say to you, yes, grocery bags are good, but at the ministry, empowering our people and offering much needed services and programs to them are of utmost importance. Under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, we are a government that is against having our people depending on politicians. Our vision and aim, according to Plan Belize, and which is in line with this budget 2023-2024, is to make our people independent. Empowerment is key. Today, I say thank you to Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia for the arduous work that you do in the ministry. Special Envoy Rosana Briceño for being an exceptional advocate for families and children. CEO Tanya Santos, thank you for all the work you do, certainly not going unnoticed. Thank you to the staff of Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs for the productive work you do on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, this government is not about having a quick fix on crime and poverty, but a multifaceted approach where various ministries are working together to make the lives of our Belizean people much better. The area representative of Mesopotamia kept on mentioning about the number of houses that have been built by this present government. Of course, he was very negative and biased in his presentation. Today, I would like to invite the representative of Mesopotamia to come to Corozal Bay. Come and see the houses that were built by the previous area rep of the United Democratic Party. It is very sad and frustrating to see the caliber of these houses. Leader of opposition, you and I know that our people deserve better and should not be taken for granted. Are we to turn a blind eye and act as if these poorly planned houses are of good quality? I don't even know if I should even call them houses. I know that the representative from Corozal North would certainly agree with me. This government is about building quality houses for our people. In collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure, a total of 5 houses and more are in process for our Corozal Bay residents. The budget for this year was taken into careful consideration and is in line with Plan Belize, which has our people at heart. I look forward to once more working together with the various ministries to provide assistance, especially with health, education, and land to our people. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to share about the Corozal Bay constituency. Before I do so, I take this opportunity to say a heartfelt thanks to the Corozal Bay Executive for their support and hard work. I appreciate it very much. You were with my brother and have been with me in the good and bad times. Thank you. I want to acknowledge somebody who is in the house right now. Special thanks to Mr. Godfrey Jones. He's right up there sitting down. He is a loyal soldier and he has turned his life around, and we are here for you, Godfrey. Thank you for supporting. In the month of June 2022, the UWG Corozal Bay chapter held a pedicure training for women at the Corozal Bay PUP headquarters. Happy to report that the women who attended the training now do pedicures and have their own clientele. On July 29, 2022, the Corozal Bay area representative, along with the executive, inaugurated the David Dido Vega multipurpose complex. And this included a basketball court, volleyball court, 2 bleachers were added, 5-a-side football field, along with 2 goalposts were added, food stall for food vendors, benches, garbage bins, swing slide set, seesaw, climbing dome, and solar lights were installed at the complex. Now, this was an area that had been totally abandoned. Now, the people in that neighborhood can now enjoy the facilities there. In the month of August 2022, a 2-week volleyball camp for the Bay children were held at that specific complex. And at the end of the camp, children were given awards. Happy to report that children who attended that camp are now in respective volleyball teams at their schools. Also, we did a bike-a-thon on Sunday, December 10, 2022, where all the schools that participated were given water coolers. Cash certificates were awarded to the early bird, youngest, and the eldest participants. It was an excellent event where you had families coming together and doing this. We also inaugurated the first 2 houses, along with Minister Julius Espat and Ms. Marissa Lamia. On December 20, the Corozal Bay Children's Christmas Party was held, catering approximately to 1,200 Bay children with Christmas gifts, food, and drinks. On December 28, 2022, trophies and plaques were given to basketball players, veteran basketball players, and referees, all sponsored by the Corozal Bay Area Representative and the Executive. We also had an appreciation dinner for the Corozal's under 15 and under 18 boys basketball champs. Individual medals for all players. And the young men really enjoyed this. They really felt included, and an award was given to them and really made them feel good. In the first quarter of this year, we will be delivering 3 more new houses. And at the end of the month, we started in the month of January, Corozal Bay Eco Project commenced near the Chactamal area, where we're working in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Forestry, where a hanging bridge is being placed there, and this will help Corozal in terms of tourism. I know this area is very dark at night, so light will be placed there as well, and it's to attract more people to come to Corozal. Corozal is blessed with a beautiful bay, and so we must do our best to have people come and visit us. On February 26, 2023, a health fair was held at the Corozal Bay PUP headquarters. Approximately 90 patients, including kids, received health screenings such as blood pressure, glucose, nutritional assessment, and medication was free of cost. In addition, we've been helping in sports, donating backboards, rim, nets, and even though it's an area that was brought about by the previous government, like I said, we don't look at political affiliation. We're trying to help as much as possible. In collaboration with Minister Requena, 2 underground water wells for our constituents who had no water supply. Also, we had our women's football marathon. And there was a swearing in of the Corozal Bay youth movement. And Mayor Rigo Veos, the National BYM President, Ms. Marisa Cervantes, National BYM Executive, Ms. Sadie Quetzal, who is known for Don't Tax My Femininity, were there to witness this very important event because we must get our youths together and have them take part in community projects. The Corozal Bay Area Rep also assisted the Bay constituents with land titles, purchase prices, educational grants, and of course, this was done in collaboration with Minister Hyde. And we are trying our best as well to assist with first-time landowners. We also help with Meals on Wheels with the Help Page, our elderly. You know, many times our elderly are not given the attention they so much deserve, so we do that in Corozal Bay. Yeah. We also helped with the Corozal Community College Band Fest with a donation of $5,000. You all know that we have the Love FM Band Festival coming up. And so we believe in youth empowerment and we're helping that way as well. Illumination in our tongue is very important as well. So we are looking to be setting up some lights around the tongue. There are projects that will be coming up for both our women and our youth. We have a house that will be open very soon to provide activities and services to our women and youth in Corozal. Coming up as well, we have a Bay Fest, which will be taking place in a few weeks, where families will be able to come together and enjoy quality time. It is important that we bring back quality time with families, and this, of course, is being done in conjunction with NICH. Today, I want to put on record that it is important that we develop a plan as well for the Andres Campos Civic Center, which is in deplorable conditions. Unfortunately, under the previous government, there was finance that was made available, but the area rep then decided to divert those funds somewhere else. And so unfortunately, our youths in Corozal do not have that state-of-the-art civic center which can be found in other districts. And so I believe that hopefully in the coming years, we will be able to provide this for our youth in Corozal. These safe places are vital to keep our youths away from drugs and crime. Madam Speaker, last but definitely not least, I take this opportunity to commend you for being the advocate in having a woman parliamentarian caucus, which is a first of its kind in Belize. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, with that being said, I fully support Budget 2023-2024 without any reservations. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
I recognize the member for Stank Request.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon, and I stand in support of the appropriation bill for 2023-2024. I felt that it was well thought out and it's reaching out to every part of society. Before I go into my presentation, Madam Speaker, I'd like to maybe say a few responses to the member for Khaled in his presentation. I assume the responsibility of the Minister of Youth and Sports, and I can tell you that in those two departments, practically nothing was going on. People go to work just to get pay and no production. But when the Prime Minister decided to separate youth and sports along with transportation, then it make the people feel that youth and sport is a priority because our young people of this country are very important. So now youth and sports is the main ministry in the youth, sports and transportation. The member talked about Georgetown Technical High School, and he will never bring it up again in this National Assembly, but he brought it up again today. Under the circumstances I met him, he promised me maybe 7 years ago that that story would have been dead, because I guess he never wanted me to talk under what circumstances I met him. But I will not ever speak about what and how I met him and when he told me that. He also talked about Henry. Madam Speaker, Henry sits on a very important piece of land in the Stangrose constituency, and I'm sure the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Dr. Zab, is doing his best to revamp and revive Henry. And I know likewise the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Husamai, will work closely with him to make Henry become the success in agriculture that we want it to become. And I will also work with them because it's almost close to my constituency, and together we can make it happen. Before getting to the presentation, Madam Speaker, I mean, a lot of controversies over the last 2 weeks, but I want to categorically state and go back to the Constitution of Belize. And 41(2) of the Constitution states, where a minister has been charged with responsibility for any department of government, he shall exercise general directions and control over the department of government. Section 48. Subject to direction and control of the minister pursuant to section 41(2) of this Constitution, every department of government shall be under the supervision of a public officer whose office is referred to as in this Constitution as the officer, as the office of the chief executive officer. But that person must work under the directive of the minister responsible for that particular ministry. Likewise, Madam Speaker, the Cabinet shall be the principal instrument of policy with general direction and control of the government of Belize, and shall be collectively responsible to the National Assembly for all things done by or under the authority of any minister in the execution of his office. So the minister is responsible to the Cabinet, and the Cabinet is responsible to the National Assembly if anything goes wrong in a particular ministry. So with that said, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister entrusted me to be the person responsible for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transportation. I will execute my duty to the best of my ability to make sure that the Belizean public benefit as I being the minister responsible for that particular ministry. Madam Speaker, as I turn to sports, in 2021, $1.7 million was allotted to sports in 2021. In budget of 2023 to 2024, $3.2 million have been allocated for over a period of 3 years. So I can tell you that under the PUP government, we recognize the importance of sports, so it has been increased by a whopping 53%. The minister, or a member from Pickstock, when I assumed the responsibility of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transportation, told me that, Minister Ferguson, we need to collaborate and improve the Borgia Field. And so, with his funds from the Belize Tourism Board, from the Ministry of Sports or the Department of Sports, and likewise the FFB, we agreed to fund the $450,000 for the Borgia Field. And today it's a living example. As the minister responsible, Minister Mala, I will ensure that we keep that stadium or that facility properly maintained and properly secured, because it's a very, very expensive venture. And I believe other parts of the country need to do the same. I visited the field by the Raccoon Street Police Station about a month ago. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, that particular field is in a deplorable condition. And I want to assure the people of that area, especially the Thomas, that within this budget, we are going to renovate that football field for the people of Belize City. MCC football field has been a tradition for many, many years, as we can reflect back in history. It was partially destroyed by Hurricane Lisa over 60 years. Partially destroyed by Hurricane Lisa. Right now, we are doing a study of MCC and putting a plan together to figure out how we can get back the MCC to where it was in the past. So in the coming months, you will see some complete transformation at the MCC football field. Mexico Center. It was also partially destroyed by Hurricane Lisa. Practically the entire roof gone. To renovate it back, it will cost us over $300,000. Even though that center had not been fully passed over to the country of Belize by Mexico through UNOX. I went to Mexico 3 weeks ago, and we brought up the conversation with them, and they asked us to do an estimate and to get back to them and see how they can assist in repairing back Mexico Center. So in a matter of months, you will see Mexico Center back in action. Rogers Stadium. You have the name of a long-time politician. For 13 years, UNP was government, and nothing was done to Rogers Stadium. Last year, I brought up in cabinet that I believe that the dividends from BTL and BL, every year a portion of it should go to improve facilities in this country. And I believe I have the full support of cabinet, so I'm working on estimates now. So I'm taking the cabinet, I hope we can look at least 1 or 2 facilities every year to make sure we improve sports in this country. There are among the students, I believe about 30 of them, who went to study sports education in Cuba over the last maybe 20 years. And they come back and they get lost in our society because there is not opportunities for them in sports. We are trying to engage those educators who came back to Belize and figure out how they can contribute for the development and advancement of sports in this country. Hopefully within next month, we are going to dialogue with them and see where we go from there. National basketball tournament. We had a pandemic for 2 years. And last year when I became the Minister of Sports, I told the Sports Council that we are going to launch basketball across the country. It was the first of its kind, but every part of the country had the opportunity to play basketball. And it climaxed in Belize City with a bang. It was a very expensive venture. So if we launch it again, we have to make sure we can engage the private sector. Because I believe that people want to contribute, but because it was dormant over the last 13 years, people lost faith in sports in this country. But sports by itself should be an industry. In November of last year, we held the first National Youth and Sports Symposium in this country. Madam Speaker, I can tell you it was a success because young people came from all walks of life and they want to see a difference in this country. And lo and behold, after the symposium was over, I got a call from Peace Corps volunteers in Belize. And I said, Minister Ferguson, what you all did was a great success. And we want to see how we can work with you all to make sure we continue to improve the development of sports in this country. And we signed an agreement, an MOU, about a month and a half ago. In that MOU, they are going to have 22 volunteers come to the country in September, and they will be placed across the country to assist with the development of sports for the next 3 years. When I assumed the ministry, there was division amongst the different federations. Everybody doing their own thing. But I say we all are working for one objective, for one goal, to improve sports in this country. So 3 times I brought them together, and I said we must form one committee to represent all federations. So right now, we're in that process. I hope that in the next month or 2, the Sports Council can continue to proceed, and we have one committee that represents all the federations in this country. Because many times they are there working on their own, don't have any assistance, have any funds for them to progress for the betterment of young people. For the first time in the history of sports, the Sports Council have enough mobilization across the country when it comes to transportation. Every single district in this country have a vehicle that's assigned to sports that they can move around within a particular constituency and a particular district. So for example, in the Corozal district, that person can go from village to village to promote sports in the entire Corozal district, because we want to make sure our young people are engaged in development of sports. I want to also acknowledge UNICEF. They have been very good to us at the Department of Sports and likewise in the Department of Youth Services, because they recognize that the young people of this country are the future. So they assist us wherever they can in transportation, in whatever activity that we carry through, because they say that we must provide for the young people of this country. So, Madam Speaker, as the Minister responsible for sports, the new Executive Board was recently inaugurated. I will task them with the responsibility to make sure that the funds for the National Sports Council is spent properly for the development of sports in this country. The Department of Youth Services has also been put. Huh? Yes, yes, let me go back, Minister. All right. Minister, Madam Speaker, tonight, the pride of joy of our country, Belize, will take on Guatemala. Our country population is less than 500,000, and Guatemala population is almost 17 million. And so we might say we are the underdog, but we can go there tonight and show full support to our national team, and we can maybe secure a victory tonight and make our country Belize proud. So since this meeting is going to last maybe till after 5, I want to urge all my colleagues, let's go out and give that full support to our team and to our boys for the country of Belize. Mr. Elvey talked about the stadium in Corozal, and likewise in Orange Rock. Both Nine districts have the worst facilities when it comes to sports. As a minister, I want to help you put an estimate together, and I will challenge Cabinet that we can get BL and BTL to sponsor these activities or these facilities through the funds that should be allotted to government as revenues for government. Because I believe that sports have to take the advantage, have to take the responsibility and make sure that they provide for our young people of this country. So I go to youth and sports. When we assumed this department, Madam Speaker, it was in a disarray. Nobody goes to work, but practically everybody gets paid. And when the PUP became the government, we had a new director, in the name of Mr. Kevin Kiro. And to my dismay, he's a man who pushed, and we have seen where the Department of Youth Services and the Ministry of Home Affairs are working together to improve the crime situation in Belize City. And I believe with the collaboration, we are seeing some positive strides. The minister can come here and say, you know what, for the month of March, we might have very little crime, very little murder in Belize City. So, Mr. Minister, thank you for working with us. And a job program, June 2022 to September 2022, we train 150 youths in Belize City. Also, Between March 2022 and June 2022, 58 youths. Youth Entrepreneur Mixer, October 2022 to December 2022, 75 youths. Youth Entrepreneur Expo, that will bring in for 100 young people in the very near future. Behavioral Modification and Conflict Management Service. Program activity, the date and number of youths. Remedial classes in English and math program for active gang members. January 2022 to December 2022, 300 young men and women. Alternative to Violence program training, May 2022 to July 2022, 100 community members, youth and professionals. Community committees, June 2022, September 2022. 3 committees were created, Port Loyola, St. Martin's, and Bodun Bay. Community Beautification Work Program, January 2022 to March 2023. 700 young men and women from Belize City in collaboration with the Ministry of Home Affairs to make sure that we can reduce crime in the country. People who want to work, if you can provide a job for them. In and out conflict, in and out school conflict medication, January 2022 to March 2023, 1,500 plus people were engaged through mediation. Sorry, mediation. Yeah. Graduation, June 2022, 250 active gang members graduated from the remedial classes. Banner of Brothers Camp Retreat, July 2022, 50 active gang members. Training in basic counseling, September 2022 to November 2022, 80 youth professionals. Prison life skill presentation, March 2022 to November 2022, 200 young inmates. Counseling and wellness service area. Grieve and last sessions, January 2022 to December 2022, 75 youths. Living with it, January to July, 270 persons. Heal Up with Roots, April to September, 20 community members. Family needs assessment, July 2022, 700 families. Community mapping, January 2022 to February 2023, 30 stakeholders. In school engagement health literacy, January to December 2022, 2,000 plus students. Diversion program, August to November, March, 50 students. Alternative to Violence, March 2022, 3 students. Community outreach, health education, and booth display, 4,000 plus people. As we go along, you can see where the youth department is positively trying to change the lives of our young peoples. In school promotion of DYS services, 5,000 plus students. DYS summer tutoring programs and beauty camp, 1,000 youth. Outreach promotion DYS services, 2,000 plus young people. Collaborations with stakeholders in the area of disabilities, activities, protection, and safety and sports. January 2022 to December 2022, 1,000 plus young people. Youth Rising Star Competition, March 2022 to August 2022, 50 young artists. International Youth Day, August 2022, 2,000 plus youth both in person and virtually. CARICOM Regional Conference, August 2022, 56 youths. Madam Speaker, I believe that we are doing our best with the limited budget that we have. While I was in the House on Wednesday, I got a call from the Director of Youth Services and told me, Mr. Minister, I know House meeting is going on, but we need for you to go along with us in the village of Yoren Creek. And I'm happy that I went. We walked the village and meet a lot of young people who are involved in different illegal activities. And most of them are under the age of 16 years old. And we met a vigil for a little guy, Matut, who died by gunshot a month ago. And then people there were very, very sad because one of our own was lost. And so we commit to them that we are coming back into your village to form a committee among the mothers to see if we can curb the crime in the village of Rowan Creek. They were very happy. And so in April of 2023, when we opened the Mountain Pine Challenge, we want to cater for over 200 young people to go to mountain for over 2 years, and hopefully when they're finished with their training, we'll be able to get them into the BDF, the police, and the Coast Guard. I will extend an invitation to all members of the National Assembly because it's a very important activity to show our young people that we want to see a change in their lives. 10 years from today, they'll be leaders of this country, and we need to curve them in the right direction, Madam Speaker, so I hope that my colleagues understand and want to make sure we participate to show them that we care. Across the country, we are developing youth centers, not only in towns, but also in rural communities. We have a hub in the village of San Pedro, Colombia, in the Toledo district. Today, we are opening a hub in the village of Independence. Unfortunately, I cannot be there. Right now, there are over 1,000 young people out there and prepare to improve the lives and condition of their fellow young people. I'm hopeful that we can spread across the country. Right now, we are building a youth center in Toledo district to be able to facilitate young people there to go to a friendly space to meet with each other. We also have one in the village of Big Falls, Toledo. And we are extending likewise to the Corozal, the Windswak, the Kala district, Benke, Belmopan, and all over this country. So together, we are going to make it happen. When I was a child, we hear about 4-H. Our new director named it the Western Institute of Learning, because 4-H in my days was something very big. When we took over the ministry, 4-H was almost zero. Nobody had or paid no attention to 4-H, even though our staff was being paid. And the minister from College sit here and rant and rant and rant, and he was the minister responsible. I believe he should have gone to the 500 or 600 people who is going to vote for who become the next party leader of the UDP. Not to the national belief, because they have failed the people of this country for 13 years. Madam Speaker, also I'm the minister responsible for transportation in this country. When we took office, there was no discipline, there was no standard in the transportation industry. Imagine the bus terminals have stalls that they rent to vendors, and apparently none of that money was coming into central government revenue. I come to the house from time to time, and I told you the bathroom revenues have exceeded 600,000 at one point in time. It dropped from 600,000 to less than 100,000. I can assure you, and I can tell you today, that when we assumed the ministry, the bathroom revenues have reached back to its original standard. And likewise, the rent from the vendors. So when I became the minister, every minute somebody come to my office and want to offer me lunch because they're a vendor. I told them I'm here to change the face of transportation in this country. I don't want anything from you. So we put cameras in practically every terminal, and so the revenues are now going back to its original standard, and I hope we can continue to improve. Since we took office in 2020, the revenues for the Ministry of Transport or the Department of Transport has risen to over $2 million towards our national revenue. Bus improvement. They say I own a company named Florella. I want to tell the nation that because I want to improve a standard, I will be accused of so many things. But I know I have a clear conscience between myself and my God. What I want to see is the bus industry improve and transform. As long as the Prime Minister allows me to be the Minister of Transportation, that improvement will come to fruition. It's a difficult task because people believe in business as usual, and nobody wants change. We are subject to change, but the communities of this country are crying out for change. So we have a commitment that by December of 2024, all those old buses on the road now will have to be parked. And we have a system that Cabinet approves. Anything under 10 years will be premier service. Anything under 20 years will be for regular runs, but you must have a certain standard with bucket seat and air conditions. And anything 25 years and over must be village runs. So a bus will go from one standard to the next because you want to show our commuters and you want to provide the best transportation for them. We have experienced many deficiencies in the transportation industry, where doors for buses are flying off. You are sitting in a bus and then you can see the ground through the buses. That has to stop. I think you all understand that hopefully by the end of the year, there will be a pilot project, not only in Belize City, but likewise on the Western Corridor, where we'll get some pilot buses to run for 1 year to understand how to operate these electric buses. But in the first stage, Cabinet suggested that those buses on the Western Corridor should be available to run for public officers on a daily basis. So when the bus start to operate, they will be running to make sure that our public officers have a nice ride to run upon at a reduced cost. If we are going to affect any operators in those pilot runs, then we are going to provide them with a subsidy to make sure we can do the pilot for 1 year to make sure we know exactly how we can operate electric buses in this country. It's not an easy ministry because our operators are reluctant to change. But they also want to change, but somehow they believe they cannot find the money to improve the standard of buses that we want. We have engaged the National Bank, and National Bank told them that for us to be engaged, we need to see what you have done over the last years. It is difficult because these bus operators are operating like a popcorn shop. They cannot come up with any records to show what they have done over the years. But I encourage them, and we are going to pursue that we reduce the amount of operators in this country. As a matter of fact, in the northern districts, there are 51 operators. How can we mitigate and control an industry with 51 operators? So we already told them that effective December 2024, we want to see 2 companies in the south, 2 in the west, and 2 in the north. So they will have to come together and form a company to make sure that they can survive. Who can survive, I'm sorry, they will have to leave the ballgame. But we must bring the bus standard in this country to a certain state. As you travel around the world, across Central America, we have seen an improved bus industry. While in Belize, we are still using buses, school buses, who are 40 years old. That have to come to an end. So, Madam Speaker, it's a tedious task, but I believe all things are possible. And while we are talking about school buses and different things, we also have a taxi association that we need to sit down and talk with and have better taxis across our country and make sure they are properly marked to know exactly what district they are coming from. As we look at the industry for improvement, there must be a center that we call an inspection center. So we're in the process of setting up an inspection center across the country. So before any vehicle go to license or register, they must go to an inspection center to make sure their vehicle are roadworthy. So things we are going to check: their tires, their tire wettings, their exhaust system, everything to make sure that vehicle is roadworthy. Over the last month, we have several traffic accidents. especially I grieve with the family of a tenant in Orange Rock. 4 family members went all together in one time. And lo and behold, the driver of the other vehicle, who is also a tenant, was a drunk driver. That by itself is very sorrowful. Traffic accident continue to be one of the leading causes of death in this country. And as the ministry responsible, we'll have to find a way how we can reduce and mitigate traffic accidents. As I now move to my constituency, Madam Speaker, I have the biggest constituency in the country of Belize. Right now, I almost reach 11,000 voters. And I want to give the Prime Minister kudos and the Ministry of Finance for the Community Development Fund. And I want to acknowledge the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Chris Koye. He reminds me of Zacchaeus, who went to see Jesus in the sycamore tree, because Zacchaeus' job was a tax collector, and Chris' job is to make sure improve the revenues of this country. And sometimes we as colleagues put pressure because we want to get the funds to do in our constituency. But I can say he's doing a wonderful job. We have improved the revenue of this country, and we're able to go forward, and he can be able to provide what we need. I consider the Prime Minister to be a very clever man, because they say that you must look as a leader, you must look to others to get the job done for you. And once the job is done, then we can all give ourselves the praises. So with that said, I'd like to go to my constituency. I represent 26 villages and communities, and I will start with mile 28 and the Hummingbird Highway. My constituency spans 75 miles from north to south. The people of mile 28, when I was elected to office, they came to me and said, Mr. Ferguson, we are living on a reserve. A portion of land was reserved on the Hummingbird Highway maybe about 20 years ago. And these people already had their leases, and they went and reserved the land with their farmland, their houses, and everything. The Minister of Environment, after cabinet gave the order, has committed to us that they are going to reserve that land, and those people will be able to apply back again for their land and own their land in their own self-will. But this is a part we need to come together as a party, as a government, to listen to the needs of our people. I will go now to my 25 Hummingbird community. The chairman is a 2-time chairman. And for the last 13 years, nothing has been done in that community. I can tell you, they invest almost $7 million in our water system from Middlesex and Hummingbird community. And we believe that the price of the water system was overstated. The system is still not properly working. But what we have done since 2020, we have gone there several times, thanks to the Minister of Rural Development, Honorable Scott Kenya, and his able personnel, Mr. Charles Galvez, went in there several times and do assessment of their system and try to improve their system. We also were able to improve the bus stands in the village, improve the basketball court, and within the next few months, we are going to restore back the lights on your football field. The lights were there 13 years ago, and the UDP for 13 years did absolutely nothing to improve their system in terms of lighting back their field. But under this government, we are going to do it before next financial year. Middlesex, it's a small community. The name came from England when the Sharps first came to Belize back, I guess, in the 1800s, and Middlesex was named. Have the youngest chairperson in the country of Belize, and a female. At this point in time, she's only 22 years old. But she's doing a fantastic job to try to restore back the community of Middlesex. She had her drag race some time ago, and I was accused, but it brought out a tremendous amount of people because it's a brand new sport for the country of Belize. And she forced me to make sure that we put the lights on our football field. Some of the sects can now boast that we have improved the bus station, the bus stop, and likewise put lights on our football field that cost over $20,000 Belize dollars. We go to Valley Community. I saw that Charlene earlier, Ms. Kimara Montes, and I want to also acknowledge those from my ministry. I see my secretary and my security in here and a few others from my ministry, because together we can make it happen. Valley Community, likewise, was neglected for the last 13 years, and I commit to them that when we get into government, we are going to put lights on the football field. That particular project cost us over $28,000. But again, thanks to the Community Development Fund. I'm sorry I have to go village to village, Madam Speaker, because if I don't call them out, when I go back, they will ask me how I never hear anything about my community. So from Valley Community, I go to the village of Steadfast. Steadfast also was neglected under the UDP government. When we came back in, I think Mr. Webster, when he passed, I see a brand new painted bus shed. And likewise, we have lighted up their sporting facility area so they can play sports in the night time, especially basketball and volleyball. And also commit to them that before the year is over, we are going to put lights on their football field. Alta Vista. Yeah, village by village, I'm sorry. Alta Vista, a very small community. It's on a dangerous curve. And I want to appeal to the Minister of Infrastructure that we need to look keenly at how we can reduce and mitigate accidents in that community. I will need the support of Dr. Zab. I need to talk to the citrus company at Belize to figure out how they can provide a piece of land to put a football field for the village of Alta Vista. Because the village is so hilly, we cannot put a football field there because of the condition. Likewise, the village of Pomona, where I come from, it's a huge community. And I do my best to make sure that we reach out to their needs and their requests. We also improve the football field in Pomona, likewise the basketball court. I can assure the young people at the Valley, and thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, that we will have additional house lots for the people at Stanley Valley within the next 2 or 3 months to make sure everybody have the opportunity to own a piece of pie of this country. I'll now move to Mullinjuva. With the pavement of the coastal highway, Mullinjuva will become what it used to be before Hurricane Hattie. Mullinjuva was once a town. All the barrels and all the swift and all of them actually come from Mullinjuva. And now, with the paving of the coastal road, Minister Faber has said, oh, that's a project, but in government, only faces change, it's still the government of Belize. So we must give ourselves kudos for whatever happened in our time as government. We held the first Mullinjuva Day about a month ago. It was a huge success. Mullinjuva itself only have about 40 residents. But from Mullinjuva Day, almost 2,000 people showed up. And they were all originally inhabitants of the village of Mullinjuva. So they came back to that community and they said they want to see their community strive once again. Under the UDP, the village was never bush. But they can assure you now that almost every month or every other month, we make sure the village of Mullinjuva get bush. Even though there are only 40 votes, but the village will determine the results of the election. So whoever wins Mullinjuva wins the election. So you have to make sure you win Mullinjuva, because once Mullinjuva got red or blue, that is the trend for all the villages in the Stanfield constituency. Yeah. I now go to the village of Silgrass, which is growing very, very in a rapid pace. And Deputy Prime Minister, between you and myself, we have to come together because I know you were able to provide some lots for teachers and public officers. One of the big crises there will be sufficient water for the village. So I think you have to lobby with me to figure out how to get an expansion for the Silvergrass water system. But I want to still thank the Minister of Rural Development that he has contributed 8,000 worth of pipes to the village of Silvergrass. So once the expansion starts, we already start with 8,000 pipes. So Silvergrass chairman, who was at Delray Books, fortunately he was able to become the president of NAVCO across the country, and together we are going to work for the betterment of our constituency and the country likewise. I get $20,000 a month, Madam Speaker, from my community development fund. But I recognize that the best thing to do is to work with all the village councils, and together we determine who will get what during the course of a particular month. Because if I control myself, I may have favoritism. When all of the villages sit down and we decide who will get, then everybody will say that again, getting a piece of the pie. So every month we sit down, and DAVCO, my money goes to the DAVCO, and they sit down and we determine how we are going to spend the money. We are seeing tremendous progress right now, and all the village councils are happy. After the village council election, Madam Speaker, I got all of them together. I said, we don't want who are PUP, we don't want who are UDP, we don't want who are NIP. We are here to work for the betterment of the people of the Stanton West constituency. And today I can safely tell you that whoever is sitting at UDP or NIP, we are all in one pinnacle, we are all fighting for the betterment of the people of the Stanton West constituency. Hopkins, the chairman, Mr. Macaro Augustine Jr. And when you hear that Augustine Jr., people classify him as a diehard UDP fanatic. But you have seen my leadership, and Macaro Augustine is also the treasurer of DAVCO, and also the one who helped control DAVCO money. And it has been spent wisely, and we account to the Ministry of Finance properly every single month. But when we assume office, I want to thank the Minister of Tourism and likewise the Minister of Infrastructure, that they came together with the private sector, and we were able to pave, I think, less than a mile of road to cover the area of the resorts in Hopkins. That by itself is very fantastic, and it's spectacular. And we commit to the people of Hopkins that we are going to pave the road before next election, all the way from Hopkins Village, come through City River to the main highway. It's a very important region in this country when it comes to tourism. And we have to figure out how we can provide for the residents of those areas. When the Prince visited Hopkins, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we were able to repair the town pier, and so for now I can say Hopkins got a brand new pier in the town. Through the DAVCO resources, we are now lighting up the park in Hopkins. We already light up the basketball court, and we are spending about $30,000 on the Hopkins football field. So by next week, we are going to inaugurate all those facilities in Hopkins for the betterment of the people of Hopkins. City River. Easter Monday will be City River Day. And once there is a day in a community, the entire village councils come together to work to support one village. So Malin River got all support from all other villages. And likewise, City River for Easter Monday, we are going there full support to support you for a day to be a success. We are going to put lights on the City River basketball court before Easter Monday, and likewise additional lights on their football field. And I don't reach the Ministry of Infrastructure yet, but Minister, I don't know how you spend your resources. In the past, when there was a minister responsible for infrastructure, I did not see any development in this country. But you got the same resources, and you stretch the money, and every district feel the benefit of your leadership as the Minister of Infrastructure. And I want to give condolences to you and your family at the death of your mother. I will now go to a small community, Kendall. Madam Speaker, it was one of the biggest UDP village in Stanton West, even though it is small. I was able to turn the entire community around to vote for myself and the PUP. Because I'm a hands-on person. Once they request me to be present, even though I'm busy, I will find myself to be with my people because they always come first, because when I need them, they are there for me. So we're able to do some roadworks, fix a bridge in Kendall, and they are very, very happy, and so I also am happy. Mara Center, all right, we had a commotion there over the last 2 weeks, over the water board. And better judgment prevails. And in any democracy, the people must come first. And they rile up and they make noise. And I invited the Minister of Rural Development there, I think Tuesday after speak, and we were able to solve the issue in Mara Center. So now the people of Mara Center are very happy because they got what they wanted. As the Mara Center football field was also lighted up after 13 years of neglect. So the chairman right now have football almost every night. No matter how you play like Bill. But he is very happy that they can play football in Mara Center at night time. Riversdale, a small community on the Placentia Peninsula. We were able to get a permission to survey. Minister of Natural Resources, thank you very much. It's a very small amount, 12 lots. I'm hopeful that within another month we can go and deliver and say this is a title, this is a lease for land in Riversdale, but they are very happy. We're able to improve the streets in Riversdale, and I can assure them, before the 5-year term is up, water should reach Riversdale. Right now, BWS is expanding their water system from St. Bite to Maya Beach, which is only about 3 miles from Riversdale. So as we go along, I can assure you that water will come to Riversdale in the very near future. St. Bite, sometimes very controversial, and the Minister of Tourism told me, I'll try to help you improve your village, but the people don't want. But I'll give an illustration. A year and a half ago, there was a prospect to build a gas station in St. Bite. And the people were very reluctant to build a gas station. And I personally did a survey with young people from another village. And when we did the survey, 85% of them wanted the gas station. And so we proceed, and we assure them that it's going to benefit you. I can tell you, today when you pass through St. Bite is not the same St. Bite 10 years ago. It's a complete different community. The gas station just uplifts St. Bite. And I want to give the chairman of St. Bite kudos, Mr. Jose Aleman and his team, for a job well done. When I was the minister responsible for public utilities, I was trying to get cabinet support for BWS to hand over back the water system to both St. Bite and Placentia. But after serious negotiations, I retreated and I realized that, you know what, maybe it is best it is kept in the hands of BWS because the entire area is growing. But I was able to negotiate a compactor truck for St. Bite, the renovation of the basketball court in Placentia, renovation of the community center in Placentia. And I want to remind BWS, and I'll have to get them a reminder this week, we have committed in cabinet to give back each community $25,000 for the next 3 years. So I want to pursue that immediately as the new budget begins. Placentia, one of the hardest villages in the country, I believe, when it comes to opposition to the PUP. And when I first ran there out of 250 votes, I get 49. And I thought, man, I wonder if I could ever win this village. But every year, the number may be increased by 10. And in 2020 election, I was told that I was going to win Placentia. I said, I just can't believe it, and I don't think so. But the results at the end of the poll prove that for the first time, the People's United Party won the village of Placentia. And my wife is from Placentia, but yet even she could have convinced her people to vote for me. Because it is their tradition. They were traditional UDP community. Today, I'm working hand in hand with the village council chairman, Mr. Warren Garbutt, and his team. And we have a very, very good working relationship. They are preparing for Placentia Day. I know there might be a document, Deputy Prime Minister, with a portion of land that they always use to host Placentia Day. but now it is in the hands of a private landowner. I don't know how we can resolve it, because it's a prestige, it's a prime piece of property, but I guess they came to see you, Mr. Deputy, and I guess with time we will find a solution to their cars. Well, and it's a world title from 1905. I want to also again thank the Minister of Tourism. When we came into office, the Placentia Pier was in disrepair. And the minister came to me and said, with the funds from the Norwegian Cruise Line, we are going to renovate the Placentia Pier. And today, we can safely say that we have seen an improved Placentia Pier. And they also want to negotiate maybe next week, Secretary Minister. So I hope that we can find a time to go there with them and negotiate the Placentia Pier. When the past Minister of Tourism, the man from San Pedro, every time you call a house me, he said, Minister, I soon invite you for the groundbreaking for the Placentia Polyclinic. I said, Minister, no problem. When the time comes, I will be there with you. Up to now, I'm not getting an invitation yet. But a couple of months after, the Minister of Tourism, Anthony Mara, told me, Minister, we are going to do the groundbreaking for the Placentia Polyclinic. And it was real. So we went down, we do the groundbreaking, now the building is more than 50% completed. And if I go back to Sienbite, the minister told me that we are going to build a cultural house in Sienbite to attract tourism passengers. But for us to do that, we have to remove the police station from the seaside to take it inland. And so the process has begun to rebuild the police station. And I want to assure the chairman of Sienbite that I spoke to the minister just yesterday while you were expecting a two-story building, the structure, there was no pile driven. So to put a second building on top of the first building, then you will see some sinking. So you have assured me that the second floor will go right beside the present structure. Okay? So I can assure you that they're going to get a bigger space for a police station in Sienbite. Prime Minister, the people of Sienbite have to travel all the way to Placentia to pay their light bill, their water bill, and their telephone bill. That is an additional cost of $3 to $4 to get on a bus to go, especially of an impoverished community. I will make a request, if we can get agents to do collection in Sienbite, for the people of Sienbite to pay the utility bills right in Sienbite. As we proceed, we go to the village of Santa Cruz. The village is approximately 22 years old. When it was first envisioned, Dr. Henry Canton, the first thing that was constructed was a police station. And I may wonder out to myself, why a police station and nobody lives there? But lo and behold, maybe 3 or 4 years after, that village started to grow and start to stride. Today is one of the biggest villages in the Stankwest constituency. I can stand here on the podium to tell the people of Santa Cruz that electricity and water came to that village when we were in government between 2003 and 2008. For the last 13 years, nothing has been done. The chairman there is one Vincent Scott, very aggressive young man. He's the president of DAVCO for Stan Creek. And I can tell you, while I'm busy in Belmapan, Vincent told me, Minister, what do you want me to do for you? And he go out and get my job done for me. And before that, he was not directly with the PUP, but he was not with the PUP. But Vincent is doing my job for me in that entire region. Vincent, I want to thank you very much. I have talked to SIF and negotiated, and hopefully IDB will announce, or the CDB will announce, that they are going to invest $1.1 million to expand the water system of Santa Cruz. We are also providing an additional 400 house lots for this year. Minister of Natural Resources, thank you very much. Santa Cruz have now become a very important community because those who live on the Placentia Peninsula live at Santa Cruz and travel to work every single day. Santa Rosa, a Maya community, and I want to let this nation know that Stann Creek West is the most culturally diverse constituency. We have people of all backgrounds, all walks of life, but together we are one people. When I first ran in the division, I said, oh, a black man can't win the division because 80% Maya and Hispanic. I have never shown my people any prejudice, and they appreciate me, they love me. When I spoke the last election, I won by 2,400 votes. Santa Rosa, Mr. Chairman, Ramallah, I will work closely with the Ministry of Natural Resources for you to get your titles, for your lease, for your applications, for your house lots, and I will make sure it happens within the next month or two. So, Minister, we can work it for them to get their house lots and the titles out. Minister of Rural Development, for the last 2 years, we are trying to find water in Santa Rosa, Solomon, the joint water system. And we dig about 10 wells, and we still can't find potable drinking water. But I want the village to know that we try and try many, many times. I think what we'll have to do, and thank you for giving me a reminder last night, that we have a waterfall not too far away. It might be best that we start to look for water and bring it from the waterfall, go to the feed to Santa Rosa, Solomon. Your lights on the football field was restored. Likewise, Solomon, your lights on the football field, your lights on the basketball court. And we continue to do mechanical bushing, continue to do road maintenance in all these communities. And again, thanks to the Minister of Infrastructure. We go now to Georgetown Village. The chairman of that village is a recently retired senior police officer, Mr. Arzu. Very aggressive gentleman. And when he wants something for his village, he will say, Minister, I want it, and I want it now. We're able to also restore lights on the Georgetown football field. Within a week, we are going to inaugurate the lights on the Georgetown basketball court. Right now, he got some assistance from abroad, and is also renovating the Georgetown Health Center. I also supported and assisted him in that effort. So together, we are going to make it happen. Madam Opan, roadworks continue. This weekend, the chairman asked me that we send a truck to pick up the garbage. That will be provided for you tomorrow. And also, he's also applying for expansion of village. So, Deputy, I think I need to bring some of my ministers, my chairman, for us to sit down and figure out the way forward, because I know your hands are tired, your hands are full, but I believe we can get it done. But together, we are going to make it happen. So we also restore the lights on Manapan football field. All these projects cost us over $300,000 billion. But again, thanks, PM, for the Community Development Fund. Your money that you're given to us is spent very, very wisely, and we account for every single cent. When I go to the village of Copen and San Juan, the chairman there is one Mr. Victor Juarez. He's originally from Corozal. But as he got tied up in local politics and was able to win the village committee chairperson now for 2 consecutive terms. We also lit up the Copen football field, and we try to make sure we brush the village every so often, so the bush is there as I speak. Hopefully next week we are going to repair your roads in Copen, but many things have been done. And I want to thank the village council of Copen and the chairman likewise for that undivided support. Now, Independence Village, very big community. And my dream, and I hope I can get cabinet support, is to construct a causeway from Placencia to Independence. I may say we have the blue bond and there might be some setback. But in any developed country in the world, nobody or water must separate 2 adjacent communities. For you to drive from Independence to Placencia, it's almost 51 miles all the way around. If you come across the lagoon, it's just 1.5 miles, 2 miles. So we have to make better judgment prevail and figure out how we can join these adjacent communities. Imagine the port is on one side and Placentia on the other side, and for you to go from Placentia to the port, you have to drive 51 miles. I think as a prudent government, we have to find the solution, and I hope we can get them through a PPP. Minister Dolores Balanos Garcia, I guess we're gone. But I want to thank you for the grocery bags. What I do in my constituency, I give the village councils the privilege to go out and issue the grocery bags. I don't have to go. And I ask them every single time to look for the people most in need. I don't look for PUP only, look for all Belizeans who are in need, let them get the privilege first. And every time you can give a different set, everybody can say they get a benefit of the grocery bags. I want to thank the Minister of Education. Tony Radwell, you come to me too often. But when my people put in their requests, I come to appeal to him, and I can tell you, not one request has been denied from Sixth Form, from UB bachelors, all the way to preschool. So, Minister, I don't know how you do it, because everybody come to your desk, but you listen to us and you respond. So thank you very much. Minister Bernard, as the Minister of Health, there are many requests from our constituents across this country, especially when you come to healthcare. And every time I come to you, you respond. I want to ask you one thing. I live in the village of Pomona, and also we have a health center in the village of St. Bite. The one in Pomona is on the main highway. I want to pass the painting and need some renovation. That might be a thing for consideration. Ever since I came in, I request a nurse from St. Bite. I think we did come to a certain understanding, but I guess we were far short at some point in time. But if we can look at likewise the St. Bite Health Center for it to get some renovation and a nurse for St. Bite. Because again, people of St. Bite go all the way to Placentia to get medical attention. But I guess when the polyclinic is done, it will be practically between St. Bite and Placentia, I assume. I can see. Ministry of Infrastructure, Honorable Julius, in your absence, I can tell you that you have contributed significantly to the development of my 26 villages. And my chairmen are happy, and they feel very good that something has been done. Even though sometimes I require for the equipment, what I do every weekend, I make sure that I use the equipment and I find the money to pay operators. So every single day, Ministry of Works is at work in the Stanton West constituency. And then until when Dr. Zab said, well, Tonkin selection is coming up, we have to do it vice versa, so no problem. The Ministry of Finance. Prime Minister, you might sound small and insignificant. 20,000 for 26 villages. But we used to so wisely that all my chairperson and my village councils are happy because for 13 years, nothing was being done in the Stanton West constituency. Ministry of the Public Utilities. Mr. Shabat, while I was a minister responsible for public utilities, we tried to get additional street lights for the communities. I want to thank you for expanding the water system from Independence to St. Bite all the way to Maya Beach. That by itself will be a plus, especially since it's a tourism area and it continues to develop rapidly. Minister of Agriculture, also are beside me, but I want to thank you for the program. I forgot the program name of the program now, Kevin? The program? Huh? Yeah? The Sembrado Vida with the assistance from Mexico. Several of my farmers signed up for the program, and they soon will receive their funds to assist them with the production of their farm. Minister of Lands, I have to thank you again. I have never seen the land department perform the way it is. Never in my history as a member of government. And my people are happy, but the amount of NES that is out there is humongous. And every time I go for a clinic in my area, then I get about 20, 25, 30 NESs. It's hard for me to send to you to get them processed. When I go back for a clinic, they ask me, any progress? So I'm hopeful that we can work out a plan and an arrangement how it can be done. Minister of NEMO, Mr. Lando Habot, is here. I think with Hurricane Lisa, even though we were hit by the hurricane, it was destined to go over Dangriga or maybe Hopkins, and we were prepared. As the chairman responsible for NEMO for the Stanwick district, we keep liaising with Central, and if Hurricane Lisa had come our way, I believe we would have been prepared. But when a disaster strikes, then you know what will be the end result. This month is Women's Month. And I have seen a tremendous advancement in the employment of women in this country. In most senior jobs in government and across the private sector, the women are taking the lead because somehow the men become delinquent. So I can maybe see in the very near future that we are going to have a female prime minister. And while sometimes the women say that, oh, we want people to vote for you, we want women to vote for you, because women sometimes be jealous one another, we don't want to say one to prevail over the next. But I think with time, that will change. Last but not least, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. The village councils of Stanwick West constituency, we have become one and all with them and myself. And they are happy by the way we work, the way we perform, and no politics is in our village council. We all work for the betterment of each village. So village councils and chairmen, I really thank you all and the relationship that we share. And we will continue to work for the betterment of the people. As the chairman always say, and the president of NAFCO, Mr. Radwell, we don't have to worry, because when the election time comes, it's our recipe for a victory. Because the village council will go out there and likewise campaign for me, and likewise I campaign for them. So, Madam Speaker, with that said, I want to thank you for having the patience with me, but together we can, and thank you very much. And I want to say kudos to all the people of the Stanwick West constituency. I love you very much. When it's time for a division of how and where the direction will go for that constituency, I will lose some of my supporters because we are going different direction, but I will always be there for all of you. So thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
I recognize the member from Orange Walk North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Orange Walk North, I rise to support the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. I'd like to ask you for permission for referral to my notes. And also I want to express my deepest condolences from me and my family to Honorable Julius Espat and his family on the passing of his beloved mother. May her soul rest in peace, and may God offer Minister Julius and his family comfort and solace. Mr. Speaker, today I salute the Belizean people, and especially my constituents of Orange Walk North, for their hard work in the development of our nation. Thank you especially, Orange Walk North, for your continued support and your contribution in the development of our beloved Belize. Trial Farm, San Jose, San Pablo, Otro Benque, Nuevo San Juan, San Antonio, Santa Cruz, San Roman, San Luis, and Douglas. Madam Speaker, as I listened to the leader of the opposition on Wednesday, I was stunned by the magnitude of the distortion of the facts and the fabrication of false statistics that he hurled in his discordant and incongruous delivery in this honorable House. I had to go back and recheck the facts to see if, even doubting myself, because he said it with such conviction and they were all false statistics that he was giving. What made it more appalling and repulsive is the fact that he did not care that there were school students who came from afar to this honorable House expecting truth and decency. I say this because it is unfair and even offensive to those students to be fed with false material. It is a shame and unbecoming of a leader. But then today we had the other one who was the leader or wants to be leader or still is the leader, member from Mesop, who came in and he compounded the lies. From Colette, thanks, member. He compounded the lies, especially attacking the Minister of Education and his Minister of State. For him, everything is, the UDP started it, the UDP did it, it's a UDP thing, the PUP only copied it. But Madam Speaker, if they were so good, if all of that he said was true, then why it is that they lost so miserably in the last elections just 2 years and 4 months ago? So those are the facts, and they have to live with that. Madam Speaker, those on the other side have been trying very hard to discredit the work that our government has accomplished. This People's United Party government, under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, has shown to the world that it was possible to turn things around for the betterment of our country and for the Belizean people. Totally contrary to what the former Prime Minister Dean Barrow had so pessimistically predicted or even maliciously wished. This PUP government has shown to the Belizean people that we care for you and we will continue to work for you. Madam Speaker, just 2 years and 4 months ago, when we took office, we realized the gravity of the mess in which the UDP had left our country. It was worse than we had thought. The government coffers were empty, the ministries and the departments were left bare and demoralized. The economy was battered and moribund, and the Belize dollar was weak and vulnerable. Yes, at its lowest point in the history of our currency and our country. The UDP left this country drowned in a deluge of debt and dismay, so much so that Dean Barrow arrogantly and condescendingly told the Belizean people in French, "Après moi le déluge," meaning that since he was on his way out, then the Belizean people could drown in their sufferation, and he could care less. Those were Dean Barrow's words, Madam Speaker. But the Belizean people knew better and rejected them and voted in a People's United Party government that cares, a PUP government that works, a PUP government that delivers for the Belizean people. And we have been delivering, Madam Speaker. Now we see, Madam Speaker, that in fact, Barrow's prediction has boomeranged, because the only ones that have been drowning in their vomit of spite and malice is the UDP themselves. And that is their problem, Madam Speaker, because we don't have time to be distracted by their petty and personal internal issues. This PUP government will plow ahead
to achieve our mission for the people of Belize. We will continue to build the nation, to nurture the economy, to encourage more investment, to create more jobs, to help more people to make Belize a home of comfort for all Belizeans. At our various ministries, Madam Speaker, we will continue to work to carry out our mission for the Belizean cause. At the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management, we have been visiting the personnel and premises of the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, the National Fire Service, and the Solid Waste Management Authority, SWAMA, in each district. We have been listening to their concerns and assessing the needs of the physical structures and premises so as to be able to improve their working conditions and their performance, efficiency, and effectiveness in delivering the best service possible to the Belizean people. Since we came into office, the first hurricane that hit us was Lisa last November. It made landfall near Belize City around 3:20 p.m., producing up to 9 inches of rain. The damages have been estimated at around $131 million. Estimated losses amounted to $62 million. And the amount needed for recovery has been estimated at $212 million. Yes, Madam Speaker, there was much structural and physical damage and revenue loss. But at the same time, we must be thankful to our Almighty God, Creator of heaven and earth, that there were no deaths, no loss of life. Thank God our lives were spared. I thank all Belizeans for your cooperation in all ways before, during, and after the hurricane. Thanks to the officers at the National Meteorological Service and the media for having kept the people informed of the trajectory of the hurricane, the advisories, the warnings, and other events. The response to the storm, led by the ministry, was made possible only with the efforts of the Belizean community. Thanks to the Belize Defense Force, the Belize Coast Guard, the Belize Police Department, the Belize City Council, the members and businesses of the private sector, the cane farmers, the public officers from various ministries and departments, and those, especially those from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management, the Belizean people, and the community in general who assisted in matters of security, the distribution of food and supplies, and the cleaning up and the general recovery that took place. Thanks to all. This government, through NEMO, is committed to ensure that all Belizeans and communities become safer in the face of growing disaster risk, as we strive to reduce the risk through improved planning. Madam Speaker, regarding the National Fire Service, great strides have been made. The National Fire Service has been continuously improving its fire and rescue services in partnership with the Belize Heroes Program. Thanks to Mr. Archibald McFarlane, who spearheads this program. This year, we opened a new and avant-garde emergency dispatch service center to immediately address emergency calls for emergency situations within the Cayo district for now. This new addition has improved the response time to the emergency location and the transportation travel time to the nearest hospital, saving precious time and invaluable lives. Our goal, Madam Speaker, is to extend this program to the southern and northern districts during this fiscal year 2023-2024. During this year, the National Fire Service renovated fire stations in Santa Elena Cayo, in Corozal, and in Orange Walk, with an investment of over $300,000. In the Cayo District fire stations, new bays were added for new ambulances. Additionally, together with our development partners, the ministry furnished several fire stations across the country with furniture and equipment worth over $400,000. New fire trucks were procured for Key Cocker, Belmopan, and Benqueviejo del Carmen. 2 additional ambulances will be added to the fleet very soon. Madam Speaker, in fulfilling our obligations to the dedicated firefighters, the ministry continues with the promotions in ranks of about 20 firefighters to their respective and proper ranks. Madam Speaker, I must emphasize that these firefighters who have been qualified for years for their promotions were neglected and made to remain stagnant by the previous vindictive UDP administration. How shameful of the UDP to ignore the value and the importance of these noble and brave firefighters. But this PUP administration, Madam Speaker, is giving them what they justly and rightfully deserve. We have established partnership with the Central American Association of Firefighters so that the department can continue the capacity building of our firefighters. Madam Speaker, we believe in our Belizean people. We believe in increasing the value of human capital. And the progress will continue for this new fiscal year, Madam Speaker. This year, we will be commissioning the fire station in Dangriga. We will also bring new fire stations to Orange Walk, Placencia, and Independence. Preparatory works with partners for the construction of the Belize City headquarters and the San Ignacio fire stations are scheduled to commence this fiscal year also. Madam Speaker, yesterday I got a report, and it was on the news also, about an elderly man that was rescued by Corozal firefighters. A call was received at the Corozal fire station reporting that a person had fallen into a well. The firefighters on duty rushed to the emergency location. One of them went into the well, found out it was an elderly man, and they tied him up and hoisted him, saving him from danger. They hoisted him from the bottom of the well and rescued him. Madam Speaker, please allow me to recognize these brave firefighters for their commendable service. Firefighters Barney Jones, Kevin Levi, Darrell Gentle, Jose Mahil, and Wayne Armstrong from the Corozal Fire Service. Please let's give them a round of applause. I know Honorable Elvi must be very proud also of her Corozaleños. And thanks to you all. Keep up the good work. Madam Speaker, just recently, the firefighters received a training in the Impact Rescue Training course from a firefighting group out of Seattle, and a lot of what they learned, they employed in saving this elderly man in Corozal. Again, I salute them. In relation to solid waste management, Madam Speaker, we will continue with expansion through the Solid Waste Management Project 2. Within the next 2 months, the Belmopan and Dangriga transfer stations will become operational. we will endeavor to also make these transfer stations in Orange Walk, Corozal, Toledo, and Plasencia operational this year. The regional sanitary landfill will be expanded. A new cost recovery system study was completed. This cost recovery system is intended to improve the cost effectiveness, efficiency, and long-term sustainability of the municipal solid waste management system. Madam Speaker, at this point, please allow me to address some developments in my Orange Walk North constituency. In sports, we organized and executed several football marathons and tournaments in 5-a-side, 7-a-side, and 11-a-side for both females and males. From July to September of last year, we carried out successfully the Trial Farm Champions League football tournament, where 22 teams participated and hundreds of spectators went out to watch the games every day, Madam Speaker. We continue to promote sports for the development and discipline of our youth. In infrastructure, we continue to address the sugar roads for the hard-working cane farmers and other farmers to deliver their sugarcane product to the mill without damaging their trucks and equipment. This is a persistent and arduous challenge, Madam Speaker, because as well and as much as we repair the roads, as soon as some rains fall, the roads begin to deteriorate again, similar to the challenges that were brought up by the Honorable Member of Toledo West yesterday. But still, Madam Speaker, we continue working for the people to overcome these challenges because our priority is for the cane farmers to deliver their product so that they can improve the lives of their families. We continue to work on the repairs and maintenance of our village roads and streets. Here again, we encounter the same challenges. And this year, Madam Speaker, we will begin with the paving of streets in Trial Farm Village, thanks to the cooperation of the Minister of Infrastructure and Development and Housing and his staff. It is high time that the villages receive benefits from paved streets. We are also continuously keeping our public spaces clean. We continue expanding the lighting in our villages and communities to make them safer. We have also been installing lights in our parks and sports fields, thanks to the Minister of Public Services and of Public Utilities. We have built a sidewalk for the children of Trial Farm School to be safer when they go to school. We will soon pave the streets that lead to the school. Presently, we are building a village hall as part of the reconstruction of the Trial Farm Park. The building will have 3 units, a unit for the village councillors, the largest unit will be for public use, and a unit will serve as a resource center with computers and internet, especially for students to use. The roof of the building, Madam Speaker, will serve also as a viewing gallery for basketball games, thanks to the Minister of Tourism and his personnel for their cooperation in realizing this project. Madam Speaker, for 13 years, the UDP did not pave one single street. They did not renovate or improve a single park. Trial Farm Village, which is the largest village even in the country, still does not have a community center, Madam Speaker, and that is why this village hall is being built for 13 years, and that is because their area representative then was the Deputy Prime Minister also. It's a shame, and that is why those on the other side should be ashamed and just stand up and spew things that are not true just maybe to try to look good or to save face for their failures. Madam Speaker, we are doing all we can to improve the infrastructure, the streets, the parks, and public spaces in the rural areas for the people of Orange Rock North to have a better quality of life. We have assisted hundreds of students with school fee assistance. We have assisted some schools with internet access. We have cleared the land where the new school in Santa Cruz Village will be constructed. Many thanks to the Minister of Education and his staff for your cooperation. We have built, I think, 5 starter homes, and 4 are in work in progress, and many are in line for construction. Thanks to the Minister and staff of the Ministry of Housing. We have assisted hundreds of people with their medical needs and services, medicines and procedures. Thanks also to the Minister of Health and Wellness for his cooperation. We have also distributed thousands of grocery bags to the needy citizens, thanks to the Minister of Human Development and her personnel. And thanks to the Prime Minister for making the Constituency Development Fund accessible to us, for making it a reality. It really helps us in realizing the projects that our people, that our communities need, and in helping those people that are most in need when it comes to medical situations, when it comes to social assistance. It really, really is very, very helpful. Thanks, Prime Minister. And thanks to all my colleagues and ministers in Cabinet for your willingness to help in the realization of these projects. Thanks to my Orange Rock North Executive Committee, my supporters, my campaigners, everyone who makes all these things possible also. Madam Speaker, so much has been done in this short space of 2 years and 4 months that we have been in office. We came into government with a willingness to work and to deliver for the Belizean people. Day by day, we continue to live by our creed to serve the people. We are bound by our moral obligation to the people of our wonderful Belize who entrusted us with their sacred vote of confidence. We are driven by the collective aspirations of the people who devote their time every day to work to make their lives and the lives of their families better. We are resolved to fulfill our obligations to enable the Belizean people to realize their aspirations. We remain committed to bring peace and prosperity for all. Madam Speaker, once again, I support this budget. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
I recognize the member Kaya Central.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my full support to the 2023-2024 budget being debated here today, and with your permission, I will refer to my notes. Firstly, I want to thank God for the breath of life He has granted me for being here. For it is only by His will that we are here, as it is stated in His book in Daniel 2:21. God controls the course of world events. He removes kings and He sets up other kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the scholars. Secondly, I would like to send my heartfelt condolences to my colleague from Cayo South, Honorable Julius Espat, and his family. It is not one of the best moments in our lives, as just a couple months ago, I had a similar experience of losing my dear father. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, I thank the wonderful constituents of Cayo Central for entrusting their confidence and giving me the mandate to represent them proudly in this honorable house. I thank those who are there with me in this journey, especially my beautiful wife and family, my executive chairman and committee, and the 10 village chairpersons and councils for their continued support. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to mention that there are brave and courageous women in my committee, and they are present here in the gallery today. Miss Anna, Miss Ida, Cindy, and we have, they're well taken care of by Giovanni. So they are here in support of this budget today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will quote the great Nelson Mandela. There is nothing I fear more than waking up without a program that will help me bring a little happiness to those with no resources, those who are poor, illiterate, and ridden with terminal disease. But thanks to the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund, I am able to counter those fears bravely. Madam Speaker, anyone who has taken the time to read the 2023-2024 budget would easily see all that this PUP government is prepared to invest in the lovely people in the upcoming fiscal year. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to first thank our Prime Minister and this government for yet another splendid job in ensuring that Belize rebounds in line with Plan Belize. We can see that the allocations for land, housing, sports, education, and human development are significant in this budget, Madam Speaker. Only a bunch of nincompoops who cannot find their way out of a bathroom can see or see otherwise. Madam Speaker, what this PUP government's 2023-2024 budget reminds us of is that what, again, the great Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Everywhere we go and every person we speak with will express that there is a need to address the crime situation. You see, Madam Speaker, you can bend or straighten a sapling, but not when it is already a tree. And I am very proud to see that the free education in Plan Belize will be implemented in this budget, Madam Speaker. You see, on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we will address the issue at the root, not at the crest of the tree. Now, Madam Speaker, in my constituency, hundreds of students are very pleased with and grateful to the Minister of Education, my colleague from Honorable Francis Fonseca from the Ministry of Education, with the assistance that they have received. Not one request for assistance from the Rural Education Assistance Program has been denied. Madam Speaker, thanks to this PUP government, it is always a great sense of feeling, a sense of satisfaction when we can put a smile on a face, even amid all the difficulties that our people are facing. And in this 2023-2024 budget, we will be able to create more smiling faces and happy families with more funds allocated for education, sports, housing, and rural development, and most importantly, human development. Madam Speaker, last year, we were able to use our Constituency Development Fund very wisely and very effectively. We held our first Cayo Central Cup, which ended in May with Georgeville SC taking the first place. This year, we are able to make it bigger and better yet. We were able to provide each participating team with a brand new set of jerseys for each of their 18 players, thanks to the Constituency Development Fund allocated to Cayo Central, Madam Speaker. We kicked off the competition at the beginning of this month, and it will end in June, so that we keep our youth busier in positive alternatives. But I know that not everyone engages in the same type of sports. Madam Speaker, again, thanks to the Constituency Development Fund, we were able to plan and execute a Cayo Central road race. It was awesome to see the participation of many athletes from across the country. Even the famous Tacos and Pibilman was there with his team. Madam Speaker, we have also contributed to different sporting events organized by schools in the rural areas, by the village councils, and for those who have fallen ill and had needed some sort of financial assistance. Madam Speaker, we care about the safety and the well-being of our constituents in Cayo Central and our country on a whole. So my executive and I created what we call the Cayo Central Emergency Responders Team under the leadership of Mr. Alberto Palma. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that this team was very active, rescuing and relocating residents during the floods and Hurricane Lisa last year. And not just that, Madam Speaker, they had also assisted the police in locating 2 persons who were reported missing by their loved ones. Madam Speaker, we must learn to always be grateful to those who support us unconditionally, and for his unconditional contribution and support with his canoes to the Cayo Central Executive and the Cayo Central Emergency Responders Team. My executive and I decided to sponsor Mr. Tony Santiago's team, Widia again, in the Belikin Naruta Maya River Challenge. And if God permits, next year, we're still there, like how Madame Dolores mentioned. You know, we want to continue supporting our youth, providing the positive alternatives and keeping them busy. So for many years, the horse racing was losing its taste in Cayo. So a brand new committee was elected by the horse owners, not by the representatives, but by the horse owners, to manage the Peter August horse racing track properly. And you're all invited this Holy Saturday. We have the horse race there at the Peter August horse racing track. You can see all the different work that has been put in by the new horse race committee that was formed. We also continue supporting, through the Constituency Development Fund, Madam Speaker, lighting for the Georgeville football field and El Progreso football fields have been procured, and we are now seeking to procure LED lights for La Gracia Village, since they are on they feed off a solar system with battery banks. Last year, when we were delivering and electrifying the school building at San Marcos Village, the principal came and he said, Mr. Balona, every single of the 3 terms of the past year representative, I approached him, but my call was not responded to. But thank you. You didn't tell me, you just came and you put electricity in our school. Why, Madam Speaker? Because I believe that we need to work, we need to address the crime situation by helping our young children to learn, to get the proper education that they need, and supporting the parents also in that school. We were also able to provide computers with the assistance of the George Gabb Foundation, provided desktop computers at the learning centers in Georgeville and Cristo Rey villages. The children, the students are able, especially the high school students, are able to come and take advantage of this help that we were able to provide. And not only that, they are fitted with internet so that they can do whatever research they need to do, Madam Speaker. And we also believe it is not just keeping our population learning, but we need to keep them healthy. So we have helped through the Community Development Fund to renovate the health clinics in El Progreso and Selena villages, Madam Speaker. I got a call from a resident of Yalvac village who said to me, I am very happy that now when monies are allocated for roadworks in the Yalvac and La Gracia area, we can witness our tax dollars being put where it is said, unlike when the previous year representative campaigned for his 3rd term under the slogan, your tax dollars at work, but we did not see it happen in public roads. We are made to understand that the road work still happen, but elsewhere in private property. That's what the caller said. Thanks to the member for Cayo South who assisted unselfishly with adequate funding to undertake the much needed road upgrading in the following villages: Buena Vista, San Antonio, Cristo Rey, Selena, La Gracia, Georgeville, and Yalbak. Madam Speaker, I am proud to report that much needed replacement of culverts also was implemented in these villages, whereby some of these culverts were in use for many years, far exceeding the recommended engineering lifespan. They could have been changed. The former area representative was the minister responsible for works. It didn't happen, but it is happening now, thanks to the support from the member from Cayo South. Madam Speaker, tears rolling on cheeks, turning into smiles and joy in hearts for 5 deserving single mothers and families upon receiving their starter homes took place in Santa Elena Town, Georgeville, and San Antonio last year. Thanks to the hard work of the member from Cayo South, his CEO, and Ms. Alamia, in line with Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, I know that without a doubt, the member from Cayo South will quadruple that amount for Cayo Central in this budget because we still have hundreds of deserving good residents in my constituency, thanks to this PUP government and Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. I want to extend my gratitude also to the member for Toledo West and his Ministry of Rural Transformation for assisting with us last year when we were hit by Hurricane Lisa. While the Ministry of Rural Transformation were diligently working to restore water supply and restoring the access to the water reservoirs in the villages of Cristo Rey and El Progreso, water supply to the village was being done with the Bowser from the Ministry of Rural Transformation so that the residents can keep the children in school. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to big up my colleague. He stepped out. The Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Cordell Hyde, and member for Lake Independence. I am proud to report that we continue to provide long-awaited vital land documentation to our residents and farmers who have been working their land, in some instances for over 25 years, without knowing if their labor will be wasted, as they can run the risk of being cheated out of their land. It is not a joke, it is a reality. Thanks to the minister and his able staff, permission to survey house lots and farmland in La Gracia, Yongal, El Progreso, San Antonio, and Georgeville were obtained. Sadly to say though, Madam Speaker, during this process, when we took the lands officer to these rural areas to do land inspection, we discovered some really sad news to some of our farmers in the village of Selena. They have been working their land. They have pastures, they have ponds, they have cattle on the land, and the title belongs to a company. And in 2012, one of the parcels was transferred from one of the members of the family of the previous area representative. They did not know that all this was happening. They have just discovered that, Madam Speaker. For more than 15 years, some residents of Hillview were wanting to rightfully own their land documents, Madam Speaker. With the efforts of your humble servant, permission to survey the 22 house lots has been obtained, and I have liaisoned with the Ministry of Natural Resources that they receive their land titles without more delay for having to have waited all these long years. And I have some good news for Cayo Central residents, those who are deserving. Through the assistance of the Ministry of Natural Resources, we will soon be able to issue house lots to 225 deserving first-time landowners, Madam Speaker. We are working hard. While the previous government and those who were representing Cayo Central were there busily taking away the land from the residents, we are here to deliver as per Plan Belize, to provide the first-time landowners with a piece of this jewel. Madam Speaker, thanks to this government and to the member for Caribbean Shores, we will soon have a state-of-the-art police station in Santa Elena town. I have secured the land document in the name of the Ministry of Home Affairs. Groundbreaking will soon take place, Madam Speaker, and we will invite you to be there. Madam Speaker, also, thanks to the member for Pickstock, we are able to make repairs to the police station in the village of San Antonio so that we can work in keeping the village safe and secure for our residents. Madam Speaker, in agriculture, we heard the opposition, the members from across the chamber, complaining that the assistance wasn't getting there. When we went over the list of those who were receiving assistance during the UDP, the tenure of the UDP, many of those people had never set foot on a farm, but yet they were claiming assistance, Madam Speaker. That has changed, and we are working to ensure that the assistance reach the farmers who rightfully deserve it. And we have had the member from Orange Walk South and the Ministry of Economic Development working in providing assistance to our farmers through the Embassy of Japan, the JICA initiative. We sure do hope that more of our deserving farmers can appreciate the assistance when it comes. Honorable member from Orange Walk South, please remember us when the time comes. Again, times have changed, Madam Speaker. In the past, in reference to the Ministry of Human Development, we had the wealthy driving their fancy vehicles to come to the supermarket to collect their grocery bags. That has changed in Cayo Central, Madam Speaker. We are providing the grocery bags to those who are needy, the elderly and those who are struggling to survive. We are here to provide for the needy and not for the greedy. Madam Speaker, for several months as the EA representative for Cayo Central, I kept getting calls for assistance with garbage collection, cleaning, and maintenance of sporting facilities and public spaces from our 10 villagers, our 10 village leaders, and from the leaders of the community of Santa Elena. By the time I was able to get assistance through the Ministry of Infrastructure, the facilities were very overgrown. So, Madam Speaker, I had to make a decision. And with the Constituency Development Fund allocated to Cayo Central, I went ahead and purchased a tractor with a bush hog, which we are using to maintain our public spaces and sporting facilities throughout Kaya Central, in the 10 villages, and in the public spaces in Santa Elena. Even the UDP standard bearer is posting pictures of my tractor cleaning around in Kaya Central. Thanks for his campaigning. I love it. Madam Speaker, in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, verses 14 to 30, it speaks about the parable of the talents. A man going on a journey called his servants and entrusted them with his property. To one, he gave 5 talents. To another, he gave 2. And to a third, he gave 1 talent. Then he went away. Madam Speaker, I want to compare myself with the first servant who received the 5 talents. You know why, Madam Speaker? The servant who received the 5 talents doubled what he was given. But him who received 1, he buried it. But when the owner came back, it was taken away from him and it was given to the one who had doubled the 5. And I know that our Prime Minister, in utilizing his wisdom, will do the same in regard to the constituency fund. Madam Speaker, I want to thank all those who continue to work beside me in serving the constituency of Kaya Central. If you allow me, Madam Speaker, I want to say some words in my first language before I entered primary school, which is the Maya Yucatec. I will then translate in English. Kinsa ik yabad yus botik titulaklish tu kahanish tinkahal oshmulka kinohoj kinkesh mentulaklishe tianesh pachititing san samal ichilatukulish. I want to thank all of you from my home village, Oshmulka, which was the original language of San Antonio, for standing beside me and working and keeping me in your prayers daily. I want to thank also my family who have stood there every single day and are still there, and my chairman of my executive who keeps pushing and pushing so that we can continue delivering for the lovely people of Kaya Central. And with that said, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the constituents of Kaya Central and your humble servant are in full support of this 2023-2024 budget. Thank you. God bless you.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural North.
Madam Speaker, with gratitude to God, I rise today on behalf of the industrious and productive people of Belize Rural North to lend our full support to the draft estimate of revenues and expenditure appropriation bill 2023-2024. Before I begin, Madam Speaker, please allow me to offer my sincere condolences to Minister Julius Espat and his family as they go through this sad time. We are praying for you, my brother, my minister. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I would like to refer to my prepared notes. Madam Speaker, I am extremely satisfied and grateful with the decision I made years ago to join this peaceful, constructive revolution, better known as the People's United Party, the party which construed Plan Belize. A little over 2 years ago, the people of Belize gave us the mandate to run a government with Plan Belize as the mantra. The expectations remain high, and as a government, it is our intent to live up to those expectations and to fully implement Plan Belize. Under Plan Belize, our beautiful country is now seeing and experiencing exceptional growth and development. Our support for last year's budget was not without merit, and our constituency got its fair share of the national budget, and the progress made was experienced by all 23 villages that makes up BRN. We will outline the many accomplishments during the course of our presentation today. Madam Speaker, as we continue to recover from the ill effects of the disaster that was the UDP administration, the pandemic, and more recently, Hurricane Lisa, we implore the goodness of God to be our provider and God as we work to lay the adequate foundation for current and future progress and development in BRN. Our ultimate goal, Madam Speaker, is for a division with reduced unemployment, land and home ownership for our youths and first-time landowners, and educational and healthcare opportunities for all. Madam Speaker, please allow me to share with this honorable House, Belizeans at home and beyond, and more specifically, the good people of BRN, what we have accomplished since I last stood before you supporting the 2022-2023 budget estimates. You know, Madam Speaker, I listened to the leader of the opposition saying that we have no plan. We got into government with a plan, Madam Speaker. I'm not surprised he have no respect for Plan Belize. Plan Belize, leader of the opposition, will keep you in opposition for a very, very long time. Even Blind Johnny can see the work we have done in the last 2 years across our beautiful country. Madam Speaker, as a team, our constituency executive, our village committees, of which I am very thankful, and myself as their area representative, were able to secure victories in 20 of 23 village council elections, with the other 3 villages all voting for independent slates, and are now working very closely with myself and our constituency executive. This significant victory in BRN remains a testament of voter and resident satisfaction with the work being done in their area. BRN is seeing unprecedented work and development, and I am proud to say today, this 2023-2024 budget will support even more tremendous work in BRN. Let me report, Madam Speaker, firstly, in the area of infrastructure. I am so thankful to Honorable Julius and his ministry for all the work happening in BRN. I am proud to report a $3 million investment to raise, widen, and pave the Crooked Tree Road, a promise eluding the wonderful people of this village for over 50 years. I was reminded just this morning, Madam Speaker, of the millions that should have been spent on the causeway for Crooked Tree. The people of Crooked Tree wants to know still, where did that money go? The causeway, Madam Speaker, is an engineering challenge, but we will not shy away from it. Plan Belize is delivering and will continue to deliver to the people of Crooked Tree. Almost $1 million investment was made on the Barrel Boom Riverside Road to cement a 1-mile stretch in the flood-prone area to ensure climate resilience. $500,000 was invested to widen, shape, grade, and put in place necessary culverts to the Bomba Road. We are working to bring back tourism to Bomba and at the same time support our 75 farmers involved in the agriculture sector. 3 miles of the Nagobank-Maskell Road was upgraded. This investment aimed to create a resilient rural Belize for our farmers. That was tagged at $1 million. We supported the rehabilitation of the Blackburn Road located just behind the Crooked Tree area. This road artery supports the cattle ranchers, the Belize cattle trade, which is pivotal to the reduction of our trade deficit. Across the constituency, the upgrading of our village roads continues with grading, shaping, and widening with hardcore, and all-in materials, which is superior, and I must repeat, which is superior to clay and white marl that was previously used by the UDP government. In the area of youths and sports, we are delivering for BRN. We continued our annual sponsorship of $10,000 to assist cricket teams all over the River Valley area, the heart of cricket in Belize, thanks to the CDF funds. We executed our softball tournament for Belize Rural North with the launch of a first-of-its-kind softball backdrop in Sand Hill. It's time for our BRN girls to again shine on the national stage, Madam Speaker. We continue our goal of lightening all football fields and basketball courts across the constituency. This budget year, we will complete this project. We completed the rehabilitation of the Maskell basketball court and inaugurated it with a friendly match between Sand Hill basketball team and Maskell basketball team. I will not say who won, because in my eyes, Madam Speaker, our young people are all winners. Next, Madam Speaker, let me touch on the area of education. On behalf of our students in Belize Rural North, I must say a big thank you to the Minister of Education and his ministry for over 400 students receive educational support in our area, from primary school and those seeking higher education. We made timely donation of desktop computers and printers to all 4 libraries in our constituency. We donated new tables and chairs to our preschools while sponsoring the King's College female basketball team, who went on to become national champions. Kudos to our King's College female team. You made us all in Belize Rural North proud. We look forward to repeating championship next year. Minister Fonseca and myself toured that school and was showered with love. We found out then that for 13 years under the UDP, no minister, no era rep visited the school. Sad. I heard the member from Colette talk about reality on the ground. We are visiting and assisting schools in Rural North that you, member from Colette, did not visit in 13 years as Minister of Education. That is the reality. When it comes to Hurricane Lisa relief, Madam Speaker, we supported over 500 families in their rebuilding efforts with over 2,000 sheets of zinc, 800 sheets of plywood, and well over 100,000 worth of hardwood. Hurricane Lisa hit us hard, but our Prime Minister and this PUP administration rose to the occasion, and together with those affected, we rebuild, proving once more the resiliency of our people and our nation, Madam Speaker. Our team also invested in supporting various festivals celebrated at various times during the course of the year in our beloved BRN. Festivals such as La Ruta Maya, Cashew Fest, Fireheart Festival, to name a few. Madam Speaker, this year we also distributed a number of homes to deserving residents of BRN, with more to come in this 2023-2024 budget. We will, in this new budget, redouble our efforts to promote tourism and entrepreneurship in our area. With Plan Belize and our PUP government laser focus on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, Belize Rural North will ensure that we promote and equip our people to tap into these resources and opportunities. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Ministry of Rural Transformation and Rural Development for assisting BRN with PVC pipes to expand the water system in Crooked Tree. Also for farm wells to help the farmers at different areas in BRN. Madam Speaker, in this coming budget year, we will earmark a significant portion of our Community Development Fund to the following key projects. Thank you, PM, and the Ministry of Finance for the Community Development Funds. Projects, Madam Speaker. 1, the rehabilitation of the Belize Rural High School basketball court located in Doublehead Cabbage. 2, the rehabilitation of the Gardenia basketball court. I have maximum respect for our basketball players throughout our division, Madam Speaker. 3, the continued enhancement of the Sandhill community grounds. This entails additional bleachers, lighting, and construction of food stalls. We recently completed the construction of a brand new bathroom facility, bleachers for teams, and a scorer/official booth. In collaboration with MIDH, we will prepare for the eventual paving of the old Northern Highway from Lucky Strike to Mascal Village. We have heard the cries, and Plan Belize will deliver. The full enhancement of Blackburn Road, along with other farmers' roads in BRN. 6, the construction of a community center, which will also serve as a hurricane shelter for the good people of Boston Village. 7, the rehabilitation of a community center in Isabella Bank, which will then be used also as a hurricane shelter. Madam Speaker, we have identified and will issue over 400 lots in the Sandhill Maxborough area so that our young people and first-time landowners can own a part of their Belizean patrimony. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me quote directly from the budget speech presented by our Prime Minister and member for Orange Walk Central, from Consejo in the north to Barranco in the south, from Benquevejo in the west to the Lighthouse Reef Islands in the east. A brighter sun shines, a different, more confident nation awakens. Let me paraphrase those words, Madam Speaker. from Rancho Dolores to Barralboom, from Bomba to Boston, and from Rayban Ridge to Sand Hill. With the guidance of our Creator, let us come together, strive together. Through all the hiccups and challenges, let us move forward to build a stronger, better Belize Rural North and a better Belize for our children and grandchildren. This is what gets me up in the morning, Madam Speaker. This was my reason for running, and it is my drive and my desire. BRN, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to serve you. God bless each of you. Madam Speaker, this budget has the full support of Belize Rural North. We thank you.
I recognize the member for Port Loyola.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, I ask your permission to refer to my notes. First, I must say sincere condolence to Minister Julius Espat and his family on the passing of his mother. I now take this opportunity to say greetings to the wonderful residents of Port Loyola who elected me to represent them in the National Assembly. I also take this opportunity to thank you, Madam Speaker, for selecting myself as one of the 2 persons to represent Belize at the 71st Westminster Seminar in London from Monday, March 13th to Saturday, March 17th. Madam Speaker, I must acknowledge that it was a very informative seminar. Consequently, I returned from London with renewed commitment and new ideas to be of greater service to the residents of Port Loyola and our beautiful country, Belize. Madam Speaker, I now take this opportunity to make my contribution to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2023-2024. Madam Speaker, according to the budget, in the new fiscal year, government expects to collect $1,372,473,486 in revenue. Out of that amount, it envisioned that $1,112,855,051 will be used for expenses in running the government and addressing the needs of the people as best as possible, from Corozal to Toledo and from Benguet to the Keys. When those expected revenues are deducted, when those expected expenses are deducted from the expected revenue, there's a surplus of $259,888,435. The 2022-23 budget of this administration also had a surplus after projected total expenses were deducted from projected revenue. Madam Speaker, that is prudent management of the finances of the country, because the budget is only an estimate based on past trends. Madam Speaker, a budget surplus is always good news. A budget surplus allows the government to continue addressing the needs of the people without significant disruption in the event there is a major decrease in revenue or a major increase in the cost of accessing goods and services as a result of unforeseen circumstances. Madam Speaker, when one listens to the opposition, they make it sound as if managing the finances of the country in the interest of the Belizean people is as simple as ABC. This administration restored stability to the nation's finances because Prime Minister Briceño and his ministers are governing the country in the best interest of the Belizean people, as they promised to do in Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, the now opposition had 13 years in government to manage the finances of the country in the best interest of the people, and they failed miserably. That is why they are sitting on that side of the House with next to no chance of forming the government anytime soon. Madam Speaker, as a result of poor management of the country's finances for 13 long years, in its final term, the previous administration was on the unsustainable path of borrowing $1 million per day to pay salaries and keep the country running. Despite the financial mess they were creating, the former Prime Minister said he would continue borrowing until he could borrow no more. And in admitting the financial mess in which they had the country, with the IMF demanding the firing of over 2,000 public officers to bail out Belize financially, the former Prime Minister said that he felt sorry for whomever took over the government after he demits office. Madam Speaker, things were that dread in the country. After spending over $1 billion yearly, well over $13 billion in over 13 years, under the previous government, more Belizeans were in poverty than ever before. There was rampant corruption in practically all ministries and government departments. Crime, especially murders and gun violence, were out of control. The roads were bad. The dropout rate for all levels of education was mind-boggling. People could not get access to land and adequate housing, and unemployment was going through the roof. The only persons who did well during the opposition 13 years in government were their well-connected colleagues, many of who became overnight millionaires. Madam Speaker, for the great disservice the previous administration did to this country, the opposition should apologize to the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2023 to 2024 will do justice to our manifesto pledge, everybody to win, todos ganamos, as it will build on the many achievements of the previous budget that impacted the lives of Belizeans throughout the country in positive ways. For the legislature, the budget of the Ombudsman has been increased significantly from the previous fiscal year to over $327,987 for the new fiscal year. The Office of the Ombudsman will therefore be better equipped to ensure that ordinary citizens get justice in a timely manner whenever they make legitimate complaints of injustice, injury or abuse or other forms of wrongdoing against police officers or others in authority. Madam Speaker, there is also an increase in the budget for the Contractor General. The latter is very important. It's a very important increase. It will help to ensure that taxpayers of this country get value for their hard-earned dollars that are used to finance needed projects. With the Briseno administration, scores of lengths of steel, dozens of buckets of yellow paint, and other construction materials that are purchased with taxpayers' money are no longer being used to build large overnight concrete houses for any representative. The new budget of this administration puts the Office of the Contractor General in a better position to prevent corruption, because when corruption is prevented, in every possible way, everybody wins. Madam Speaker, apart from continuous training and improvement of the workplace to enable public officers to offer better service to the public. The new budget guarantees the resumption of payments of increments to all public officers and teachers as of April 1st, 2023. With the healthy recovery of the economy in the current fiscal year, government terminated the 10% salary cut for public officers and teachers from July 1st, 2022, in keeping with its promise to fully restore the salary cuts as soon as possible. And lest anyone forget, the salary cut was introduced to deal with the severe decline in revenue for over a year, as COVID forced scores of businesses to close due to very low sales. Madam Speaker, this administration also deserves credit for introducing a pension plan that will guarantee public officers and teachers a better pension in their golden years. Considering the contribution career public officers have already made to the existing pension scheme, only those persons who enter the public service on July 1st, 2023 will be included in the mandatory pension scheme. That is additional proof that this government listens to the concerns of public officers. Madam Speaker, Honorable Rodwell Ferguson is the Minister of Youth, Sports and Transport. Minister Ferguson is a very hardworking, dedicated and passionate minister, and I'm happy to serve as the Minister of State in the ministry. With clear the land, nowhere in sight, under this Briceño administration, the revenue for the Transport Department has increased tremendously each year, including the current financial year that will end on Friday of next week. To better serve the public, the Transport Department has opened new offices in Spanish Lookout and other parts of the country. Numerous training sessions have been held to enable the staff to be more effective. Special campaigns have been held to promote traffic safety. Highway patrol has been increased, and the department continue to discuss with bus operators ways to improve their equipment to offer better service to the public, which truly deserve better buses. The Transport Department was also able to ease the hardship on bus operators as a result of high fuel prices by securing fuel subsidy for them twice from the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Transport is also participating in a pilot project with the United Nations Development Program to advise the government on what types of electric buses would be more suitable for different parts of the country, given the terrain in the different areas. The Transport Department is also working with San Pedro Town Board and Kikaka Village Council to find suitable ways to address the congestion in their respective community with golf cart, taxi vans, and other vehicles. Madam Speaker, I'm therefore happy to note that in this new budget, funds are allocated for the continued development of the transportation industry in the country, including the renovation of the Belize City bus terminal that was severely damaged by Hurricane Lisa. Madam Speaker, members on the other side love to talk about the importance of sports in providing necessary entertainment and teaching the youth's life skills that are important for them to become law-abiding and productive citizens. We all agree on the importance of sports in achieving those two things. The problem is that when the no opposition was in government for 13 long years, they only paid lip service to the development of sports. Under their watch, Millions of dollars for sporting facilities were siphoned off in bloated contracts. Madam Speaker, the result of that corruption is on full display at the Marion Jones Stadium. They spent millions of dollars on bloated contracts for the fence and left the track and the main building incomplete. This PUP administration recognizes the importance of sports in national development. That is why, with funds from the current budget, the Ministry of Sports held the first national basketball tournament with excellent prizes. That is why the National Sports Council is encouraging the different sporting organizations to register with the council to enable it to be of greater assistance to them. And that is why we've signed an agreement with Cuba for that country to test samples from athletes who participate in major sporting events in Belize to help ensure that no athlete has an unfair advantage by secretly taking enhanced performing substances or drugs that are banned. The people have my word. With funds for sports in a new budget, everything will be done to start making the Marion Jones Stadium suitable for the various sports for which it was built as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, this administration is committed to making the Marion Jones Stadium user-friendly for our athletes, because when we say everybody for win, todos ganamos, we mean everybody, including our athletes. Madam Speaker, youths are the future leaders of Belize. If they fail to prepare for that responsibility, the entire nation will fail. For that reason, funds in the current budget have been used to hire competent personnel and purchase necessary office supplies to make youth, including those who are at risk, feel welcome at the offices of the Department of Youth Services in both Belize City and Belmopan and in the different towns. In engaging the youth, the Department of Youth Services offer youth skills training for 3 months at different job sites with a stipend. Youths are also offered counseling and assistance in identifying suitable employment after they have completed their training. Madam Speaker, recently the Department of Youth Services held an award ceremony at the Biltmore Plaza in over 15 fields for youths from all 6 districts. Furthermore, on Wednesday, March 22nd, Minister Ferguson and I joined the police, the chairman, the leader of a charity organization, and senior employees in the Department of Youth Services in visiting homes on both sides of the George Price Highway in Roaring Creek that has become a hotbed for gang and other criminal activities, including murder. The purpose of the visit was to encourage the youth to stop the deadly violence in their community and listen to the advice of their parents and teachers and others who see a bright future for them if they stop the violence, if they put down the gun. The youth were also encouraged to participate in programs that will enable them to learn skills that are important for securing employment or starting their own businesses. Madam Speaker, out of that commitment to give at-risk youth an opportunity to turn their lives around for better, the Department of Youth Services will soon be hosting a camp in Mountain Pine Ridge for over 50 at-risk youths. It is hoped that by being away from negative influences for a year, youths will be able to reflect on what they want in life and start making decisions to be better persons in the society. Madam Speaker, this administration does not only tell youths we care for you and we love you, Throughout the year, this administration backs up those words by implementing programs that truly empower youths to pursue their dreams in life. That is why this new budget includes funds for the continuation of existing programs and new programs for youth empowerment. Madam Speaker, this administration goes the extra mile with those programs to encourage at-risk youths to turn their lives around and be masters of their own destiny, because the administration truly believes everybody should win, todos ganamos, including at-risk youths. Madam Speaker, the first budget of this administration covered fiscal year April 21 to April 22. A significant portion of that first budget was used to turn the economy around after the devastating COVID and after 13 years of UDP mismanagement and massive corruption. Madam Speaker, since then, this administration gave over 68,000 persons a helping hand in escaping poverty by increasing the minimum wage by over 33%, from $3.30 per hour to $5 per hour. This administration made over 5,000 persons first-time landowners, including many single mothers. And this administration built over 250 concrete starter homes for mainly single parents at the affordable mortgage price of only $25 per week or $100 per month for 10 years. That is concern for the welfare of the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, with only 2 budgets, this administration also upgraded and built miles and miles of roads in every community throughout the country. Madam Speaker, in enabling our representatives to be of greater service to their constituencies, this administration introduced the monthly Community Development Fund, CDC, from the start of the current budget for all members of the House, including the 5 members of the opposition, and it has ensured inclusion of the Community Development Fund in the new budget. When the members on the other side were in government for 13 years, no such assistance was given to the opposition members in the House. This, however, is a different administration. This Briseno administration shows it cares for the concerns of all Belizeans by action. That is why it also gives the Community Development Fund to all the members of the House, including those who are members of the opposition. Madam Speaker, in its first budget, this administration gave hundreds of education grants and scholarships to ordinary Belizeans to enable them to further their education and pursue their dreams in life. And this administration, in its first budget, 2 budgets, reduced the rate of employment from over 15% when the opposition was voted out of office to only 5% unemployment today, as verified by the Statistical Institute of Belize. Madam Speaker, with only 5% unemployment, almost all persons who are serious about finding a job to care for their loved ones can succeed in doing so. As I speak, the Carl Hushner Memorial Hospital, KHMH, is in urgent need of several entry-level security guards. Madam Speaker, this administration was able to achieve that remarkable decrease in the rate of employment in only 2 years by introducing policies that motivated local and foreign investors to expand existing businesses and start new ones across the country. Madam Speaker, the fact that this administration was able to achieve those and many other things in only 2 years without over $400 million from oil, without over $600 million from Petrocaribe, and without millions of dollars from completely new loans is significant. Madam Speaker, those achievements are a remarkable success story for empowering families to overcome the poverty the cycle of poverty and crime. Madam Speaker, that is also a remarkable story for helping people to achieve their dreams in life. Madam Speaker, those achievements are also a remarkable story of making people proud to say they are Belizeans. And there are undeniable proof that with Honorable John Briceño as Prime Minister of the country, we have an administration that truly cares about making life better for Belizeans in cities, towns, and villages throughout the country. Madam Speaker, those achievements for the people were unheard of when the opposition was in office for 13 years because they were all about themselves. Mark King summed up the opposition philosophy when it was in government best when he proudly stated, "My government is UDP first." It was during those dark days of neglect of the people that the then Minister of Works used public officers and government's heavy-duty equipment to improve his large pasture instead of building needed roads for the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, brighter days for Belize are ahead in this fiscal year because with this new budget, much more funds are allocated for roads, housing, education, and land for first-time landowners, among many other things, to help free the people from poverty. Madam Speaker, the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 was good for the residents of Port Loyola as it represents. Let me repeat that. Madam Speaker, the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 was good for the residents of Port Loyola that I represent. And I have no hesitation in saying that the increased allocations for the most basic things for a better life in this new budget will indeed make life better for the people in my division as it does for Belizeans in the other 30 divisions across the nation. Madam Speaker, by using the community development vote for Port Loyola, in conjunction with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing and the Belize City Council, many streets that were left in a most deplorable state in the division by the previous government have been upgraded, and funds in the new budget will be used to continue the upgrade of streets in the area, including streets in the Janosha, Cedar Ridge, and Penn Road areas of the division. Madam Speaker, by working closely with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Cordell Hyde, I have obtained over 125 lots for first-time landowners in my division. And I'm happy to say no one is selling their lot. Many of those proud first-time landowners have already secured titles for their lands and are in the process of building their homes on their properties. Madam Speaker, this new budget includes funds to make over 10,000 additional lots available for first-time landowners across the country, as well as funds for a land clinic in Port Loyola. I'm therefore confident that in this fiscal year, I will be able to assist scores of more persons in my division in becoming first-time landowners and resolving many of their land issues. Madam Speaker, it is true that education is the best weapon to overcome poverty. I'm therefore thankful to Minister of Education, Honorable Francis Fonseca, for assisting the residents of Port Loyola with a record number of grants for school fees at the primary, secondary, and tertiary level. Because of those educational assistance, parents have more funds for other important things in the home. And more students are on their way to becoming fully qualified in their children's fields and builders of the new Belize. Madam Speaker, in addressing the housing needs of Port Loyola, the Ministry of Infrastructure handed over 6 starter homes to single mothers in the area. One of the homes is in the Genosha area of Port Loyola, and 5 are located in the Blackberry Estate, which is a government housing site near Burl Boom. The Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing also assisted scores of families in Port Loyola with construction material for home repair after Hurricane Lisa caused tremendous damage to many homes across the division. Madam Speaker, residents of Port Loyola can look forward to more housing assistance in this new budget, as it includes more funds for starter homes and housing grants, as well as funds to replace the homes that were destroyed by Hurricane Lisa. This new budget also includes funds for the completion of 4 starter homes in Port Loyola proper. That's because the lots filled by the Ministry of Infrastructure for those houses in the current physical area are now ready for construction. Madam Speaker, as the area representative for Port Loyola, I recognize the importance of jobs for people to care for their families and live with dignity. For that reason, I continue to make every effort to secure employment for the residents of my area in both the private sector and the public sector. And I have assisted over 75 constituents with $500 grant in supplies for their small businesses to ensure that they can provide better service to the community. Madam Speaker, with the community development vote for Port Loyola in the new budget, I will also be assisting an additional 50 small businesses in the area with supplies to enable them to be of greater service to their customers. Madam Speaker, in promoting sports, I'm currently upgrading the basketball court in the Genosha area from the current budget. The upgrade will include new bleachers, resurfacing of the court, building of a football field, and construction of a bathroom. That bathroom will come in extremely handy because many times female police officers are stationed at the basketball court and they have real issues when they want to use the restroom. Madam Speaker, the upgrade of sporting facilities in Port Loyola will continue with the new budget as we upgrade the basketball court corner, Central American Boulevard and Farbers Road, as well as the basketball court on Penn Road. Madam Speaker, a study of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2023-2024 clearly shows that it is filled with carefully thought out programs to ensure a better life for all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Port Loyola, I fully support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's been 3 long days, and but first, can you please allow me to thank the great people of Orange Walk Central for continuously giving me their support. Little did I know, Madam Speaker, in 1993, that on the 30th of June, that 30 years later, I'm going to be here in this National Assembly. Like I always remember, and I've said it a few times, that, my second son was 2 weeks old when I mentioned to Rosanna, my wife, that I've been asked to run in Orange Central, of course I have to blame the honorable member from Fort George. His father was one of them that was pressuring me to run. And of course, Rosanna cried for about a month. And I promised he's going to do 2 terms, you know. No, my granddaughter is 2 years old. Our granddaughter, beautiful granddaughter. And also I told Jaime, who is, you know, my brother, my best friend, my partner, we work together in business. And all right, Jaime, 2 terms and then I'll be back. And here, on God's spare life, on the 30th of June, it will be 30 years that I have been serving the good people of Orange Walk Central. And their faith in me and their confidence in me has never, ever wavered. And I'm very grateful to them for that, Madam Speaker. That is why I believe that I have to do everything possible as an area representative. I always tell people that my first job is as area representative for Orange Walk Central. Because thanks to them, I could be the leader of the greatest political party this country has ever had, the People's United Party. And by extension, I could be, you know, the Prime Minister of this beautiful country, a country that the UDP really messed up over the past 13 years. And when I hear them talk over these past 3 days, I wondered what universe, anyone say what country, not what universe they live. They actually live a life of fiction. When they come to this honorable house and start to tell you how good things were under the UDP. That is why today you have 5 of them over there, and how much over this side? 26. That speaks to itself. But, yes, sorry, 4, because you had the one which one? I forget her name. The honorable member from Queen Square. If you put the amount of minutes, not even hours, that she's been here in this house, I'm not sure if she has made a single hour since she was elected in this honorable house. I remember under the UDP, the former Prime Minister used to have house meeting every 4 months. We are having on average a house meeting every month because we believe that we have to constantly be reporting to the people. But yet, that member from that side refuses to come to this house, and she insults the people of Queen Square by not coming here to do the work that she was elected to do for. But Philip goes to come by himself. Yeah, Philip goes, yeah. Philip goes to sit down there right there by himself. But we're going to deal with that later. Yeah, just like but he don't sit down there for long, you know. He don't sit down there for long. But the point is, though, I'm getting carried away. I'm talking about Orange Walk Central. You know, that on the amount of work that we have been doing, Madam Speaker, I don't want to go through the entire long list. You see, because what we have done in Orange Walk Central is that we have partnered. I'm sorry, Brother DPM, but I believe that in Orange Walk Town, we have the best mayor in this country, Ladrick Shepherd. And everybody knows Ladrick. Nobody knows him by Ladrick Shepherd and know him as Mad Bull. Because Mad Bull is out there every single day working for the people of Orange Walk Town. Now you may get a good teacher too, you know, Madam Speaker. You know who was his teacher? The Mayor Emeritus. Where's the Mayor Emeritus? Yes, there he is, you know. The other member from Orange Walk East. I know sometimes you still believe the mayor, you know. I have to remind you, I know mayor, you know, the representative from Orange Walk East. So, Madam Speaker, in partnership with the Town Council, PUP Town Council, of course, we have paved 24 streets. I don't want to read out all of the list. And that includes some from Orange Walk East. Because we're also working in Orange Walk East and doing work in Orange Walk North, but I think all the streets in Orange Walk North are already paved. So we're good over there, in the town, not outside the town. So we've also been working with the Town Council. We've replaced, we've installed and renovating culverts in 17 corner streets. We've been doing drains. We've been We're restoring the Polo Briseño Recreational Park. I just found out it was the Polo Briseño, my late Uncle Polo, who I have so much I'm grateful for him to learn about politics, to learn about what it is to serve the people, and that to always serve with a sense of humility to the people. And I'm always grateful for Teopolo for, he used to drive around Arinjoactong. He used to not drive around, he used to ride on a bicycle, checking the work that was being done when he was mayor for also in Arinjoactong. But that is a park that is in San Lorenzo housing site. And in San Lorenzo housing site now, we have a football field, but of course when I left government, when we were in opposition, UDP did nothing for us in Orange Rock Central. They punished me. But despite the fact that they were punishing me, the people of Orange Rock Central stood out with me. Despite the fact that Juan de Grijalva issued out over 500 lots 2 weeks before the general elections, the people of Orange Rock Central still stuck it out with me. But big. So I have a responsibility to make sure that I can deliver. So we're working on that football field. We repair the streets. Well, yes, it broke up the mall. But it don't got no sense. But that said, Madam Speaker, we have our usual programs, the children Christmas party, we have our Father's Day, Mother's Day, early event. Thanks to DPM, we had this, the Lands Mobile Clinic. I really think whenever I have much people, I say, I don't think people in Orange Central got land problems, but boy, and you all work very well, 400 people. We tend to, yes, 13 years, they don't tend to wait. We did a children's summer camp program, some sports program, something that we've been doing for almost 30 years. We work on the San Esteban football camp. We work with the schools, make donations to all the schools. We assisted with the Amnesty volunteer, the Amnesty program. We work in San Esteban with the cleanup and the restoration of the San Esteban Nature Park. We're paving the main street of San Esteban, the entire streets. We did donations for during Hurricane Lisa, distribution of Christmas hampers. We did the digital lab in San Esteban. Madam Speaker, these are just some of the things that we have done for the good people of Orange Rock Central. And I welcome the new ambassador from Taiwan. Welcome, Madam Ambassador. And her assistant. So I think I may have to behave a little bit better than I expected to, Madam Ambassador. Yes, and maybe I need to be a little bit more diplomatic. But that said, Madam Speaker, it's important for me to put on record my appreciation and my love for the people of Orange Rock Central. Sorry? Well, we have to. Madam Speaker, when I hear what all my other colleagues are doing, people look at me in Orange Rock Central and say, you're the Prime Minister, what go on right here? So, so I have to. But not that through town council. So, through the town council. So let me make that very clear. I have so much paper right here. But these people over there, I give you so much, you don't know where to start to answer them. But let me start by thanking all the members on both sides of this honorable house for their contribution for the budget debate. All 30 members, because one never shows up in this chamber, were elected by a majority of the people in their constituencies, and this exercise provides each one of them the unlimited time and the space, and yes, even the latitude to them to come here to celebrate our accomplishments, or in their case, of the opposition, to express their discontent. It can, and I say it should be a spirited debate because it is an annual exercise which draws the largest audience in our parliamentary proceedings. As such, this is more than just an ordinary debate. It is the biggest event in the parliamentary calendar. And so the banter should be raised to a higher level, and yes, passions are heightened. This is a part of the color and the tradition of the parliamentary democracy the world over. All in this chamber should welcome it fully aware that we are governed by rules, but also appreciating, Madam Speaker, that the more lively and responsive the democracy, the better it is for sustainability. We recognize the balance, Madam Speaker, must maintain as we expect the chair to recognize a sense of occasion and in this annual exercise. And speaking about the sense of occasion, again, I must register my complete dissatisfaction with the fact that the member for Queen Square is once again absent from this chamber and not here to represent the good people of Queen Square. I therefore appeal to the leader of the opposition to speak to your aunt to address this matter, or we may be left with no other option but to amend the standing orders to ensure that no member of this House can so flagrantly disregard his or her responsibility to attend proceedings of the National Assembly. Let me now respond to some of the comments made over the past 3 days of debate and discussion. Now, some I can't respond to, I have so much of them. You know, maybe until tomorrow, and we don't tired. Let the rest of us on this side, like the rest of us on this side, I would have expected the leader of the opposition to have delivered an outstanding presentation. After all, the member from Mesopotamia never loses to remind us that he won one Grammy, that he's an entertainer, that he's a rapper. He's also admitted that it was this lifestyle as a young rapper that caused him to end up incarcerated, and that now he is a reform man, and that you're a reform man. I know you're a reform man. Well, let's not talk about what he can talk about. Cane, because we only know what kind of cane he knows about, right? All right, so we'll leave it like that. All right. That seems to be a part of his narrative. Let me give him some other facts, because facts matter. The leader of opposition referred to himself as a former entertainer. Everyone listening would agree with him, except that for the former part, clearly he uses every opportunity to profile with the hip-hop community in the US. That's all he would worry about, forget a visa for go back to the States. Trouble is, where this house is concerned, he cannot come here to ply his trade. You don't come here to entertain. You come here to present your people and to do your job as a leader of the opposition. The leader of opposition spoke of Hollywood, of his friends in Hollywood, and that in Hollywood, and I quote what he said, "What you see is not what you get," end of quote. Well, after his budget response, it is also clear that in his case, what you see is exactly what you get. Nada. Zero. An entertainer who will stoop to every manner of acting to advance his waning political fortunes. A representative who, as Minister Fonseca said, presented as a budget response that was, and I quote, "a tale of fiction and fantasy that could only be woven in the mind of a has-been rapper in search of relevance and credibility," end of quote. Well, that's a hell of a quote, you know. Now, here is some hard lyrics from the member of Freetown, and I hope that those on the other side gunning after him wrote it down to remind him at convention time, and I quote, "I had been rapper looking for relevance and credibility," end of quote. Now, that's extra, as the young people would say. What we have seen from the member from Mesopotamia, what we have seen of him as a leader of the opposition, and what we have gotten from him is once again the same, all the same. Our representative who was unprepared, with ill-conceived pronouncements, which resulted in a performance that was most unmemorable and lackluster. The fact is that on Wednesday, Belizeans saw a former entertainer who is a poor excuse of a politician. They saw a former entertainer who is an even poorer excuse of a leader of a mass party. Those of us on this side thought that the leader of the opposition that preceded this one, I see they get closer to that seat, you know. Get closer. The member from Colette had reached a new low in 2021 when he responded to our first budget. But then last year in 2022, we were shocked and dismayed by the member from Mesopotamia, who for the first time did not even have a prepared response and spent 2 hours of aimless, pointless blabbering. But man, this time, the leader of the opposition outdid himself, or as it were, he managed to sink below last year's poor performance to hit a new low with this year's special blend of errors, flawed data, and mistruths upon misinformation. It would be unparliamentary to use a real word or once, you know, so I said mistruths. Let me address just a few examples of his follies. GDP growth, he claimed was higher under the UDP. Well, I could send you a copy. This is from SIB. He claimed that it was higher under the UDP. First, he admitted that in 4 of their 13 years, there was actually a contraction in GDP. And then you average those with the tepid growth of the other 9, even the IMF concluded that UDP growth was between 1.5 and 2% over their 13 years in office. That's the IDB, that's the IMF, that's not me. Now let me tell you, the PUP growth during these 2 years have averaged 13.8%. So, Mr. Leader of the opposition, there's egg on your face. He claimed that foreign direct investments and the investment climate were in trouble. But net foreign direct investment flows were $250 million in 2021, $265 million last year, and we expect to meet or exceed those levels this year. 2022 FDI, or foreign direct investment, under the PUP in 2022, check this out, was 45% more than the foreign direct investment under the UDP in 2019 pre-COVID. 45%. Yet here I go and tell you, people don't want to invest in Belize. There is a loss in confidence. So again, Mr. Leader of the opposition, there is egg on your face. He claimed, out of one side of his mouth, that too much money is being allotted in the budget to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. $194 million was the figure he cited. He said that over, he was in his sleep and he repeat $194 million. And the wife was have to start to wake up and tell him, boy, you talk too much in your sleep. But on the other side of the mouth, he took credit for the Coastal Road, the Caracol Road, the Sarteneja Road, the upgrading of the PGIA, and the Remate Bypass, among other current projects. Well, the reason the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing budget is $194 million, Mr. Leader of the opposition, is because this administration, this PUP government, had to find the funds and allot them for the project that the UDP started, but did not fully fund nor finish them. What was it that his father used to come here year and after year to say? He said he had a favorite term, due to capacity constraints. capacity constraints than nicer to say that they got too much Donsi people in a cabinet, so they can't finish the work. Now, let me give you a few examples, Madam Speaker. One, the Belize Integral Security Program. This project was designed and developed in 2010-2011. $60 million project, a $60 million project, and it was signed on the 21st of August 2015. Remember, Minister of Police and Minister of Defense? From 2015, they signed this $60 million project, you know. And this project should have completed in 5 years. The reality is that this PUP administration in November 2020, when we took over, the money that was used of the $60 million was for what? Just to pay salaries, to cover salaries, office rental, purchase of vehicles, and there was no tangible outputs for the implementation of this project. But since the end of 2020, our government, we had to resign, we designed the project, given that the components were already outdated. As a simple example is that in 2020, the facilities needed repairs, but now the time has gone that now we can't repair them buildings, we have to rebuild, we have to build them buildings all over. And the accomplishments, we already get 10 troop lifting vehicles and computers to the BDF, from breaking for the kitchen and 2 quarters at Price Barracks. The situation in the kitchen was inhumane. They had the kitchen, they had the, yes, we don't want to say what they may have under the kitchen because it's we're in the house. We can't say that. 2010, you know, when I signed the project in 2015 and you did nothing, it is our government that have to fix it. The Resilient Rural Belize, the RBR, another $40 million project that was signed by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, in 2018. How much money was free money of that?
30 million.
30 million free?
22 million and 8.
Well, yes. $22 million was free money. Free, you don't have to pay it back. And then 8 million we have to pay. When we got in November 2020, $4 million was used, again, only for salaries and vehicles, and there was zero implementation. And we were told that we were about to lose that $22 million. The IFAD classified that project as problematic. We saved that project. And what are the accomplishments of that project that we did, Mr. Leader of the Opposition? Infrastructure, Nago Bank roads completed, the Valley of Peace, the construction is underway. San Carlo and Chayo roads, the design is completed and procurement is ongoing for the work. The research and development, the scientific research study with the University of Belize, water wells for farmers, land preparation, storage facilities, and the list would go on. Free money, no?
Free money. Shame.
But then don't see me, they couldn't get the work done. Another project, Madam Speaker, World Bank. There was a $60 million loan signed in 2016, from 2016, for the rehabilitation of sections of the Philip Corson Highway from the International Highway junction to Gardenia Village, right now where we started the work. Check this out. $60 million. $20 million was used for feasibility studies and zero implementation. Wow. $20 million on the UDP was used for a feasibility study. That's not my facts, my brother. These are the facts. You could check with the World Bank if you wish. And then the remaining $40 million, after they don't spend $20 million on the feasibility study, they use it as cash vouchers during the COVID-19, again, playing politics. And believe that if they give you the $40 million, remember in 2015, remember when there was a flooding in Belize City? 3 weeks before the election, they gave away $45 million. That's why they win the election, you know.
Well, they had a drought.
They had a drought. How much money we get? Where were the members from Corozal now? Remember this? We had a drought, and they said that we were going to get several $1 billion to the cane farmers, and then here come and cry about the cane about our government. Please, man, you should be ashamed. $40 million they gave away, so that hoping that they could try to win the elections in November. They thought that what they did in 2015, they could repeat it in 2020. But the people were wiser. And that's why you have, how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 over there, 26 over this side. I got 2 more projects. The Hanover Bridge project. $60 million loan from OPEC, EIB, and CDB. It was signed in 2018. But because of the corruption from the previous administration, they wanted to give it to their favorite contractor. Who would have their favorite contractor? Give me a name and a whistle. Eber Hernandez got that. They wanted to give it to them, and they refused to give it to him. And so the previous administration may prefer to put that on pause, risking the life of the population, all the people who cross that bridge. And guess what? Who is building that bridge, the Hanover Bridge? It's the People's United Party government. I know that bridge was designed and built by Belizeans, and we are saving the Belizean people $30 million. I tell you, man, I don't see people up on the next side. I'll give you one more example. There's this $56 million loan from the CDB for education, the education program. The funds were to build pre- and primary schools throughout the country with the objective to increase Belize human capital. Zero implementation, zero. The scope of the work had to be redone, and the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Infrastructure Development is about to sign Memorandum of Understanding for MIDH to carry out the construction. I listened to the member from Colette, Minister Fonseca, when he was talking, when he said about steam, and he's saying, then do steam. Steam, STEM, some say steam, some say TEM. When you mean to talk, I never will interrupt you. When you mean to talk, I never will interrupt you. The only steam in the ground are through the years, you can talk. That's all they will do. Because you did nothing. It is this Minister of Education. And I'm not lying. When I spoke to the 2 people that they hired, remember the people that they hired? They were telling, I'm not making this up. God strike me for the lie. When one of them said that they're happy that we got on board because now that project is moving forward. All we do that, just talk. No, that would go good for. Anyway, I'm just giving some examples of what your former Prime Minister used to talk to due to capacity constraints. Now, going back to the leader of the opposition, I'm not finished yet, I'm not finished. For the last 3, referring to the former Prime Minister, for the last 3 of his budget presentation, the former Prime Minister listed the construction, well, I just mentioned the new Hanover Bridge. About 3 years, I think we voted for that loan, I think about 2 times. 2 or 3 times we voted for the same loan, They come to the house. And they still never built the bridge. We are the ones that are building that bridge, Mr. Leader of the opposition. And as I said, we are building it cheaper because it's designed by Belizeans and being built by Belizeans. Now, how can you claim credit for roads that were started but far from completion when you left office? The fact is that it will be this PUP administration that will have to find the funds to complete each of these projects. And you tell me we can't have the bar because we have to finish a project, we don't start. We can't be reckless. We can't behave like you all. Let me give you an example. On the sugar adaptation, remember the member from Orange Rock? So, Abi, the sugar adaptation, remember, we had free money to pave the road from Progresso all the way to Orinjoa. Free. Yes, our market. What else am I do? And the loans for the cane farmers, right. But now, when they come into government, they be bad-minded and then decided that they are not going to let Berbe and Lopez take that contract. And they took away the contract from them. We lost the money, and then Berbe and Lopez, they forgot a court. They never got a court. They get one liar to represent them. You know that the liar? Brother Dennis. Brother Dennis get to represent them. And do you know how much the government paid them? You know how much? I could show the file. $12 million. No road. Nothing was done. But they think we lost $12 million free money, and we paid $12 million, and there was no road built. That is when you're just bad-minded. So now we come into government, we can't behave like you behave. We know we were elected for nation building, that we have to produce for the people. So we have to now find the money to finish the projects that you started, and some of them are quite even complete. So again, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, you have egg on your face. No?
Scrambled egg, by the way.
Scrambled egg? Was it a rotten egg, actually? Now, he derides the SIB's employment estimates that 95% of those seeking jobs are currently working. They say, oh, that cannot be true, 95%. But he quotes the SIB or the price increase in certain food products. So on one side he said that they lie, and on the next side he say, oh yes man, it's correct. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. It's convenient, exactly. So the SIB figures were wrong when the numbers show that tens of thousands of new jobs this administration has already helped to create. But right, but correct, when they show that food prices are going up. Once again, egg on your face. On the matter of inflation, when the Leader of the Opposition charged that we were ignoring and unbelievably cited Jamaica as a comparison, he again proved us right, that he simply does not know what he is talking about. Perhaps the member from Colette can help him understand, or maybe even the member from Albert, because both show far more knowledge on these matters than he does. The fact is that the inflation rate in Jamaica in 2021 was 5.9%, and in 2022 it was 9.4%. And just to give you some other examples, in Suriname, I spoke with the foreign minister when we were in Panama. He's saying their inflation rate is over 50%. In Argentina, you showed it to me, member from Fort George, 102.5%. I'm not saying that I'm happy with the inflation that we have, but just for comparisons. Yes, in context. Now in Belize, the fact is that Belize's inflation rate was lower than the rate in the US, the UK, and the average in all of Latin America. And that is the fact. We have been doing the solutions, my friend. Now, one solution, I spoke with the president of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. He called me it was last week, Monday night, on my way home. And we're going to have a meeting where he's invited 10 other countries to join him to discuss inflation. And one of the things that he wants to propose, and we're having that meeting, I think it's next week, Wednesday, is to see how we can reduce the prices of food for people. And he picked Belize, along with Honduras, along with Brazil and Argentina, to name a few. I think St. Vincent and the Grenadines is the only country from the Caribbean that he invited to join. I think Bolivia is also a part of it. 11 countries. And he wants us to talk to see how we can help one another to reduce inflation, to reduce the burden on our poor people. And then you come here and talk about what are they going to do. Obviously, you are not, I guess you are so busy trying to do with Fat Boy Joe. How you call him? Fat Joe? What the hell? What on earth you call him? I mean, and then that's all you only want to go show up on TV in the United States instead of stay here and get the work done. Huh? Not any kind of beliefs, is that true? Puff Daddy kind of beliefs? Yeah? Puff Daddy kind of beliefs? You believe? Yeah? Or what Big Joe, or Rapper Joe? Yeah? And which one of them is supposed to bring the bag with the money?
Fat Joe.
Huh? Fat Joe, he don't bring the money? But, well, hold on.
Member for a walk, a little bit too far there.
Let me point out, remember our ambassador from Taiwan is here. We have to behave and leave it. We have to be now good behavior. But I'm speaking, they glare at me right now. Let me point out one other glaring duplicity of the leader of the opposition statement. How come COVID was outside of the UDP control? You know, can't control COVID, but inflation is within our government's control. You see the duplicity? You see the duplicity? I guess you don't read. You never read the recent IMF assessment, which confirmed that 2/3 of Belize's inflation is imported. Have you read the IMF Article 4 statement? Did you read it? So you never understand it, or you definitely don't want to come and say the truth. Because if you have read it and understand it, you'd have come and said that 2/3 of the inflation in Belize is imported. It's imported. So it's not, we've been working. You think if we have not been working in trying to control prices, you think if we're not getting people back to work, you don't know how much higher inflation would have been? Thanks to this government, we managed to control it, my brother. We don't want to have it to zero, but what we have been doing, look around you. Look at the inflation in Guatemala, in Honduras, in El Salvador, in the rest of the region, man. We have the lowest inflation rate because the People's United Party is working for the people of this country. Not about solutions. It is our work. That's why we are managing to put it up. We want to get rid of it, of course. We don't want it at zero. But the reality is that some things are out of our control. That is the reality, my brother. You know, aware that inflation, just like oil prices, is a global phenomenon. It's a global problem. And there's not one single government in this planet that can control it. Even the great United States, the country that you adore, the country that you don't want to live, can't control inflation the way they did. But the fact is, well, when you were talking, we listened to you. We listened. Yes, we did. We did. Actually, after a while, I may get boring. Actually, stop listening. Actually, I must confess. I may try to listen, but after a while, I just block it out because, anyway, but the fact is that we have done more to alleviate the high costs, for example, by focusing on the productive sector and on food security. We are one of the few countries in the Americas where we have food security. Thanks to the work of Citizen. The gas report, not right now, I don't pay me the Minister of Agriculture. But thanks to his work, we are ensuring that our farmers, when they grow their vegetables, we ensure that we eat our vegetables. So that then our poor farmers can benefit, unlike your feeble government, where they give out licenses to everybody for hustling. For we farmers, when we grow tomatoes, we eat fully local tomatoes. And I know the representative from Pixac, the Minister of Tourism, he had a lot of pressure because they want to bring their big juicy tomatoes. But as I always say, nobody can eat juicy tomatoes. They can visit the beauty of this country and the people and our food. The best pineapple in the world. The best pineapple, exactly. But again, Madam Speaker, that is why, because we are working with the productive sector, we are ensuring that we are encouraging Belizeans to buy more Belizean products. That is why the value of our dollar has remained strong and inflation has been relatively low. We're not happy with where it is, but it is not compared to what we have around us. Again, the facts throw eggs on your face, my brother. On the matter of high energy cost, why did the leader of the opposition, now this is one example, why did the leader of opposition not cite that over $35 million of taxes were foregone by this administration to keep the fuel costs as low as it possibly can? $35 million we give up. Something, $35 million we give up. But you don't say that without doing nothing. But again, he either does not understand or came deliberately not to say the truth in this honorable house. And as to the honorable member from Corozal North, when he came to talk about the subsidies for the farmers, he himself don't understand how the subsidies work. That's not true, my brother. If you'd have asked, you'd have been no. I asked, that's why I know. It is based on the excise duty. And now that we are cutting the cost of diesel to keep it, so I'm not making it go high, we have to try it then, when you cut the excise duty, there's less to give to the farmers. That is what is happening. We could have increased the full $4 in excise duty, and then everybody pay, and then the farmers get only $3 refund, which is the same price where they get right now. But we don't want to do that. We want to be able to try to help as many people as we possibly can. Again, more egg on his face. Again, the leader of the opposition accused us of overborrowing, that he is unable to grasp the numbers I cited in my budget presentation. And anybody surprised? I certainly am not surprised. But his lack of understanding does not change the fact that the total public debt at the end of 2008 was at $2.2 billion. And by 2020, that figure was $4.2 billion. The difference? $2 billion. That's what the debt went under the UDP. Now, he needed only to listen to the member from Orange Walk East, who in his presentation reminded us that his own father, the former prime minister, said, and I quote, "I will borrow until I can borrow no more." He never made a lie because he borrowed as much as he could. Now, what is our record over the past 2 years? We negotiated a reduction of $1 billion to the public debt by getting rid of the super bond, settling the UDP debt for acquiring the registries. Remember the BISL? We had to pay that off for them, that $38.25 million US. And also by securing a substantial reduction in the Petro-Caribbean loans. Those Petro-Caribbean loans were monies almost $500 million squandered by the UDP while our people got poorer and poorer and poorer. But when you think about it, you see some of the loans that they never used now, baby, they were not interested in those loans because, those loans, you have to report where they spend the money. But the Petro-Caribbean, they are free for all. People, they got partied. Well, the people, the famous people, boy, you're going to your grave with that people, Patagos Fest, boy. Them bad spend up the money. So while they squandered, our people got poorer. And then he has the nerve to bring up public officer wages and increments. Let me explain. I don't know if I could educate him. I'd love to educate him. I'll try to explain. The UDP, they were borrowing $1 million a day to meet salaries with no regard to the consequences. They wanted to make it to election day in 2020 without having to confront the same problem that they created. I have a number somewhere, so I'm gonna find it, where it shows how they increased the number of workers. In 2007, there was 12,388 public officers. By 2020, there was 15,116 public officers. They increased it by 22%. And now they want to talk about, the member from Albert, about how where we do with so much money, when you don't realize that when we increase the minimum wage, a lot of the people that are not part of the establishment, their salaries gone up. That is another way of fighting inflation, my brother. We give people more money in their hands. And you talk about what is the solution? I did try to educate, you know. I did try to educate, but when we took over, when the PUP took over, as the DPM pointed out, what did the IMF demand from us? So, well, the first thing you have to do, fire 3,000 people. Second thing you have to do, raise GST to 19%. How could we do that? Now, if we may fire 3,000 people and be 3,000 UDPs, you know, because usually they have last in, first out. So we're going to fire 3,000 UDPs, your supporters, but we got heart, we got conscience. How could we fire 3,000 people and there's no jobs out there at that time? So we decided, you know what? We are buckle down. We want to fight against the IMF. We did not bend to the IMF. We decided, working with our own homegrown plan. And we adjusted salaries and we held increments to allow our economic plan a little time to work. Now the public officers, rightly so, they were not happy. We understand that. Nobody happy when you have to cut their salaries. But at the end of the day, they understood that it's better each and we suffer our limit and not just one. A lot of people just go there and suffer even more. So I want to put on record once again this government's gratitude to the public officers, to the teachers, to the police, to the BDF for helping us getting through this very difficult time. The Barrow administration knew that they had to do that, you know. But they never have the...
Don't say.
I will not say. But they did not have the political fortitude to do what is right. They may want to take it easy. That's why they were printing money. Because apart from that, remember, they print money, no hell from, I could say hell, not true, Madam Speaker? From the central bank.
Domestic debt.
Remember, the domestic debt gone to over $1 billion.
200 million.
Yes, from 200 million to over $1 billion under the GDP. The overdraft we did 100 million. We pay up that 100 million long time. Yes. And so now you come and talk what is the solution. The solution is in front of you. That's what we've been doing for the past 2 years. And our plan has proven its values. Because 1 year after we cut salaries, when they tell the workers that it's going to be for 3 years, because we were doing so well with the economy, because we had the courage, we had the courage to open up the economy quickly. And then decided, remember when the Minister for Tourism said, look, we try to give the vaccines to all of the tourism frontline workers, and we looked at him like, you crazy, we have to help everyone. And he made the point that if we do that, then people will come quicker to Belize. Those are some of the things. Minister of Agriculture decided, you know, all our cattle, let's sell what we could sell. Let's sell the milk over the choy and the chicken and pigs and so on. They never had no market because there were no tourists. We sell it across to Guatemala. That, remember, Mesopotamia. Those are the things that we've been doing to help this country, and he wants to know what are the solutions. We open the free zone. How many people work at free zone right now? 1,200 people work at free zone. And we open up, and they were the same one where they said, oh, we are bringing COVID into Belize. And there's no COVID. But we had the courage to do what is right, my brother. And you are saying, what are the solutions? The solutions are right in front of your face. But you refuse to see it. You refuse to see. That is your problem. And so we said the cuts were going to be 3 years. We did the cut in 1 year, and we give back their pay raise, the 10%. We said the increments would have been for 3 years. 1st of April, we are giving back the increments to the public officers. Now, compare this record to the UDP record. When the IMF told the UDP, well, you have to fire people. Then bow down, yes, Master IMF.
Retrench.
What they did? Retrench. So that they fired almost 1,000 public officers 1 week before Christmas. At least you could have been waiting till after January, you know, till after Christmas. That is your legacy. That's your country's, your party's legacy. 1,000 people just before Christmas. Well, he better have states, no? The rapper may have states, so.
Where in the states? Where in the states?
They fire because the IMF tell them to fire, and we tell the IMF absolutely not. We are going to protect every single public officer. And we don't have to borrow to pay salaries. We solved our problem. We stood up to the IMF, and we saved the Belize dollar from devaluation, and we rescued this country from default. That is the absolute record of the People's United Party government, member of the opposition. Now, I truly regret that the member from Cayo South was not here to be able to join us for this debate. He would make it a lot more lively if he was here. But I'm sure that he would have been here to be able to set the record straight for the leader of the opposition. But today, Julius is with his family. I think he told me that today they're burying his mother. And I met his mother several years ago, a few times. A wonderful lady. And I'm sure that she was proud of the accomplishment of not only his son, but his other children, all of them successful by their own right. But today he's saying his last farewell to his dear mother. But when I spoke to him last night, he is very grateful for the kind words that both sides of us, even yourselves on the other side, that you have expressed for him. And he's grateful, and we pray, especially on this difficult day, for him and his family. But let me just quickly take a minute to share some of what will be done with the budget allocated to this ministry for this fiscal year. The hard-working men and women of the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing will commence the upgrading of the George Price upgrading project, Belize City to Bamopan. This is the most important and strategical part of our road network, Bamopan to Belize City. They're going to commence the replacement of the Belcan and the Belize City swing bridges, which is due to neglect and no maintenance by the previous administration. They're in terrible disrepair. Think about it. 500 million from Petrocaribe, 600 million from the oil money, and you couldn't fix the two bridges in Belize City? Man, you should have shame on yourself. And it's 4 hours out of the 5 are from Belize City. The most powerful ministers in the previous government were from Belize City, actually from Southside Belize City.
That is so, sir.
And they did nothing for the people of Belize, of Southside, more than just keep them in poverty so they could go give them at least $50, only $100 whenever they want something. Instead, I work, find ways so they could do better. Make sure that children could go to school and could fix the parks, like the park that you just, the football field that you did. a historic park. What are they, Ben? Berger Field.
Legendary.
Boy, we got them a beautiful field, man. I have not been in a goal post from 1988. The last time I played here in Belize City in MCC, that was my last football game. And I stopped because, sorry? Berger Field. No, but I was in MCC where I played, but I went in Berger Field. Beautiful field. Have you gone there? I was a part of the national team, my brother. I was part of the national team. Anyways, so they're going to commence the replacement of these two bridges. They're going to commence the rehabilitation of the Philip Boson Highway from mile 8 to the 24.5 mile. This is where the World Bank they spent $20 million of the $60 million just on studies, and then they take the next $40 million and give it away just before the election. They're going to complete the upgrading of the San Esteban Road from Banquitas, that's the entrance of Farinjoak Town, all the way to San Esteban Village, and Lovedo, to make sure we deliver on Plan Belize. That's delivering on Plan Belize, right? We're completing the rehabilitation of the Crooked Tree Road and seek funding for the design and construction of the Crooked Tree Causeway. We're going to commence implementation of the Santa Elena Bridge, Corozal Free Trade Zone road upgrading. We're going to commence the Northern Burgess key feasibility study for road, drainage, water, and sewer. We're going to complete the rehabilitation of the Magistrate Building and the Charles Bartlett Hyde Building in Belize City. The trouble is that those on the other side have become so used to posturing, something they inherited from their former leader, and they don't bother to study and prepare for these debates. Minister after minister on this side of the House spent this past 3 days educating them on the facts and pointing out to them how to understand that budget book. You know, sometimes I feel sorry for the leader of the opposition. Despite his distortions and his deceptions, I really feel sorry for him because he has deluded himself into thinking that he is really a Dr. Prime Minister in waiting. But I see the Minister of College at least swipe out about doctor, you know. I don't know what I mean.
You like Dr. Fly?
Yes, I know Dr. Fly. He said you have a real doctor. No, but that is not what his colleagues, but that's not what his colleagues think, that he can be Prime Minister. Not the member for Albert, not the member from College, not even the member from Corozal North. Well, especially not the standard bearer from Belmopan. Because that's all he can be, you know, standard bearer, kind of no election for him. The truth is that it was not we on this side who first plastered egg all over his face. He came to this house already rank with the smell of eggs. He went out and he got out and said, John Saliva could never run under my leadership. The national their executive to vote no. But then yes, yeah, he want make we lock up. And when your government should have lock up, they have the evidence.
Prime Minister, let's rein him back in, please.
The point is, Madam Speaker, the point is that his own party went against him, and they voted for John Saliva to be able to run in the convention. And then then he was out there campaigning for one of the candidates, you know.
That's how we're tourists there right now. We're part tourists there.
And so with all of that, the man still lose the power. We want leader to even win what the candidates win, then you're in trouble.
When you walk out, nobody walk out.
Nobody walk out. And the thing is that the man never lose by Mapam by a few votes, you know. The man lose by hundreds. That's how bad it is. Now, if the leader of the opposition is so weak and is so weak politically, then they can't win one convention in their own party in a single division, then how can he ever hope to be prime minister? He won his position by how many votes? By how much votes did he win, Colette? Member from Albert. By how much? 2 votes, right? 2 votes. And when they asked for a recount, the chairman Horace said, no recount, no recount. No recount. But the Albert, the honorable member from Albert, the honorable member from Albert,
One second, please. This is what happens when we carry on outside of 42B. No, member, we remember, please, this morning we had that. We referred to each member by their constituency. Can we get back to the debate?
The honorable member from Albert, being the lady she was, she then accepted it gracefully and did not try to fight. But I'm sure that if
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Relevance to the budget.
Prime Minister, please.
Madam Speaker, relevance. You warned us in the beginning of the budget debate that we should stick to the draft estimates. And
Point
I believe
heard.
you've been very generous to the
point
Prime
heard.
Minister. Thank you.
Point heard. Indeed, I have been generous. Please, Prime Minister, can we? Yes, I have been generous to both sides.
But just let me finish with this.
Please, let's continue.
Yes, I want to finish this, Madam Speaker, by saying that if somebody else made a wrong, the member from Albert, then 2 votes, then I'm finish like that. But I'll leave it as that. No? And I'm sure, yes, never man chance. But I'm sure that the other 2 members over the side must say the thing, make you wait. Because they know that they're going to lose the next election, and then after that they will say, I'll go after him and get rid of him. No, but that's for another day. But I say to them, I mean, don't fear. You have a long time to wait for try to be Prime Minister or Dr. Prime Minister. So, but let me move on, Madam Speaker. Over the past 3 days, the Belizean people have gotten a clear appreciation of how different the 2 sides are, the 2 parties, them over that side and we over this side. On the one side, our side, they saw a strong, united party working together to find real answers to the challenges facing our national development. Now, they felt our enthusiasm, they felt our energy. They were about to hear from every minister on this side and see how, and representative, to see how our teams, how we are delivering on Plan Belize. Now on the other side, we had 4 different speeches, no common thread, no true vision on how to move this nation forward. You know, at least when we were in opposition, we become, yes, we criticized, but we also tried to tell them, well, you know what we could do. But just imagine, after 13 years in office, the member from Albert now comes to demand that more can be done for the Albert division. 13 years, you know. 13 years. They spent over $12 billion in those 13, about $13 billion in those years. They spent $500 million from Petro-Caribbean, $600 million from oil, and now she want to know what is it that we're doing for Albert. Where was the transparency and accountability when she guided the process? Listen, when she guided the process as minister, that led to yet another 10 years Brad's contract, the Bolido contract. It was under her ministry. It was your ministry. What did the AL member from Albert, or even the cabinet, ask who are the real owners of the Brad's contract? Why is it that the Brad's contract have to have so much layers of offshore company? You go to one offshore company, you find another offshore company, you find another offshore. Why is it that what is it that they have to hide? Because we know who are the true owners of the Brad's company. Where do you have to hide? Where was her cry? You know, remember when the babies were dying in Calcutta? You never hear she cry out and say, sorry, the honorable member from Albert crying out and say, you know, we have to do something at Calcutta. When raccoon made a drop from the ceiling, we never hear them cry about that. But perhaps the Minister of Health should invite the member from Albert to go and see the containers of expired medicines. Millions of dollars wasted on the Pablo Marin of inferior medicine. But we never hear any cry about that then. All of a sudden, the world will come to an end.
Fake medication when people need to live.
Yes, fake medication and they bring.
Sugar and water.
And I like to make the point out. And then when member from Albert spoke of the large number of open vote workers, where did she get for information? Just because the numbers gone up. But what she didn't realize that thanks to this government, we promised we were going to raise the minimum wage, and we delivered in raising the minimum wage. That is why the monies, the numbers that we're paying for open vote workers has gone up, Member of Albert, and we could come and take a look at the numbers. We have nothing to hide. What we are doing is that we are removing, what we have been doing now, we have no apology. We have removed from the payroll, remember, a few hundred UDP ghost workers, phantom workers, they only collect money and never come to work, especially Ministry of Housing. Got a lot of them. In every ministry, when they find them, they hide. They just collect their salary, they don't come to work. And those are the people that we have been getting rid of. I cannot think of one solid recommendation from the member of Albert to say to help Belizeans in her Southside Belize City constituency. She gave no accountability to our constituencies for what she did with the constituency development fund that she gets every month. No report on the number of people, of children in Albert who are supposed to benefit from the computer facilities she used grant funds to construct in the building that houses our Albert office. No explanation or apology on the reckless Bolido contract that her ministry may give out to brides. No, as a member from Corozal North, I guess he seemed to be more concerned about town council than about the nation. But the opportunity will come when he would have the opportunity to launch his municipal campaign. When he spoke to the people of his constituency, not benefiting from Plan Belize, well, perhaps he should report how he's spending the thousands of dollars that we allocate to him every month for the Constituency Development Fund. And then come and cry here. Member, DPM, how much money help you used to get from the government before? How much grocery bags you used to get? We get nothing. You want to ask me how much I get? You, member from Colette, ask me how much grocery bags I get while it's 13 years. No, ask me. I get none. Zero. I get no help. Not for housing and for education. For every dollar we get, the UDP used to get 10. So, but just to put the record, Madam Speaker, when he complained about how we're doing nothing, we're not doing anything for the people of Corozal North. Let me start with Sugar Roads.
Remember, they prefer the Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, and Daffy Duck.
Daffy Duck, right? That's true. Yes, I'll give you help. But when he complained about Sugar Roads, you know how much the UDP government used to spend for Sugar Roads every year? Member from Orange Walk South and member from Corozal South East, $400,000. $200,000 for Orange Walk, $200,000 for Corozal. You know how much we spent this last financial year? $1.4 million plus using equipment from MIDH and in-house machinery and resources. And the year before, you know how much you spent? $1.4 million again, because you all were not doing anything to the Sugar Roads. We had to fix them. Now, if we were to add that $400,000 to what we have spent already in 2 years, it takes 7 years 7 years for them to spend what we have spent in 2 years to help the cane farmers of the North. And again, it's a pity that the member from Corozal North is not here. But let me read out. Let me read out the streets, the roads that we have fixed, the sugar roads. Paraiso Sugar Road, 4.8 miles. Consejo Sugar Road, number 4, 2.7 miles. San Jomal Sugar Road, 3.9 miles. San Jomal Paraiso Road, 2.5 miles. San Antonio Santa Elena Farm Road, 2.6 miles. Calcutta San Pedro Sugar Road, 5.4 miles. Santa Rosa Sugar Road, 6.7 miles. Sip Sugar Road, 2.5 miles. Zacatal Sugar Road, 2.7 miles. Estero Sugar Road, number 1, 2.6 miles. Estero Sugar Road, number 2, 1.8 miles. And then he comes and said, well, I guess obviously he know the move out in his constituency. They hide. Works were also done in the Tacital Sugar Road, Shaibe Sugar Road, Quinta Sugar Road, Richard Sugar Road, Yochen Laguna Sugar Road, and the Chris Pena Sugar Road. And then he come and say, we never do nothing for him, for the people from Corozal North. He should have asked me how much sugar roads they used to fix in Arinjoak Central. Gapi used to take everything and carry it in Arinjoak North. And to San Esteban, yes. That was with the family with the Hernandez them from San Esteban. And it don't stop there though. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing is also executing the patching and grading of the following streets in villages in Corozal North. Consejo Village Road, 2 miles. Paraiso Village Street, 4 miles. Shaibe Village Streets, 4 miles. Pachacan Premix Patching of Streets, 8 cubic yards. Shaibe Premixing Patching of Streets, 6 cubic yards. San Antonio Premixing Patching of Streets, 7 cubic yards. Paraiso Premixing Patching of Streets, 5 cubic yards. Altamira, Paraiso Premix Patching of Streets, 8 cubic yards. And then he comes and said, we're not doing nothing in Corozal North. He in the judgery, how he know they behaved when they were on this side of this house, that they did nothing for us. Minister Julius Espat, a member from Cayo South, sent me, his notes for his presentation, and I will see to it that everybody, all members, I'll send you WhatsApp so all of you could get a copy of his full presentation. Give it 27 pages of the work that he is doing. Now, let me turn my attention a little bit to the past leader in opposition who is currently living in exile. Our brother, exile the man, Can't stay too long in this city because have to stay a few weeks and then you have to go back again. The member from Collect. But I'll be kind by saying this. Of the 4 of them on the other side, at least this one may bring some nice, if you pass for about 2 hours this morning. Now, there may have been little passion, but at least he based the budget with some knowledge of what this process is all about. Now we know why his former prime minister, who had nurtured him for years, turned on him when the time came. I could talk about so much more truths as he requested that comes from his own colleagues on the other side, what they said about him, but I will leave it to Channel 5 and Channel 7. I don't want to repeat it, but the truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is that the entire time when he was in the Ministry of Education, all he was doing, Madam Speaker, with a fight and quarrel. A fight with unions, a quarrel with the churches. And when you look at all the metrics in education, all of them were going in the wrong direction. That is his legacy as 13 years of the Minister of Education. I say this though, the member for Collect, for being far better at rhetoric than his leader in debating a budget. I must give him credit. Maybe because he has more experience than you, but he does. But let us remind him of the facts. It is a fact that when we took office, we found close to $1 billion in grants and concessional funding that were left behind because of the previous administration's incompetence. Loan don't see people. Couldn't get the work done. You want to know how we were able to drastically reduce poverty? Because we used that money, you all were too incompetent to spend, and we put them in water systems in the south to help improve conditions in our school, to build clinics, expand NHI. NHI in Corozal was only for Corozal Bay, only Corozal Bay. And the same money that they were spending in Corozal Bay, we are giving even more services to the entire district of Corozal. And this year, in this new budget, with the, is it 7 or 8 million? 7 million that we're going to spend in Erin-Drag district, and we're going to cover everybody in Erin-Drag district on NHI. This is a project that was started by the Right Honorable Said Musa, who had the vision of providing quality healthcare to our people. We started and they did little with it. And then just because of the election coming up, they hurried to do something in Corozal North, in Corozal Bay. And with all of that, they still lose. Now here, in 2 years, we've expanded NHI to the entire district of Corozal, and we're going to introduce it in Orange, so that by the end of this year, we're going to have over 269,000 Belizeans covered under the National Health Insurance Program. And you want to know what is the plan? What is the vision, my brother? If you'd have just stopped, spend your time with Fat Joe and Mboy and come and listen, you would learn a little bit. You see, you, on the other side, want us to be giving out hands out to people, as you all did. You want to give them cash, you want to give them leave money. You don't remember one of them when they had the money in their socks? Remember that? You know, that's where they showed in the area, right? But that is not our way, that's not the PUP way. George Rice taught us that we need to wake up and work and build this nation, that you need to work. The PUP is to lift people out of poverty by creating jobs, by giving people equity through land, by providing more scholarships, by encouraging more small businesses, by building homes, creating opportunities for everybody. That is why we can stand by the numbers that are being published, not by us, but by the Belize and by SIB, Statistical Institute of Belize. And since you were so marginalized by your own Prime Minister in the last term, you should know this. I'm embarrassed right now. The multi-dimensional poverty assessment methodology was started by your government. That don't we do that? That you had introduced that? I know you come and say that we come like we did try change the methodology or try cook the books. It is your government that started. You may aware that, member from Colette? Member from Albert? You all started the rebasing, started under your government. It's your government that started. It is a tool that we inherited. But unlike the other side, we're not spiteful. If there's something that is good, then we take it. Because this is the right way to be able to measure poverty. You don't measure poverty only by money, but it's access to job, access to health, access to education. In all of those metrics, Belize is moving ahead under the PUP government. That is why poverty is going down. Here's another fact. You defended the position of your past administration to borrow and borrow and borrow. And you defended the decision to borrow $1 million a day during COVID. Are you aware that we young people have to pay that? But thanks to we skills on this side, we managed already to get rid of $1 billion. You talk about how much we are borrowing in 2 years. Well, a large number of those agreements were started under your administration. Yes, that's the truth. I said it from the beginning. So 1 minute only to complain, and then the next minute you don't want to take credit for it. Make up your mind. You either complain or criticize or take credit, but you can't do the two of them at the same time. You borrowed $60 million to Halover Bridge. Remember? $60 million, and they come 2 times, they borrowed 2 times in the house. And yet, you never ever did build the Halover Bridge. But yet, this government is building the Halover Bridge, saving the Belizean people $30 million. $30 million in savings that can be used for more classrooms, more homes, more scholarships, clinics, expansion of electricity, expansion of water. The monies that you bought from the Caracol Road, again, if we were bad-minded, we could have said, to hell with it, we are going to stop that project. Because we did not support it, because we felt that there were other priorities. But you don't spend so
Madam
much
Speaker, on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Second Prime Minister, what's the point?
Madam Speaker, repetition, standing orders preclude a member from repeating the same thing over and over, Madam Speaker. This is about the 5th time he's saying the Caracol Road and the Halover Bridge. We've heard it already. Could you please move on and stop repeating yourself?
That's not a point of order.
Thank you. Members, to be fair, there's been many repetitions. Thank you, on both sides. Yeah. No, I know the standing order. This is not repetition. This is not tedious repetition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Repetition, you shall be listening to how he may repeat himself because... But the point I'm trying to make, we did not support the building of the Caracol Road. Remember, member from Cayo Northeast, when you said it's a road to nowhere. That's how you described it. Because it's not that it would not be important. It's simply that we believe that there were other priorities in other areas that we need to build. Now, we could have come into government and say, no, we're going to stop it. And some members in cabinet will say, we need to stop it. But we, 3.5 million per mile. That is what you were spending, 3.5 million. But we are a responsible government. And we decided that we just can't throw away that money the way you all did. Member from Corozal Southeast. Remember how much money they don't spend in the Progreso to San Esteban Road. They don't start to upgrade it. And then they took the money ready to be paved. And the last part we left, exactly. And they left that there and took the money and took it to Belize City in Albert Division, Albert Street and Regent Street. And they left the poor people from Progreso to continue to go on an unpaved road. And then shower the money over there, because that money was done, we don't spend millions of dollars ready to be paved. We are a more responsible government, Madam Speaker, so we decided that we have to finish it. But what did we do? We sat down and we renegotiated the contract and see where we can save. You have any idea how much we saved? We saved $28 million to the Belizean people. 28 million that we could use for education, we could use for health, we could use for housing, we could use for our farmers, and then you are talking about where is the plan? Please, man. So you want to talk the truth? Your administration messed up helplessly during COVID. I remember when we were discussing, we tried to bring the testing, and the former Prime Minister was afraid of bringing in the testing and said, well, we have to. That's the only way we could try to contain and know what will happen. You place orders. Tell me how much the orders vaccines. I think you only ordered about 60,000 vaccines. And you may put one down payment of 10%. That's all you did. We had to make sure that we could get hundreds of thousands of vaccines, pay for them, and also get donations through my office and through the Foreign Ministry's office from friends like India, Mexico, Barbados. We were getting vaccines long before most of the other countries. And Taiwan, everybody, they were helping us. Yes, they were helping us. So the point is that we don't just sit down and cry and we don't know what we're going to do. We define ways how we could get things done. So you are begging to share credit for projects that the IFIs told us we had to put on hold because we never had the capacity to execute. Alone don't see man, don't see people. Then, and as for your rant about the blue bond, man, we don't need to stop the car about the blue bond. Because let me tell you the facts is, well, I could give you the whole timeline, but the truth of the matter is that in 2010, they came to discuss the blue bond with your government. But you know what? We're not ever interested in it. They come back again in 2018 with Godwin Halls. And again, they're never interested. You know why they were not interested? Because they were not going to get money. They never want to be able to pay money towards conservation. Exactly, they couldn't get money in their hands. All they want to worry is how they could get money in their hands so they could spend. They did not have the ability to comprehend what you're trying to accomplish with the blue bond. And yes, they name it the blue bond. I wish I want to make them spell it BLU now, not BLUE. But they put it blue bond because we're talking about marine conservation, my brother. It's about the ocean. That's why they call it the blue bond. They did not have the foresight. They could not understand what is it that they're trying to propose to them. But we decided before we got elected that we are going to deal with the super bond. And we may have the sense, the pensamiento, la inteligencia, the intelligence to be able to say, let's take an opportunity right now. Let's see how we could pay off the super bond and then still have money for conservation. And now, thanks to this government, we paid off the super bond, saved $500 million, over $500 million on that. We have a trust fund that by 2040, we're going to have $100 million US for conservation, marine conservation. And every year, how much do they pay for conservation? Every year, we're spending half of the money is going to be, we are spending as it is for Fisheries Department, we're sending for the Coastal Zone Management Authority, for small communities, NGO communities in the coastal areas to be able to do marine work. That is vision, that's being visionary. That's having the sense to understand what is in front of you. I'm not going to go through all of this. But this, I just explained to it in simple ways so that maybe you might understand what has taken place. That you all did not understand what to do. We did not only just do the thing, we managed to pay off debt and still have money to help our people with marine conservation. Yeah, yes, everywhere I go around the world, they want that to believe because they want to see that is. But the truth here, some truth. So you want some more truth? Yes, the truth. Well, yeah. Now, let me point this out. Under the leadership from the member of Colette in the Ministry of Education, he spent an average of 25 to 30% of the fiscal budget per annum from 2009 to 2020. And how did our education system improve? Under him, we had a system that was racing to the bottom with no improvements in improving the rate of young people staying in high school or tertiary schools. Teachers were protesting on the streets and schools. Management are often at odds with the Minister of Education because all they do is just fight and fight and fight. That is his legacy of 13 years as Minister of Education. And it is Belize's Human Capital Index is one of the lowest in the region, and that is because of the poor capacity and system executed by the Minister of Education. You are looking at curriculum reform. Our Minister of Education, how long did it take you to do the reform, Minister? It took you what, 1 year? And getting it is, and they're going from school to school with the implementation. When we look at the infrastructure of schools, we found that the infrastructure in many of the schools were really in a bad condition. As Minister of Education, the member from Colette had a loan for $56 million approved by the CDB. And what we have to show for these $56 million? How did he, sorry?
Plus 461,000 US in grants.
Plus 461,000 in grants, yes. Now, how did these funds were used to improve the educational system? The truth and the fact is that each and every member on the opposition bench have failed this nation in this debate. There were times in the 13 years of the UDP when it was, for us, in the first term, there were only 6 of us. The first time we were in opposition. I'm only 6 away. We're not at 5. But never once did we come here unprepared. Every time we used to come, we used to bonfire upon them by the debate. Remember once Amanda said that to the bonfire upon the UDP because we come prepared. We come and argue the facts, unlike you all just going a lot of hot air. And even despite all of that, in many instances, we managed to put a substantive debate, even though there was a hostile speaker in the House. Remember how much time they shut you up? Madam Speaker, they can't clean your shoes, Madam Speaker, with the work that you do. But not about the whole BQ pits. Oh my God, but he never joke. You are the worst.
Come on.
Come on, God, let's don't arrest. May he rest in peace.
Let's not speak about former speakers, please.
The fact is that no government since 2008 can boast of growing the economy by an average of 13% in 2 years other than this People's United Party government. None. 13 years and I never get that. No government can boast cutting the debt from 133% of GDP to 64% of GDP in 2 years. Only a People's United Party government. And no government can boast that in 2 years they have drastically reduced the poverty and reverted the double-digit unemployment to a single-digit unemployment, 5%. That has never happened in the history. Thanks to a People's United Party government. Stop embarrass yourself. Stop embarrass yourself. Look at the numbers. Stop embarrassing. Go and ask SIB. We asked them and they said there's no such thing. Stop embarrassing yourself. Stop embarrassing yourself. No, Madam Speaker, we on this side are proud of the fact. We on this side, we are proud of the fact that we are delivering on Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. As thousands of Belizeans who were unemployed when we took office, who are now working, as the many young people who are now working at call centers, as tour guides who are doing their own startup, their business, a lot of them, they start to use the internet to create their own business. Ask the many families, mostly single mothers, who are living in poor conditions, who now have a home, a good cement house, thanks to the PUP government. In just 2 years, our government has spent $16.6 million supporting low-income housing program. And you are asking me what are the solutions? My brother, the solutions are right in front of you. Only that you refuse to open your eyes, or you just don't want to say the truth. Our teachers, they have more resource centers online to assist them with planning of their classes, and ask the Belizean people if they are not proud of what Belize is doing on the world stage with a robust and principled foreign policy. Everywhere you go in other countries, they want to hear the Belize story. In 2 short years, we have hosted more leaders in this country than what the UDP hosted in 13 years. 13 years. Let's take this opportunity to mention, again, as I mentioned to our ambassador from Taiwan, the opportunity, how happy we are and how pleased and how proud we are about the visit of the President of Taiwan in 2 short weeks. And we will be inviting her to come here to this Parliament to address both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And I pray, I pray that the leader of the opposition will not embarrass himself, his father, and more so the nation this time, as he did with the pronouncements over the visit of the Cuban president. Remember how he got on bad? You want party never support her, no? You want party never support her. But you're there this one though? Because you don't want to lose a US visa. That the US visa they try to protect. In 2 years, there's a resurgence of investor confidence, a resurgence in Belizean talent in the arts and the culture. Belize is back. Our people are back. We are a nation rising, and together with the grace of God, we will continue to move forward we will continue to be extra. We will continue to deliver on Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, I move this motion.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of supply under the chair of the Honourable Prime Minister as Minister of Finance. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask the visitors in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 bill.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of Supply has considered the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023 and passed it without amendments. I move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the official Charities Fund Motion 2023. Madam Speaker, I move be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the Draft Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2024.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the Draft Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2024. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I take great pleasure and honor to introduce this resolution to support the Democratic Taiwan Motion 2023. Madam Speaker, I move, whereas the year 2023 marks the 34th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between Belize and the Republic of China, Taiwan, and whereas Belize and Taiwan enjoy a close relationship based on the common values of democracy, freedom, and human rights. And whereas throughout the 34 years of friendship and alliance, Belize and Taiwan has continuously supported and helped each other and closely cooperated in numerous areas ranging from the diplomatic affairs, infrastructure, medical and public health, agriculture, environmental resilience, information and communications technology, to culture and education. And whereas all bilateral cooperation projects between Belize and Taiwan, including road construction, motor vehicle registration and license system, breeding sheep and goat production, urban resilience and disaster prevention, medical imaging system, women employment, Mandarin teaching, and talent cultivation are currently proceeding smoothly. And whereas the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, and His Excellency David Quang Cho Chin, former Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan to Belize, signed the cooperation agreement regarding construction of General Hospital for San Pedro Tong between the Government of Belize and the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan on 11 January 2023 for the health and wellness of the Belizean people. And whereas Taiwan is a faithful ally and development partner to Belize, and the generosity and contribution Taiwan made to other countries has shown that Taiwan is an indispensable part of the global community, and Taiwan can play and has played a critical role in the world. And whereas Taiwan has shown great courage and resilience in safeguarding its democracy and freedom in the face of provocative military activities from the People's Republic of China, PRC, which poses a serious threat to global security. And whereas Belize continuously extends unwavering support to Taiwan in safeguarding its democracy and freedom, as well as a self-determination for Taiwanese people when Taiwan faces the military, political, and economic coercion and the hegemonic threats from the People's Republic of China, PRC. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this honorable House conveys its sincere welcome to Her Excellency Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the delegation from Taiwan to visit Belize to consolidate the diplomatic relations, partnership, and friendship between the two countries. Extends its commitment to the strong and healthy diplomatic bond between Belize and Taiwan, and the close bilateral cooperation in multiple areas. Reassured that the governments of Belize and Taiwan will further deepen the diplomatic cooperation through the bilateral and multilateral channels of partnership, especially during Belize's presidency pro tempore PPT of Central America Integration System, CICA, as Taiwan is an important extra-regional partner of CICA, reaffirms to stand with the people and the government of Taiwan in solidarity to secure Taiwan's democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination, so as to maintain peace, stability, and prosperity across the Taiwan Strait and in the region. Calls on the international community to condemn any military threat and other coercive actions that undermine Taiwan's sovereignty, integrity, democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination. And the House of Representatives expressed its full support of Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Organization, WHO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, the UNFCCC, and the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. Be it therefore resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to President Tsai Ing-wen of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed therein. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition joins with the government in supporting this motion. I am happy to hear the Prime Minister's appreciation for democracy. It is something that I feel very strongly about, and the People's Republic of China pose a threat to our dear friends, the Taiwanese Republic of China. And it is important that freedom-loving, democratic nations stand together when our friends face threats. And no one has been a greater friend than the Republic of China, Taiwan, Madam Speaker, to Belize. We have some comparable nations, but Taiwan is definitely at the top of the list with the investments that they have made in Belize, and it transcends party politics. I know I spoke to Prime Minister Barrow about the matter on many occasions, because there was a time where Belize had relations with China, People's Republic of China, and it changed. And when he became Foreign Minister, Prime Minister Barrow, the UDP stayed with the Taiwanese, and it is a decision that he has not regretted, we have not regretted as United Democratic Party, because the fundamentals of democracy cannot be overstated. And I think sometimes we may not appreciate how fortunate we are to live in a democratic nation in which you have an opposition that can get up and criticize a government. We can take the government to court. We can protest. And it would be a shame to see our good friends in Taiwan face any type of military action or military threat in the People's Republic of China's quest to take over Taiwan and strip them of their sovereignty. So it is very important. That's why I, have some difficulty with even countenancing these communist, fascist states. And I'm very strong about it, and I have protested it, because democracy is something that we have to fight for. It is something that we have to sustain with our will, with our actions. It is not something that is given to us, because there are people like the Communist Party in the People's Republic of China that don't believe in people's right to self-determination, don't believe in democracy, don't believe in human rights. So again, Madam Speaker, we on this side support this motion, and we thank Taiwan for all that they have done for the Belizean people, and we stand in solidarity with them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
That motion is the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Honorable members, the question is that the motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the resolution to support Democratic Taiwan Motion 2023 be passed this day. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motion. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. I rise to present report number HR 162/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the resolution to support Democratic Taiwan Motion 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a resolution to support Democratic Taiwan Motion 2023. Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House conveys its sincere welcome to Her Excellency Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the delegation from Taiwan to visit Belize to consolidate the diplomatic relations, partnership, and friendship between the two countries. Extends its commitment to the strong and healthy diplomatic bond between Belize and Taiwan, and the close bilateral cooperation in multiple areas. We are assured that the governments of Belize and Taiwan will further deepen the diplomatic cooperation through the bilateral and multilateral channels of partnership, especially during Belize's presidency pro tempore PPT of Central American Integration System, CICA, as Taiwan is an important extra-regional partner of CICA. Reaffirms to stand with the people and the government of Taiwan in solidarity to secure Taiwan's democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination, so as to maintain peace, stability, and prosperity across the Taiwan Strait and in the region. Calls on the international community to condemn any military threat and other coercive actions that undermine Taiwan's sovereign integrity, democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination. And the House of Representatives express its full support for Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Organization, WHO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. Be it therefore resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to President Tsai Ing-wen of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House conveys its sincere welcome to Her Excellency Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the delegation from Taiwan to visit Belize to consolidate the diplomatic relations, partnership, and friendship between the two countries. Extends its commitment to the strong and healthy diplomatic bond between Belize and Taiwan, and the close bilateral cooperation in multiple areas. Reassure that the governments of Belize and Taiwan will further deepen the diplomatic cooperation through the bilateral and multilateral channels of partnership, especially during Belize's presidency pro tempore PPT of Central American Integration System, CICA, as Taiwan is an important extra-regional partner of CICA. Reaffirms to stand with the people and the government of Taiwan in solidarity to secure Taiwan's democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination, so as to maintain peace, stability, and prosperity across the Taiwan Strait and in the region. Calls on the international community to condemn any military threat and other coercive actions that undermine Taiwan's sovereign integrity, democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination. And the House of Representatives expresses its full support of Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Organization, WHO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to President Tsai Ing-wen of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, may I ask for a standing ovation for the friendship of China, the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Belize.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a Customs Regulation Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 59, the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirements to keep records, to provide for forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, as I explained earlier when we introduced the bill for the first time, this is something straightforward. It is a matter of what has been required from us by the international community to be able to, to do our part in the fight against anti-money laundering and combating financing of terrorism. So I move asking for the support for both sides of the House.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirement to keep records, to provide for forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirement to keep records, to provide for forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the regulation of non-profit organizations, to protect non-profit organizations from terrorist financing abuse, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding combating the financing of terrorism, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, just very quickly, the main objectives of this bill are to make Belize compliant with international best practices and its obligations to implement the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 8. The bill will also eliminate a tedious regime for non-profit and non-governmental organizations under the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, the MLTPA. The bill provides a framework which is targeted at protecting them from terrorism financing abuse. It provides for the appointment of a registrar, deputy registrar, and provides for staff to administer a system of registration and regulation. The NPO bill provides for a system of risk-based supervision of NPOs and NGOs, whereby they are required to implement internal accounting and administrative procedures, such as the auditing of accounts. But the baseline for all NPOs will be a very simple form to provide basic financial information on income and expenditure. We're trying to make it as easy as possible. The bill also sets out the risk factors which may be considered in determining the reporting requirements for different NPOs and NGOs, such as the estimated annual revenues or grants, sources of funds, size, structure, geographic areas of operation, objects and purpose, and functions of the organization. This will help national authorities to continuously understand how the sector evolves, which is a factor in understanding and mitigating the risk of abuse. These simplified measures should also lead to full registration by NPOs and NGOs, ensuring that we have an accurate profile of these sectors. One of the highlights of the bill is that it empowers the registrar to collaborate and coordinate with the NPOs, NGO sector by establishing a committee, including representatives of the nonprofit sector, to assist in refining practices to address terrorist financing risk and vulnerabilities related to NPOs. Such a committee was actually established on an ad hoc basis before this bill was advanced, and we are now cementing that collaborative and cooperative tool in the law. So, apart from establishing a risk-sensitive framework, this bill will aid in the promotion of transparency as it relates to the operations of NPOs and NGOs in Belize. It represents a significant reduction in the current administrative, reporting, and financial burdens that are imposed on these sectors, which are the same as those imposed on banks, credit unions, and other financial institutions. It represents easier reporting with forms suited to the operations of even the smallest NGOs and NPOs, and provides for lower yet dissuasive penalties for non-compliance, which are more proportionate to the nature of these sectors. This bill, colleagues, provides an opportunity to provide relief from the current burdens on the NPOs and NGOs in the existing regime, while still ensuring that Belize is implementing its international obligations. I seek the support of both sides on this matter.
I recognize Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while we appreciate on this side the necessity to be compliant with the FATF, it brings into plain view the Prime Minister and his government's contempt and disregard for the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. Because, again, as we saw in plain view in his diatribe, where if members on this side disagree with him or we put forward data from the IMF that does not support his grandstanding, we're donce, we're ignoramuses. It is this type of hubris, Madam Speaker, this type of obnoxious behavior, and this type of fantasyland, fictitious living where the Prime Minister feels that he does not have to consult with the NGO, MPO community, Madam Speaker, is why they are up in arms. But again, rather than face the reality, rather than delay the bill so that he can give the taxpayers, the NGO stakeholders, the MPO stakeholders, such as the senator for the NGO community, the chairwoman of the MPO NGO networks, to give them an opportunity to be heard, to listen to some of the grievances that they have. The Prime Minister completely has dismissed the MPO NGO community, Madam Speaker, and it is unnecessary, but it just reveals the naked truth of the arrogance, of the haughtiness, of the conceit of this government, Madam Speaker. Why couldn't the Prime Minister and his cabinet do the necessary consultation that they promised they would deliver, Madam Speaker? This government claims to be a government of transparency, a government of accountability. Why could they not have, knowing that we had to make ourselves compliant with the FATF, Madam Speaker? We accept that. But in this democracy, in the democracy of Belize, we have to consult with the people. And I am certain that had the Prime Minister done the responsible thing, done the prudent thing.
You're writing on a point of order?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of...
38.1. Please inform the Leader of the Opposition to confine his debate to the subject. 38.1, Madam Speaker, confine the debate to the subject matter at hand. It has nothing to do with consultation. If he wants to speak about consultation in adjournment, he can do that. But he has to debate the bill before the House. Thank you.
Per the point of order, I do believe the member is debating the bill and he's referencing consultation on the bill. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, again, the legislation in general is necessary. We understand that. But consultation is also a prerequisite in a democracy. Because, Madam Speaker, I'll go through the list of issues that the senator for the NGO community, the chairwoman, as I expressed, and other stakeholders in the NGO, MPO community have. This is not the opposition getting up to oppose for the sake of opposing. Had the government done the due consultations, Madam Speaker, they may have been able to work hand in hand with the MPO community to resolve some of these issues. One, Madam Speaker, completion of the National Risk Assessment of the non-profit organizations and best practice manuals to precede and inform the legislation, Madam Speaker. Number two, a fixed delay to afford MPOs time to review legislation and propose alternatives, amendments to enhance practicability and efficacy, Madam Speaker. Less draconian penalties in line with Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 8 that measures need to be flexible, proportionate, and risk-based. MPOs have been identified as low risk by the FATF, Madam Speaker. Number four, criteria and detailed definitions of key terms such as wrongdoing and limiting ministerial discretion and unlimited powers of the non-profit registrar. Madam Speaker, before I go on to the other points, the member from Fort George, Minister of Political Reform, rose in this House to bring a motion to this House about accountability and transparency and how that they would curtail the ministerial powers that were employed under the Barrow administration, Madam Speaker. Yet, bill after bill, we see greater ministerial powers, Madam Speaker. And again, the Prime Minister can try to ridicule members on this side and pretend as if everyone is ignorant and we just don't understand. Well, the MPO and the NGO community doesn't understand either. They don't agree with you, Prime Minister, and that is why consultation is important. That is why you should have, in advance of bringing this bill to the House, had the meaningful dialogue, not just the House committee meeting. You should have engaged, Madam Speaker, because there are concerns. If you listen to the senator for the NGO, she said she's frightened by this legislation that gives such unrestricted power to the minister, Madam Speaker. Number 5, safeguards added to the law to protect MPOs from victimization and arbitrary application of the law, Madam Speaker. And we all know how the PUPs are notorious for victimizing people, Madam Speaker. And again, as we advance our society, Madam Speaker, as we progress, we want to become a more democratic nation, Madam Speaker, a nation with more rights, a nation that greater protects the rights that we do have, Madam Speaker. And that is what this government promised to do, giving the minister these political figures. Those powers is what you said that you would stop. You got up in this house and said that the ministers have too much power. They had too much power under the UDP and we're going to curtail that. Yet, Madam Speaker, these are concerns from the NGO community, Madam Speaker. Not the leader of the opposition, not the members on the side, Madam Speaker. This is what they have been saying, Madam Speaker. And finally, the government is being requested to invest and collaborate in national efforts towards making affordable MPO accounting and support for capacity building of MPOs to achieve compliance, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to align my comments with those offered by the leader of the opposition and seek some further clarification